ಹಲೋ ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್. ಇದು ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಲೈಟ್ ತುಂಬ ಇದಿದೆ, ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಂ, ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಂ, ಆ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಡಿಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ ನೋಡಿ. ಮಚ್ ಬೆಟರ್. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the second day of the seminar with the first session in about 4 to 5 minutes. We're waiting for other audience and speakers to join us, and they'll be expected here any moment. Or relatives or co-scholars, if they are outside the auditorium, request them to be kindly present in the auditorium. We have all the speakers of the first seminar present here, so we are expecting to start the session in about 4 to 5 minutes from now.
Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govind bolo Hari Gopal bolo Radha Raman Hari Govind bolo bolo. Govind bolo Hari Gopal bolo Radha Raman Hari Govind bolo bolo. Govind bolo Hari Gopal bolo Radha Raman Hari Govind bolo bolo. Govind bolo Hari Gopal bolo Radha Raman Hari Govind bolo bolo. Govind bolo Hari Gopal bolo Radha Raman Hari Govind bolo bolo. Govind bolo Hari Gopal bolo Radha Raman Hari Govind bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram,
Good morning and namaste to one and all again. We are expecting a good number of audience in a while, but giving credit to those who are on time, we would like to stick to the timings present in the invitation, and we would like to get started with the second day seminar sessions. Time we would like to stick to the timings. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ನೆರವೇರಿ ಸುಮಾರು ವಿಚಾರಗಳ ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬಹಳ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಮೊದಲ ದಿನದ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳ ನಂತರ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಅಂಥದ್ದೇ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ವಿಚಾರ ವಿನಿಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸಜ್ಜಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೊದಲ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಆಮಂತ್ರಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಮತ್ತು ಆಯಾ ಭಾಗದ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ ದಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ವಿ ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ಥ್ರೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್, ದಿ ಅರೇನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರಿ. May I please call upon Meera Natampalli ji on stage to kindly help us recognize the audience, and she'll be chairing the session today. May I request all of you to kindly welcome her with a round of applause. You may witness the session from the audience side, madam, in case if you are comfortable. We just wanted to help the audience recognize you and know, like, those who have not met you before, who Meera Natampalli is. But it's left to your convenience, ma'am. If you want to be part of the stage, it's up to your convenience. Thank you so much for understanding. And Meera Natampalli will be chairing this session. Heritage architect and head of Secos Architects Bangalore. She has digitized heritage structures of Hampi, if I am right, madam. And she is also consultant architect to TTD, so quite close to the premises that we are in now. That divine touch of the service that she has rendered all these years. And she has worked extensively in restoration and preservation of heritage structures, ancient temples and buildings. It's a great honor for all of us to have Meera ji here with us for the session, and she has agreed to chair this session. We would request you to sum up the session at the end of the session after all the speakers' presentation. Ma'am, thank you so much and welcome once again on behalf of Samskriti Foundation. As you all already know, this is the national seminar on the Bharatiya 64 arts, a 2 days national level seminar. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಪ್ಪ? ಯಾ, ಇದು ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? Can completely switch it off, I guess. Meanwhile, by the time they switch off the music, may I have Shri Lakshmi Kantarajayaris and Dr. Mekhala Kagli on stage, please. Meanwhile, by the time music, may I have Shri Lakshmi Kantarajayaris and Dr. Mekhala Kagli on stage, please. So we have Dr. K. Mekhala Kagli and Lakshmikant Rajayaras on stage. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲೋ, ಕಾರ್ನಲ್ಲೋ, ಮೆಟ್ರೋನಲ್ಲೋ, ಆಟೋದಲ್ಲೋ ಹೇಗೋ ಬಂದಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಲೈಕ್, ಹೌ ಡಿಡ್ ಯು ಕಮ್? ಯು ಕೇಮ್ ರೈಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ ಹಾರ್ಸ್? ಯು ವಿಶ್ ಯು ಕುಡ್ ಡೂ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್. ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕ್ವೈಟ್ ಎಂಥೂಸಿಯಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಟು ನೋ ಲೈಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ and how exactly it all happens and some details about it. Dr. K. Mekhala Kagli is founder trustee of the Environment Conservation Trust, the Ane Karoti Environment Conservation Foundation. Am I right? Was that right? Okay, thank you. For the conservation and welfare of environment and wildlife, under which several conservation projects are undertaken presently with Karnataka Forest Department since 2014, and she has vast experience in advocacy, legal aid programs, wildlife crime research work, and also environment conservation projects. It's a great honor for us to have Dr. Mekhala ji here with us to present the details on or throw some light on riding elephant, horses, chariots. So So that's a quite interesting topic to start the second day with. Warm welcome to you, madam, on behalf of Samskriti Foundation and all the connoisseurs present here. We have Mr. Lakshmikant Rajayaras, along with being a successful businessman and an entrepreneur. He is an active environment conservationist, taking immense interest and participation in conservation activities under the guidance of Karnataka Forest Department from past 15 years, and is looking forward to contribute in every possible way to protect environment. That's a great gesture from your side, sir, and hearty congratulations for conserving our environment, because we are all the beneficiaries. Welcoming both of the scholars in their respective field, we would like to request these two scholars, as they have planned. Probably one would be speaking first, and as you have planned, madam. All right, stage is open for Dr. Mekhala Kagli to present her views on riding elephants, horses, chariots. All right, stage is open for Dr. Mekhala Kagli to present her views on riding elephants, horses, chariots.
Namaste ellarigu. Foremost, thank you for this prestigious opportunity. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಲಾವಿದರ ಸಮೂಹದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಫೇವ್ರೆಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಹೋಪ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಥ್ರೋ ಸಮ್ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಅಶ್ವ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗಜ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿಗಿನ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಹಾಂ, ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡೀಟೇಲಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಗಜ, ವರ್ತ, ಕೌಶಲಂ. ಗಜ ಈಸ್ ಆನೆ, ಕೌಶಲಂ ಈಸ್ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ವರ್ತನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು 64 ಆರ್ಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ 30th ಬಂದು ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, 31st ಕಲೆ ಬಂದು ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಇವೆರಡನ್ನೂ 64 ಆರ್ಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು 64 ಆರ್ಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಗಜ, ವರ್ತ, ಕೌಶಲಂ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಟು ಬಿಗಿನ್ ವಿತ್ ಆನೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಗಜ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಶ್ವ. ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಆರಿಜಿನ್ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಇದು ಸತ್ಯಯುಗ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಏಜಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಗಾಡ್, ಲಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂದ್ರ, who is the king of all gods, created both ಅಶ್ವ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗಜ. ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಅಶ್ವ ಬಂದು ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಶ್ವಿನಿ ಪುತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಅದು ಅಶ್ವಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಆಗಿ ಅಶ್ವ ಹೋಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಗಜ ಬಂದು ಗಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರದ್ದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. This is the list of 64 arts. As I mentioned, 30th is about elephants and 31 is about horses. Next slide please. Importance of horses. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರೀಫ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕೈಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಇದರ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದ್ರು ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ದು, ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ದು, ಇಂಡಿಯಾದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಋಗ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಶ್ವಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ 215 ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಋಗ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 39 ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೌಸ್. ಗೋಗೆ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಶ್ವಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಋಗ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ವೈಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಅದು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡೋಣ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನಾ ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಇದು ವೇದದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಶ್ಲೋಕದ್ದು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಇಂದ್ರ ಕುದುರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅದು ಸೂರ್ಯ ಪುತ್ರರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಶ್ವಿನಿ ಪುತ್ರರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಸತ್ಯಯುಗ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ತ್ರೇತಾಯುಗ, ದ್ವಾಪರ ಯುಗ, ಅವೆರಡು ಯುಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಆನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಕುದುರೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರೋದು ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೋದು ಕಲಿಯುಗ. ಕಲಿಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ಷಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಮಿಡಿವಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಮಾಡ್ರನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಕುದುರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಬ್ರೀಡಾದ ಮಾರ್ವಾರೆ ಹಾರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದರದ್ದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ವಾಸ್ತುಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಅಶ್ವಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಪಂಚಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಕುದುರೆನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ಗಾಗಲಿ ವೆಲ್ತ್ಗಾಗಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪೆರಿಟಿ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಿಲೀಫ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದು ಅಶ್ವಶಾಸ್ತ್ರನೇ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಮಾರ್ವಾರೆ ಪಂಚ್ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ್ ಅಪಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬ್ರೀಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒರಿಜಿನೇಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ದ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಮಿ. ಸೊ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ಯುದ್ಧ, ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇದೆ. ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಆರ್ಮಿ, ಸೊ ಮಿಡಿವಲ್ಗೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಆರ್ಮಿಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಿಂದ ಕುದುರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಆನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಪಳಗಿಸಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಅದರದ್ದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್, ಆರ್ಟ್, ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. ಆರ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೈಫ್. ಸೊ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಬಂದು ಮ್ಯಾನಿಫೆಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಡೇ ಲೈಫ್. ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಟನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಿ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ವೈಸ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವೋ ಡೇ ಟು ಡೇ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಸತ್ಯಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಆನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕುದುರೆನ ತ್ರೇತಾಯುಗ, ದ್ವಾಪರ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ, ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡಂಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲಿಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ವೇದಿಕ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್. ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜರು ಹೇಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು ಕೆತ್ತಿ ಉಳಿಸಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೂಫಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಟೆಂಪಲಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಆರ್ಮಿ 4 ವಿಧದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗ ಆಗಿತ್ತು: ಇನ್ಫೆಂಟ್ರಿ, ಕ್ಯಾವೆಲ್ರಿ, ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕುದುರೆಗಳಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಇನ್ನು ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅಶೋಕ ದ ಗ್ರೇಟ್, ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋ ಹಾಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅಶೋಕನ ವಾರ್ ಡೆಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅವನದು ಆರ್ಮಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಶ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಗಜ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾವೆಲ್ರಿ. ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರಿಪ್ಲಿಕಾ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಸ್ತೂಪ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಸಾಂಚಿ ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶನಲ್ಲಿ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಶೋಕನ ಆರ್ಮಿಲಿ ಕುದುರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಶ್ವ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪುರಾಣ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್, ಅದರದ್ದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್. ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಫೆದರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ನ ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಬಂದು ಅವರು ಕೆತ್ತಿಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟೆಂಪಲ್ ಪಿಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ದ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್. ಇದು ಬಂದು ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದು ಬಂದು ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ವಾರೆ ಕುದುರೆ ಸಹ್ಯಾದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ್ಗೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೃಥ್ವಿರಾಜ್ ಚೌಹಾನ್ದು ಕುದುರೆ ಬಂದು ಚೇತಕ್ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದರದ್ದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ರೆಫರೆಬಲ್ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ನ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಕುದುರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಫೇಮಸ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ವಾರ್ಫೇರ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ವಿ ಆಲ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಅವೇರ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 16 ಮಹಾಜಾಸ್ ಪಾಡಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡೆಡ್ ಇನ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ನೋಡಿ, ಅಷ್ಟಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ, ಮಗಧದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೀಮಸೇನ ಆಗಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಕುದುರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಆನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರೂಫ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್. ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ದು ಒಂದು ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ದ ಲೈಟರ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ರೂಫ್ ಅದು ಬಂದು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಬ್ಬ ತುಂಬ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬಂದು ಹೇಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಅಂಡರ್ ದ ಅದೇ ಅಷ್ಟಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಮೌರ್ಯನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆನೆ ಕುದುರೆದು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ವಾರ್ಫೇರ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಯಾ, ದ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 21,870 ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್, 21,870 ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್, 65,610 ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ 1,09,350 ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಂಟ್ರಿ. ಈ ಮಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಮಿನ ಅವರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್, ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅವರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಲ್ವಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ರಿಚ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ ವಿಜಯನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆನೆಗಳಿತ್ತು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಕುದುರೆಗಳಿತ್ತು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಜಯನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರಾತ್ರ ಕೌಶಲ ಬಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ವೇರ್ ವ್ಯಾರಿಯಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡ್. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್. ಕೌಟಿಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪ್ಯಾರಲಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಈ ಪಾರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟಾಲಜಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಗಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ, ಅಂದರೆ ಥಿಯರಿ ಆನ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೀಪಿಂಗ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ರೀಡಿಂಗ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಟ್ರೇಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಅದೇ ಮಿಡಿವಲ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಟೈಮಿಂದ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಡೊಮೆಸ್ಟಿಕೇಟಿಂಗ್, ಬ್ರೀಡಿಂಗ್, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮದು 3 ದೇಶಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಲಂಕಾದಿಂದ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಶ್ರೀಲಂಕನ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆಲ್ ವರ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಿಲೀಫ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ವಿಜಯನಗರ್ ವಾಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟರ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ದ ವೇ ಹೌ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೆಡ್ಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೌ ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಬಲ್ಕ್. ಸೊ ಅದರದ್ದು ಫುಲ್ ಹರ್ಡನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಕಾರ್ನರ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ದೇ ಮಿಸ್ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಪ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೆಡ್ಡ ಫಾರ್ಮ್. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸೂರು HD ಕೋಟೆ ಲುವೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದರದ್ದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಗಲೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಶ್ರೀಲಂಕಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಯನ್ಮಾರ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಳಿಂಗ ಆಫ್ ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾ ವಾಸ್ ದ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟರ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ ವಿಜಯನಗರ್, ಬಿಜಾಪುರ್, ಗೋಲ್ಕೊಂಡ, ತಾಂಜೋರ್, ಮಧುರೈ, ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್. The elephants and their features were very supporting. Next please. This is the picture which stands strong even today in Hampi. This is called Ane Karoti. Ane Karoti means elephant stable. The importance given by Vijayanagara King Raya is shown and is evident even today. This is the stables of his elephants, which is no less than a palace where he used to keep his royal elephants. Next please. So ಇದು ಬಂದು ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾ ಕಳಿಂಗ ರಾಜನ ಆನೆಗಳದು ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲರ್ಸ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಎವಿಡೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಅವರ ನರೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಪ್ಪಿ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಆದ ಡಾಮಿಗೋ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪೋರ್ಚುಗೀಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಡಾರೆಟ್ ಯಾರು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಮಿದು ರಿಚ್ನೆಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಅದನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ. ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದರೆ ದ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಲಾಸ್ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್. ಈ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 5,000 to 50,000 ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಟೆಡ್ of number of elephants in his army. So you can imagine 4 ವಿಧದ ಆರ್ಮಿಲಿ ಬರೀ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಲ್ಲೇ 50,000 ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ರಿಚ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೇಡ್ ಎ ಮೇಜರ್ ರೋಲ್ right from 6th century, 2nd century, 6th century, 9th century. These are the list of the kings and the timeline where elephant wing in the battle played a major role. So war elephants of Rashtrakutas. This is a rough image of how elephant used to appear in a battle and how they used to defend. So again, each kingdom, irrespective of the terrain, region, timeline, in India especially, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಆನೆದು ಒಂದು ವಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆನೆ, ಕುದುರೆ ಎರಡರದ್ದು ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಲು ತುಂಬ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಅದೇ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ. ಕೌಟಿಲ್ಯನ ಅಸ್ತ್ರಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ 4th BC, Ashva Shastra and Gaja Shastra, though importance. This is one more example of one of the famous elephants of Harshavardhana, the great emperor. ಅವನ ಆನೆ ಹೆಸರು ಬಂದು ದರ್ಪಹಟ ಅಂತ. They were so closed and it's like one body, two body, one soul, sorry. So bonding, coordination ಎಷ್ಟು ನೀಟಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ he used to use his elephant for all the battles which he has won. And ಅದರದ್ದು ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಬಾನಭಟ್ಟ ಅನ್ನೋರು ಅವರ ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಇನ್ನೋವೇ ಎವಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಬಿಸೈಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಬರೀ ವಾರ್ಗಲ್ದೇನೂ ವಾಸ್ತು ಪ್ರಕಾರದಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ದಿನ ಅದನ್ನು ಎದ್ದಾಗ ರಾಯಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ರಾಯಲ್ ವಾಕ್ಗಾಗಲಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಸ್ ರಿಚ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ವಾಸ್ reflecting on how they used to decorate the war elephants or the parade elephants. So they had their own costume made of gold and all the precious stones. War elephants at the battle. This is somewhat they used to appear. They used to be trained so well that irrespective of the opponent's tactics, they should stand the war and give a tough opponents. That is what is mentioned in elephantology, that is Gaja Shastra. Next please. Legacy. Over the time, legacy of the war elephants declined. It has its own reason, being elephant being huge and moody and bit used to get out of control, and adu ಉಂಡಾದಾಗ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದು ಮಾತು ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಡಿಸೊಬೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾರ್ಫೇರ್ changed after the Mughal came, British came, so ಅದರ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಡ್ರಾಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗೆ, ದೇ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್, ಮೂಡಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅದೇ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗೋದಾಗಲಿ, ತನ್ನ ಸೋಲ್ಜರ್ಸ್ನ ಹಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಅಗೇನ್ and one more description of how a war elephant appears. And these are the list of the battles won using war elephants. Battle of Tokam, Battle of Koppam, where the Chola prince won. ಇದು ಹಂಪಿದು ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ವಿಂಗ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ದ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಎವಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ. Causes of decline of the horse chariot along with the elephant usage. The main drawback being change in the terrain, change in the pattern of war with the invention of British, Mughal. Usage of chariots declined, but not the horses in particular, but of course elephants also declined. So over the time the ancient Indian realized elephants serve the purpose better, elephant could be effectively employed. So this is one more example. Next please. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆನೂ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಬಂತು, ಹಾಗೇ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗೂ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ಹಾರ್ಸ್ ಲೆಗಸಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೈನ್. ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್. ಮಿಡಿವಲ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಏನ್ಷಿಯಂಟ್ ಆಯಿತು, ವೇದಿಕ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಹಾರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಗಜ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಶ್ವ ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಲೇಟರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ, ಮೇ ಬಿ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್, ಮೇ ಬಿ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರಿಂಗ್, ದೋ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಡಿಪಿಕ್ಷನ್. ಕ್ಯಾವೆಲ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವರು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ವಾರಿಗೂ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ನ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಈ ಥರ ಬೇರೆ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ಗೆ, ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸಿಗೆ, ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸ್, ವಾರ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸಿಗೆ, ಲಾಗ್ ಪಿಕ್ಕಿಂಗಿಗೆ, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಡೇ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ವೇದಿಕ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಸೊ ಸತ್ಯಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂದ್ರ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಅದಲ್ಲದೇನೋ ದೇರ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಮೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಆ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನನ್ನು ಬಿಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ how we are trying to cope up is the same. We have to capture them, control them, tame them, then regular practice. ವಾರ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ we have to keep them. Next please. These are the few pictures of the horses which we have at our stables. Next, please. This is one small depiction of an elephant captured in Alur, which was quite a menace. So first ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಟೇಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೊರಗೆ ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ಗಾಗಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಡೇ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸಿ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಶೋ ಆಗಲಿ, ಪ್ಲೆಷರ್ ರೈಡ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಈ ಥರದ್ದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. So what I feel, traditional roots lost. So being the audience present day, we need to give our opinion. We had such rich culture of Gaja Shastra, Ashwa Shastra, and today they stand this fate of being used just for show and sports purpose, for pleasure. In a way they are being tortured also. Next please. To conclude, Indra gave birth to elephant and horses, but their fate is meeting this in this modern days. Next, please. This is a small video of how Kedai is conducted. That was during the British.
In India, they are found in the forests of Assam, Mysore, Kurg, Travancore, Orissa and Madras. But in another part of the forest, active preparations are going on, and have been going on for several months. Kedda operations are underway. What is Kedda? Literally speaking, Kedda means a ditch, but it's now loosely used to denote a huge enclosure surrounded by a ditch for catching wild elephants. Kedda is also the term used for the whole elephant catching operation. The operation is one of watching, hemming in, and driving the wild elephant herd across the river into a specially built and camouflaged stockade. This is done with the help of some 2,000 beaters and 40 trained elephants called kumkis. The beaters surround and the kumkis drive the herd towards the concealed enclosure. About 80 years ago, wild elephants were trapped in deep pits. This method was dangerous, cruel and wasteful, so the system of Kedda was adopted. Kedda is a costly, complicated and risky operation, requiring skill, experience and infinite patience. But it's worth all the trouble, for each elephant will fetch anything from 3,000 to 8,000 rupees. Black mountain herds, no danger. They become alert. The tougher the rest, the fight bears out. On the other side, preparations are in full swing. The kumkis carry the mammals and the horses into the jungle. The herd has been sighted. The drive is on. It will take at least a couple of hours if all goes well. The herd hesitates and moves away from the beaters. The drive gathers momentum. The herd hits the river. Its every move is watched with growing excitement. The kumkis drive the herd upstream, no easy task, but a task to which they have been patiently trained ever since the system of Kedda originated. The herd hemmed in on all sides, numbers in the direction of the stockade, and before they know where they are, they are trapped. One heck in the drum, the river drive is over. The next begins. Wild elephants must be roped and tied before they can be trained. Care is taken to ensure that there is no brain injury or ill-treatment. The Kedda operation is usually organized once every 4 or 5 years, but more often the wild herd becomes a menace or a nuisance. Now to the third act. Next morning the herd is let out of the stockade. Security tell her they are left to think it over. Being reasonable, they soon realize the game is up. Then they are ready for training. And so to the final act, the training which takes from 3 to 6 months. The trying business, but starts at the trials of education. The kumkis are teachers, not traitors. They patiently wear out the wildness of nature, make the herd more tractable, and so more useful. Once broken in, Black Mountain and all the members of the band will become man's noble companions, ever gentle, ever devoted.
Thank you.
ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಸ್ಪರ್, ಆದರೆ ಆಸ್ಕರ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋದಂಥ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ವಿಸ್ಪರ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಸೋದು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಮೇ ಐ ನೌ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ ಜಿ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಹಿಸ್ ವ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆನ್ martial art, yet another very interesting art form amongst the 64 art forms. May I have Shri Sudarshan ji on stage, please, to kindly help us help the audience recognize. Shri Sudarshan ji, after many years of rigorous training and performing under his guru, he is the first Kalari artist to perform solo for 90 minutes called Kalari Sattvam. He holds high range book of world record and India Book of Record for this non-stop performance of Kalari Payattu for 90 minutes. He's been teaching many students and a senior teacher in Kalari Gurukulam. He has taken many workshops in India and abroad. Currently he is running artist management called Samatva and event head. Shri Sudarshan ji will be performing with his colleagues some of the parts of the Kalari Payattu presentation, and Kumari Ananya will be helping in the narration part. May I have Dr. Shri Sudarshan ji on dais, please. Parts of the Kalari Payattu presentation, and Kumari Ananya will be helping in the narration part. May I have Dr. Shri Sudarshan ji on dais, please.
I welcome you all to today's session on Yuddha Vidya. Yuddha Vidya is simply referred to as the martial arts of ancient India. The knowledge of various forms of combat was passed down from generation to generation through the Guru Shishya tradition. The art of war was not just a means of self-defense, but it also considered a spiritual practice that emphasized discipline, concentration, and self-control. The epics Ramayana and Mahabharata are great examples of how martial arts were a vital part of Indian culture. These epics describe how the warriors were trained under the guidance of great gurus like Dronacharya, and their arsenal included various human as well as divine aspects of warfare. The ancient Indian texts mention various forms of martial arts, including Dhanur Vidya, which describes the various positions and postures used by archers. According to legends, Dhanur Vidya was introduced by the creator himself and was taught by Lord Shiva to Parashurama, the Brahmin warrior guru. The text advises that the warriors be assigned to 5 divisions of training, including training on chariots, elephants, horseback, infantry, and wrestling. The greatest warriors known in the history of India practiced this culture, and their expertise in martial arts was unmatched. So we have heard that in Mahabharata, Yudhishthira in Mahabharata was said to be an expert in spear play, and Arjuna was a man of acute focus, and he was a master of archery, while Bhima relied on brute strength and sheer power. Apart from these, various other forms of martial arts have been practiced throughout the history of India, which include Kalari Payattu, Lathi Danda, Gadha, Kadga Vidya, etc. The practitioners were trained to cultivate qualities such as discipline, focus, determination, courage, and humility, which are essential for successful life. Yuddha Vidya have played a vital role in shaping the identity of India. It also has deep connections to Indian philosophy and spirituality, with many of the martial arts practices being used as a form of meditation or self-improvement. While Yuddha Vidya has historical and cultural significance in ancient India, many of the principles and strategies it teaches can be still applied in modern warfare. Now a video will be played.
ಬೇಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್, ಬೇಸು ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ.
Kalari Margam, Ancient Secrets for Modern Living. The art of combat,
Increase
glory
the
of
volume,
expression, a way of life and inspiration. This is the story of how Kalari Payattu, the Oriental ancient treasure trove, transforms people into warriors even in the modern day. India is a land known for rich cultural and traditional heritage. The plethora of ancient Indian traditions and knowledge systems were based on tried and tested methodologies. They were scientific and closer to nature. Many of these have withstood the test of time and age and emerged stronger and relevant to modern times. Its ancient wealth of art forms became the backbone of many modern practices. Kalari Payattu is one such art form and is considered the mother of all modern martial arts in the world. Learning Kalari Payattu can transform one to be a warrior, be it ancient times or now. Our ancestors watched, observed, and learned from their surroundings, mostly animals, their hunting tactics and movements. These basic hunting instincts became the foundation of Kalari Payattu movements. Weapons made out of the wood from the forests around, and later, as the metal was discovered, metal weapons added strength and power to the fighting form. Armed with this repertoire of knowledge, our ancestors honed a system of self-defense that emphasized on knowing one's own body, to control the body, to control the mind, to improve the reflexes, to win over with restraint. The emphasis was not on destruction, but to defend and protect oneself from the onslaught of enemies. The traditional training of Kalari Payattu is conducted in an enclosure called Kalari. This enclosure has precise dimensions of 42 feet by 21 feet, built of mud and other earthy material to conserve the heat and temperature within all seasons of the year. The Kalari entrance faces east, while its southwest corner within features a 7-tiered platform called the Puttara. Puttara houses the guardian deity of Kalari and its 7 tiers. These steps symbolize 7 gods and 7 abilities each Kalari practitioner aims to acquire. These 7 symbols are Vigneshwara, symbolic of strength, Chandiga for patience, Vishnu for commanding power, Vadugascha for the posture, Tadaguru for perfect training, Kali for the expression, and Davakastha Purusha for the sound. At dawn every day, students arrive at the Kalari on an empty stomach. They apply medicated or Ayurvedic oil all over their body before starting the day's training. The oil offers coolness and flexibility to the body and invigorates the veins and muscles. They then wear kacha, the traditional Kalari dress, a 27 feet long and 1 foot wide cotton cloth. Kacha is wrapped in a particular way to provide the required tightness to the hip and to support the navel region. It is believed that life energy is generated from the navel region, also called Nabhimula. Wearing a tight, firm kacha around the waist helps strengthen the Nabhimula, thus protecting the prana or the life force. Wearing a tight, firm kacha around the waist helps strengthen the Nabhimula, thus protecting the prana or the life force.
Kalaripaitu is mentioned in the Vadakkan Pattukal, a collection of ballads written about the Chekavar of the Malabar region of Kerala. In the Vadakkan Pattukal, it is stated that the cardinal principle of Kalaripaitu was that knowledge of the art be used to further worthy causes and not for advancement of one's own selfish interests. Kalaripaitu is a martial art designed for ancient battlefield, and it is also thought to be the oldest martial art in the world and the predecessor of all martial arts. Training ranges from weapons-free self-defense and stamina exercises through sparring with wooden sticks to battling with dangerous metal weapons such as the spear or the lethal urumi. The vigorous training regime of Kalaripaitu is excellent at improving fitness and flexibility as well as strength and hand-eye coordination. Furthermore, it focuses on both mental spiritual improvement, teaching focused meditation. The Kalaripaitu practice begins with a salutation. Ashta Vadivu. The word Ashta means 8 and Vadivu means posture. Kalaripaitu draws inspiration from the postures, attitudes and stances of various animals as they adopt the fight or the flight mode of self-protection. The animal postures are based on observation of vigilant animals and are aimed at concentrating power and achieving explosiveness, that is, generating the greatest possible force in the shortest possible time. Just as an animal before attacking or defending itself is crouched and ready to make a sudden, energetic and precise movement. The poses, like many other elements of Kalari training, have various effects on the body. They strengthen muscles. Often given position is held for several dozen seconds. They make the joints more flexible and they develop balance and stability. This form of training helps in dividing your attention between multiple tasks and demands, attending to key information within a large area, ignoring distractions, quickly picking out patterns, decision making in time-sensitive situations, and quickly recalling recent information. Ashta Vadivu. The first pose is called Varaha Vadivu or the wild boar pose. Gaja Vadivu, the animal pose. Marjala Vadivu, cat pose. Simha Vadivu, lion pose. Sarpa Vadivu, snake pose. Kukkuda Vadivu, rooster. Mayura Vadivu, peacock. And lastly, Ashwa Vadivu, horse pose. Verumkai or bare hand techniques means to oppose an enemy with bare hands without using any weapons. Verumkai is extremely important in Kalaripayattu, literally meaning bare hands. It trains a person to use his own body as a weapon both to defend himself against an armed or unarmed adversary and to overcome him physically. Thus, for the most obvious reasons, mastery in Verumkai boosts the self-confidence of the individual. The student is trained to sidestep for cover, cross his hand against the chest to protect his vital organs, use his fingers to execute certain specific grasps that will inflict pain on the enemy, break his organs or trip him, use the side of his hand to hit the marmas on the neck and the ribs, use the elbow and the knees to punch the chest, and so on. While the trick is to defend and attack simultaneously, Verumkai also teaches the student how to escape the clutches of the enemy and flee. Verumkai. Ottakkol, curved stick, one of the most unusual weapons of Kalaripayattu. The otta is long and curved with a handle at one end and a small club at the other. It is meant to honor the powerful trunk of an elephant. The curve of an otta represents an elephant tusks. There's an interesting story behind the genesis of Ottapayattu. This form of Kalaripayattu is conceptualized as a fight between a bull elephant and a lion. According to Hindu mythology, once when Lord Shiva was roaming around the forest in the guise of a hunter, he spotted the two animals locked in a tussle. He observed their tactics and later imparted all of them to sage Narada. This knowledge was handed down to earthlings and passed from one generation to another. This weapon also includes marma attack, meaning it attacked certain vital points on the body to overcome the enemy, and these points are known just by the masters of Kalari. There is a proverb in Kalari, he who is an expert of otta cannot be touched even in his sleep. Valamparija, sword and shield. Valamparija was the traditional set of weapons used in the battlefield. The best length for Val is 40 angulum, that is finger widths, approximately 70 centimeter or 2.5 feet. Sword and shield have a prominent place in Kalaripayattu. The use of Val Payattu, or the fight using sword and shield, was the most popular weapons among Kshatriyas, the ruling clan of Kerala in the days of monarchy. While the sword is used for attack, shield is used for defense from the enemy's sword. The shield is also used to fend off attacks with churika and urmi. The fight has 12 adavus or tactics within it. The main fighting form used for Valamparija is Puliyangam, or large cat form, which means tiger, panther or leopard in Malayalam interchangeably. It is a combination of different types of sword swings, attacks and defense with a shield, an imitation of the attack method of the puli. So practice of this weapon trains the fighter to become used to the sound of metal weapons clashing against each other, and they will lose their fear and reaction to these sounds. Valam Parija. with this, we conclude today's session. Hope you all found it interesting and informative. Wonderful music accompaniment was by Sri Anthony Das, and the artists on stage Sri Prakash Kumar and my respected guru Sri Sudarshan Sampath. Hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
And on narration it was Kumari Ananya. These artists have really taken all of us all together to a different world of martial arts, and probably all of us connoisseurs of art should be grateful to Samskriti Foundation for bringing all these art forms on one platform. They have extensively spoken about and demonstrated Kalaripayattu. Without much ado, we would like to move on to the next presentation. We have Dr. P.N. Ganesh Kumar sir to present his views on physical exercise yoga. This is something that all of us have some acquaintance with, but still there are a lot more to know. International yoga coach and referee, trained advanced yogic activities to students and created 16 Golden Book of World Records. Took main role to create Guinness record in International Yoga Day 2017 at Mysore. He has trained more than 682 yoga teachers and 39,200 plus yoga students, and he has got some of the awards and titles that have been conferred upon him. Yoga Ratna Award, Yoga Samrat Award, Yoga Bhushana, Yoga Makaranda, and so many. The list is so big. Himalaya Rajotsava Award. The list is really so big. It may take quite amount of his presentation time as well. Now, without much ado, I would like to introduce and call upon Dr. P.N. Ganesh Kumar sir to present his views on physical exercise yoga.
Namaste everyone. Today let us discuss related to fitness through our traditional yogic activities. Today I am going to just narrate the benefits, the procedure of different asana, pranayama, meditation, and blending of these different asanas to yogic dance, yoga nritya. I will present as well as we will practice together another half an hour. Thank you. Start with the PPT. And today's demonstrator, Sitara, she is completed post-graduation diploma in yoga therapy with the gold, and completed yoga certification board examination 1 and 3, and also she got several gold medals in the national level, and she created 2 world records during our Prime Minister visit to Mysore in 2022. Thank you very much. And first of all, I am going to thanks to this organization, Samskriti Foundation, and the ISKCON Temple to organize this very, very useful for the present day situation. Thank you. Yes. Please, PPT. Thank you. Yes. Little back. Yes, this is the presentation from Mysore Vivekananda Yoga Education Research Institution. This is situated at Vijayanagar, Mysore. Let us start the session with the Ghantanada and Shankanada. Please sit erect. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಶುಭಾಶಯವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಶುಭಾಶಯವನ್ನು ಕೀಪಿಂಗ್ ದ ಐಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ look within, focus on the breath. Keeping the eyes closed, just have look within. Feel smooth and long breathing. Let us hear the Shankhanada. Feel smooth and long breathing. Let us hear the enjoying this wonderful calmness. योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचा मलं शरीरस्य च वैद्यकेन योपाकरोत्तं प्रवरं मुनिना पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिरानतोऽस्मि आभावपुरुषाकारं शङ्खचक्रासिधारिणं सहस्रशिरसं श्वेतं प्रणमामि पतञ्जलिम् ॐ गुरुभ्यो नमः ॐ देवताभ्यो नमः ॐ परमर्षिभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ तत्सत्. With this wonderful preparation of the mind, let us move towards the next slide. Yoga, it's an art and science of health living. It's an ancient science. It is not only the 10 years, 15 years or 100 years science. It is thousands and thousands of years old. If you go back to Vedic period, pre-Vedic period and Ramayana, Mahabharata period, all the times our ancestors, they are using this yogic science to use their upliftment of the person from animal being to the human being, from human being to the superhuman beings, from superhuman being to the godly man, ultimately to the godliness. That science is called yoga. Through that yogic activities, we are going to have the lot of benefit, especially the fitness part. Next slide. Lot of benefit, especially this holistic approach of yoga brings all-round development of the personality, physical fitness, mental fitness, emotional fitness, spiritual fitness. If you go to the mental fitness, all direction, this yogic activity helps a lot. Next, benefits are many benefits from 8 to 80 or maybe more than that. They can practice, anybody according to their limitations. Yogic activities not only includes the asana part, it includes lot of other different stages. Next, this yoga, it is one of our 6 darshanas. We have the Shed darshanas, the Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya, Yoga, Purva Mimamsa and Paschima Mimamsa. Here, yoga is one special practice. Especially for the modern lifestyle, it is very essential how to use those yogic activities. Let us see. Next, yoga, it is a word comes from the word yuj. Yuj means next, the union, get together or merge. What to merge? Next, this is the meaning of yoga. Next, this is the slide that shows yujyate aneni iti yogaha. That means unite from, through that practice we can uplift the person from to the divinity. Next, always our goal of an individual is related to material, priority, false status, greed and revenge. Next, this related to all material priority. Through the yogic practice, next slide, we have to have the purpose of goal to within us. That is the next, merging of our body, mind and the spirit. That leads to the complete yogic activities. That is the yoga. That is the union. Next, focus, wisdom, contentment and compassionate. Here, through the bringing the harmony between body, mind and spirit, that we can gain the maximum benefit. Next, the purpose of yoga is to merging of self, that is the true self, to the supreme. The purpose of yoga is to merging of self, that is the true self, to the supreme. Next. Yes, yoga. Next. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Controlling the whirlpool of the mind stuff is called yoga according to Maharshi Patanjali. Next, samatvam yoga uchyate according to Bhagavad Gita. We have to have the samatva in all the situation. Next, yoga karmasu kaushalam. You have to have the methodological skillful action in each and every stage of life. That is called yoga according to Lord Krishna in the say of the Bhagavad Gita. Next, Mana Prashanopaya iti yoga. That is the sage Vasishta. Next, we have all these things related to upliftment of the person in all direction. In modern lifestyle, we are looking only the body concept. Body consists of cells, tissues, organ, then the system, different kinds of systems. Next, different types of things. That all togetherly we are going to see the body. When we are going to have the fitness related to this, we are focused only on this line. in the modern science. But according to our ancient science, according to Taittiriya Upanishad, we have the 5 koshas that we call the Pancha koshas: Annamaya kosha, Pranamaya kosha, Manomaya kosha, Vijnanamaya kosha and Anandamaya kosha. Once we have the fitness with all these different koshas, different levels, then only we can get the proper health, or called the good health. For that, next slide. Next, according to Maharishi Patanjali, he is called the codifier of the yoga. He given the 196 sutras called aphorism with 4 stages: Samadhi Pada, Sadhana Pada, Vibhuti Pada and Kaivalya Pada. It consists of 196. And he advocated, next slide, 8 different steps called Yama Niyama Asana Pranayama Pratyahara Dharana Dhyana Samadhayo Ashtavangani. 8 steps. That this is the path of will, means to control over our mind. For that we have the different 8 steps. That means asana itself is not yoga, combinedly togetherly what we call the Yama Niyama Asana Pranayama Pratyahara Dharana Dhyana Samadhi, all togetherly we call it as a yoga. With that, in the modern lifestyle we are focusing more about the asana part than pranayama and the meditation part. In Yama, 5 aspects: Satya, Himsa, Asteya, Parigraha, Brahmacharya. If you have these 5, then Niyama, Shaucha, Santosha, Tapassu, Swadhyaya, Ishvara, Pranidhana. With these 10 pillars, it is possible to build up the proper personality or the proper building of the person. Next important stage is called as this asana, then pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. Yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, all together we call it as a bahiranga yoga. Then dharana, dhyana, samadhi we call it as a antaranga yoga. Next, according to Maharishi Patanjali, through the practice of asana, we are going to liberate this dvandva bhigataha. We have the duality, whether we have to do or not, we have to go or not. Like this, in every stages we have the duality. Through the practice of asana, we are overcome the duality. Then according to Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Yogi Swatmarama, he is telling about the, through the practice of asana, we can get the steadiness of the body, mind and diseaselessness of the person. That's why asana is having the more importance in the modern lives. Next, according to our Gheranda Samhita, we have the 84 lakhs of asanas. It is not possible to list out the asanas. 84 lakhs of species are there. We can practice such number of asanas. For the easy recognition, we have the 3 categories: meditative posture, relaxative posture and cultural postures, and different asanas. We can have the different standing, sitting, prone and supine. Now we can go for the practice. What are the important practice to do this asana part to get the what we call the fitness? Next, for the yogic practice, through the yogic practice, we have the fitness, Surya Namaskar, asana, we have the going to get the fitness, the same slide. We can use as the same for the therapy, beautiness and the stress buster as well as the wellness. To get the what you call the fit through the yogic activities, we will go for the practically the Guru Namaskar, Surya Namaskar and different types of asanas, and combination of different asanas into a yogic nritya. Like this we can use easily, we can practice, and also we can practice the pranayama, meditation as well as. Now Sita Rashi is going to show the Guru Namaskar. Next slide. It is a one ancient practice. Guru Namaskara, it is the salutation from Bhima to the Anjaneya. Ekam. You see the this one. Dvi, Namaskara Mudra. Treni, place the palm and touch the knee. Chatvari. Pancha, go down and come up. Now slight jump, place the forehead on the ground. Again jump, right leg forward. Push the leg and take the leg back. Once we go for the right side, we can go for the left also. Ekam. Again jump, right leg forward. Dvi. Treni. Chatvari. Pancha. Shat. Sapta. Ashto. This is called the Guru Namaskar. Very simple but very useful to entire system of the body, as well as we are synchronizing the breathing here in each and every stage, and also synchronization of the mind. And one more ancient practice is called as a Surya Namaskar. It includes the 12 different steps. Namaskara Mudra. Ekam inhale, Urdhvasana. Dvi exhale, Hastapadasana. Treni right. Chatvari. Next slide. Pancha. Shat. Sapta. Next slide. Ashto. Nava. Dasha. Right. Ekadasha. Dvadasha. Completely bend back. Stretch and back to position. We can go for the 6 rounds, 12 rounds. We can use this for traditional method 108 rounds also for the complete the avarta. With this preparation of the body through the Guru Namaskar and Surya Namaskar, we can go for the different asana part, from simple to the complex practice. Our ancestors, they are using the different asanas. Take the position. Next, we can go for the simple asana, meditative posture, Padmasana. Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 Yes. Next. Yes. This comes under the meditative posture, Padmasana and Vajrasana. Vajrasana is nothing but the thunderbolt position. Padmasana is the lotus posture. We can use this simple practice to study purpose or the prayer and long sitting purpose. To stay the mind very calm and quiet, these meditative postures are very useful. This we call as a cobbler posture, Bhadrasana. Next slide. For the girls section or the women section, this is the one of the beautiful practice. For the all menstrual disorders, lower abdomen pain, this is the one of the simple and very useful practice even for the normal delivery. Next, Virasana. This is the hero pose. Virasana. Fold the legs and split the legs. This is the Virasana pose. Next, Simhasana. We go for the Simhasana. All these practices, very simple practice, but you are going to get the maximum benefit with this simple practice. Next, the one of the very useful practice to gain the concentration and the stability of the body is the Vrikshasana. Vriksha is nothing but the tree pose, one of the popular pose. Here in the asana, 3 stages. That is the when we go to the final position, you have to stay the final position and you have to go for the demounting, means the mounting, final position, and you have to come back with the same procedure. Here in the asana, at the final position, you have to focus on one point, as well as we have to have the control over the breath. Then automatically we can have the static stretching and we are going to gain the maximum benefit with the less effort. This is the speciality of the asana. Next, we go for the Ustrasana, camel posture. This helps to bring the beautiness and very useful for the back pain, as well as it is helps to open up the thoracic region. That's why for the asthma and respiratory disorder, this is one of the beautiful practice. Yes, relax. Next, there is the Gomukhasana. The face of the go means the cow, the posture looks. That's why it is called as a Gomukhasana for hunchback and the back pain. This is one of the beautiful practice. Next, one of the very useful for the present day is the Ardha Matsyendrasana. For the diabetic problem, to activate the pancreas, this is one of the beautiful practice, very simple practice. At the final position, you have to stay with the calm, quiet, natural breathing. Once we go for the right side, you have to practice the same with the left also. Then Bhujangasana. Bhujanga look like the cobra. This is the cobra position. Next, Dhanurasana. Bhujanga look like the cobra. Next, all comes under the Matsyasana, fish posture. Next, all comes under the one of the beautiful practice for the back pain as well as the thoracic disorder. And we can shift to the advanced practice also. We can go for the Ekapada, Padangushta, Manipurasana. Next, Parivritta Trikonasana. We can go for the Ekapada, Padangushta, Manipurasana. Next, Garudasana. You have the young children's lot of advanced practices, but we have to show even in the middle age we can practice like this. Garudasana, then Ekapada Rajakapotasana. You have the young children's lot of advanced practices, but we have to show even in the middle age we can practice like this. Even with the 50, 55, 60 we can practice these simple practice. You can gain the total fitness. Relax. We can go for the Kurmasana. Even with the 50, 55, 60 we can practice these simple practice. You can gain the total fitness. Relax. Akarana Dhanurasana. You can go for the Kurmasana. After the practice of different yogic activities, relax. At the end we have to go for the Shavasana also. Shavasana is the one of the get ready for the music, yogic dance. The Shavasana is the one of the beautiful practice. Shava is nothing but the dead body. Once you go for the Shavasana, we have to control over our breath, the heartbeat, then the breathing rate and the whole body. For that we can get the maximum benefit. Shavasana helps not only to gain the physical fitness and also it helps to reduce the stress. That's why Shavasana is the one of the difficult asanas and also it is a simple for the common man. Now let us go for the combination of different asanas to merge as a Yoga Nritya. We can see the Yoga Nritya. Please get ready with the music. Another 5 minutes we will conclude the session. 1 minute. Stay. 1 second. Stay. 1 second. Yes, you can start the music now.
सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूरन कीजिए काज देवकी नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूरन कीजिए काज मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी मनमोहन छवि इतनी प्यारी मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी मनमोहन तेरी छवि इतनी प्यारी बंसी बजैया रास रचैया तारन हार मेरे तुम ही के भैया तुमसे बड़ा कहाँ कौन कन्हैया श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा देवकी नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज लीला परंपार तेरी तू माखन चोर कहावे भवसागर से सबकी नैया तू ही पार लगावे लीला परंपार तेरी तू माखन चोर कहावे भवसागर से सबकी नैया तू ही पार लगावे भक्तों का सहारा तू बांसुरी वाला मथुरा के बसैया ओ नंद के लाला तेरी भक्ति में नाचे सबका ताथिया श्री कृष्ण गोविंद श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा देवकी नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज देवकी नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज श्री कृष्ण गोविंद श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा देवकी नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज देवकी नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज
Thank you very much. This combination of this bhakti yoga to this fitness, we can gain the not only the physical fitness and also the mental fitness to reach the divinity. Thank you for the opportunity and let us conclude with the prayer. Laye sambhodhaye chittam vikshiptam shamayet punaha शकशायं विजानीयात् फलप्राप्तं न चालयेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् थैंक यू वेरी मच हरिः ॐ तत्सत्
ನನಗೆ ಯೋಗ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಡಮ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಮುಖ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನವಾಗಿರಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಸಿತಾರ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು. ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡುವಾಗಲೂ ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಮುಖ ಗಂಟಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಶಿ ವಾಸ್ ಸೋ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟಬಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ awesome actually. May I now request Miss Meera Madam to kindly come up on stage to sum up the session. She was so presentable and awesome actually. request Ms. Meera Madam to kindly come up on stage to some of the session.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. All the three sessions, which was exclusive and extremely interesting, and practically also it was demonstrated, all the three sessions, one with the video, two with the physical demonstration. Amazingly beautiful it was. I should thank all the three speakers. To sum it up, ಇವಾಗ ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಖಲಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅರಸ್ ಅವರು ಫಸ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ಸು ಆರಿಜಿನ್ ಹೇಗೆ, ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಬಂತು, ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಕಲ್ಪ್ಚರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ಸಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾರಿಯಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಡಿಡ್ ದ ಕಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಡ್ಡ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಹೌ ಟು ಟೇಮ್ ದೋಸ್ ಆ್ಯನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದೆಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ವಿತ್ ಅ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಫ್ ಕೆಡ್ಡ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೌ ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ಸಿ ವಾಟ್ ಡು ವಿ ಡೂ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ದೀಸ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಸಸ್ ಹೌ ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಹಾಕಿ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಲ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು TTDನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಪದ್ಮಾವತಿ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಆನೆ ಏನು ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ, ಕಪಾಲ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಸರಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಆನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದು ಸತ್ತ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಡೆದಾಗ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಣಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪರ್ಲ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಪರ್ಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪದ್ಮಾವತಿ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲ್ರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲ್ರಿ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಪರ್ಲ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಇಟ್ ರಿಮೈಂಡೆಡ್ ಮೀ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವೆನ್ ದೇ ವರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅ ಲಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಖಲಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅರಸ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. Next is Mr. Sudarshan Kalaripayattu, which is the history of Kalaripayattu ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು ನಮಗೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಪರಶುರಾಮನಿಂದ, ಅಂದರೆ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ ಪರಶುರಾಮ ವೆನ್ he did the avataram as a sixth avataram of Vishnu, and he reclaimed Kerala from Arabian Sea. That is what is the belief, and this dates to 200 BCE, and between 200 BCE to 600 CE ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೌ ಕಲರಿಪಯಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವಾಸ್ತು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಒಂದು ಆಯ, ಅಂದರೆ 42 ಅಡಿ ಬೈ 21 ಅಡಿ ಬಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಕಡೆ ಏನೇನು ಇಡಬೇಕು ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಟ್ರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಹಚ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಥರ ವೆಪನ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಥರ 27 ಅಡಿ ಬಟ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ಸುತ್ತಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅವರ ಪರ್ಫಾಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ 5 ವಿಧವಾದ ಪರ್ಫಾಮೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ವರಾಹ ವಿಧಿವು ಮತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟವಿಧಿವು, ವೆರಣ್ಕೈ, ವಟ್ಟಪಯಟ್ಟು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೇಕಂ ಕಲಿಚೆ. So all these things, sorry for my pronunciation, but it was very nicely demonstrated, excellently done with that Kalaripayattu art form. ಆಮೇಲೆ thanks to Dr. Sudarshan and team. Next is Mr. Dr. Ganesh Kumar. He said about how yoga and science is related to our body, that is mind, body and soul. If they are in harmony, how we can attain the ultimate, the goal of a human being. ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ವಿವರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. In fact, yoga is an art, because we, as an architect, I can say that all these are related to art. Whatever we saw from morning, which is sculpture, the elephants and horses in art, and then the next is the Kalaripayato also is an art form, purely an art form, and then yoga also is an art. ಅದನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಮಾನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಾಣಾಯಾಮ, which is a completely a spiritual aspect of yoga, which can take you to any level. Even realization can be done with pranayama, ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಯೋಗ. So, I mean, this realization of soul is done through pranayama. Pranayama alone can get into that. Also, there is a theory for that. So, ಈ ಥರ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಸೋಲ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಗಣೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೀಮ್. Thank you all for the beautiful session. Thank you. And I thank Dr. Alvar and their team for excellent sessions from yesterday, which is going on here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was so much of information in a nutshell, and thank you so much for being so attentive and pointing out each and every minute aspects of the presentation, and thank you for being with us here. We would also request you to honor the artists who presented about their art form. May I have Dr. K. Mekhala Kagliji on stage, and also Shri M.A. Lakshmikant Rajaras on stage to kindly receive our token of respect. I request Meera ma'am to kindly honor them on behalf of Samskriti Foundation. May I request to come on to the center of the stage, please? Shri Sudarshan ji, after many years of rigorous training and performing under his guru, he is the first Kalari artist to perform solo for 90 minutes called Kalari Sattva. Well, that was a smooth horse ride. Thank you so much. World record and India Book of Record for this non-stop performance of Kalari Payattu for 90 minutes. He's been teaching many students and a senior teacher in Kalari Gurukulam. He has taken many workshops in India and abroad. Currently, he is running artist management called Samatva and event head. Shri Sudarshan ji will be performing with his colleagues some of the probably all elephants whisper. Thank you so much again. May I request Shri Sudarshan and team to kindly come up on stage to receive the honor. You may have to stay with us, ma'am, for some more time. Because all the team members to kindly come up on stage. Musician, the narrator, everyone, the left. Oh, okay. Musician, the narrator, the left. ಅಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು Shri Prakash ji. It was a great combination, great demonstration. Thank you, Prakash ji, for the presentation. In their absence, we would also thank Mr. Anthony and Ananya for their kind support. May I request now Dr. P.N. Ganesh Kumar and Sitara Madam to kindly come up on stage to receive the honor. May I request now Dr. P.N. Ganesh Kumar and Sitara Madam to kindly come up on stage to receive the honor. ಒಂದೆರಡು ತಿಂಗಳು ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಟು ಬೋತ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಡೆಮಾನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್. May I request Alvarji to kindly honor Ms. Meera ma'am. Thank you, Sitara ma'am, for the wonderful presentation on behalf of Samskriti Foundation. Thank you, Sitara ma'am, for the wonderful presentation on behalf of Samskriti Foundation. May I request Alvarji to kindly honor Ms. Meera ma'am for her presence and sharing the session and summing up the session so well, so educatively. Thank you so much, ma'am. Meera ma'am for her presence and sharing the session and summing up the session so well, so educatively. Thank you so much, ma'am. Meera Natampalli madam, Heritage Architect and Head, Secos Architects, Bengaluru. Heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Samskriti Foundation. Thank you so much, madam. ಈ ಇಡೀ ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಶಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟಲ್ಮೆನ್, ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿ ಟೇಕ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್. ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಪ್ ಕಾಫಿ ಆರ್ ಟೀ, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಟೀ ಈಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್. ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಎ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್. ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ದ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಸ್ 11:49 to be precise, and we will assemble here at 11:55. ಆ ಗೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆರ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಡಯಾಸ್, ಆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಗೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆರ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಡಯಾಸ್, ಆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. With that gratitude for him and requesting him to chair this session, we would like to call upon Srimati Tanushree SN on stage to kindly present her experience and views on traditional Indian board games. Tanushree SN has emerged as an pioneering entrepreneur and cultural custodian. Her visionary enterprises Roll the Dice and Trita have become synonymous with the resurgence of traditional Indian board games and the introduction of culturally inspired educational sets for children. Tanushree SN represents the spirit of India's cultural future, a future where tradition and innovation coalesce to create experiences that are educative, entertaining and enlightening. With that introduction, I would request Miss Srimati Tanushree SN to kindly present her views and experience and her findings with the traditional Indian board games.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ಮಹೋದರ ಭಗಿನಿಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಕಲಾಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯುಳ್ಳವರೇ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು 64 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ 64 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ತರಹ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಆ 64 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 3 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳು ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ದ್ಯೂತ ವಿಶೇಷ. ದ್ಯೂತ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನೋವಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಗ್ಯಾಂಬ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಪ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ನಾವು ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಅಕ್ಷಕ್ರೀಡಾ. ಅಕ್ಷಕ್ರೀಡಾ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಡೈಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಗೇಮ್. ಮೂರನೇದು ಬಂದು ಬಾಲ ಕ್ರೀಡಾನಕ, ಅಂದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳುಗಳು ಆಡೋ ಅಂಥ ಟಾಯ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಥರದ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ. 3 ವಿದ್ಯೆನೂ ಇವಾಗ ಇರೋ ಒಂದು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೋರ್ ಆನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಗೇಮ್. ಸೊ ಈ 64 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 3 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳು ಕ್ರೀಡೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಕ್ರೀಡೆಗಳು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಡೀ ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹಾಯಾಗಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಓಡುತ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಥ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಆಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದೇ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಮಗಿಂತ ಒಂದು ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಯಾರೇ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೇಳಿ, ಅಜ್ಜಿ ತಾತ ಅಥವಾ ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಮೊಮ್ಮಕ್ಕಳು ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆಟಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದರು. ಅದು ಚೌಕಾಬಾರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪಗಡೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಳುಗುಣಿ ಮಣೆ, ಪಲ್ಲಂಗುಣಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನೂ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಟಗಳಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದೇನೋ ಚೌಕಾಬಾರ ಪಗಡೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಆಟಗಳು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಚೌಕಾಬಾರ ಪಗಡೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಟಗಳಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಮೈಂಡಿಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗ ಇದೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ? ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಆಡೋ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಂಗಣಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬುದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಕಸರತ್ತು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ಸಿಂದ ಆಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಥರದ ಆಟಗಳು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಹಳೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಆಟದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಆಟಗಳು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಟೂಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್, ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಎ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್, ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬೇಲೂರು, ಹಳೇಬೀಡು, ಹಂಪೆ ಅಥವಾ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಮೊಢೇರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಸೋಮನಾಥ್ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಗುಜರಾತಲ್ಲಿರೋದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಗೇಮ್ನ ಕೆತ್ತಿರೋದು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಈಗ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತವಾಗಿ ಈ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಗೇಮ್ಗಳು ಇಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಇದು ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಪರ್ಸ್ನಾಲಿಟಿ ಗ್ರೋತಿಗಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟವಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಆದರೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಈಗ ಒಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟೇ ಈ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೂ ನಾನು ಕಲ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನೋ ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರೋದು ಒಂದು ಚೂರು ಪಾರನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಆಟ ಆಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಮೊದಲನೇದು ನೋಡಿ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ. ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್, ಫುಡ್, ಕ್ಲಾತ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಸೇ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈಸ್ ಈವನ್ ಇನ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಗೇಮ್. ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಪ್ಲೇಡ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ರೀಜನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಈಗ ಪಗಡೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಪಗಡೆ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ. ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಭಾ ಪರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಪಗಡೆ ಆಡೋದು. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದ ಒನ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಚೇಂಜರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ. ಸೊ ಸಭಾ ಪರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಗಡೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಪಗಡೆ ಪ್ಲೇಡ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನ್, ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು, Karnataka and all. So some place with wooden dice, some place with cowrie shells and all. So India is a land of diversity for sure. Next comes like how we have different kind of weather, geographical features and all. We have different kinds of game from South India, East, West, North. If you can ask what is maximum in South India, it's Pallanguni Mane and Pagade and Chaukabara. If you ask what is most popular in East, it's Shollogutti, 16 soldier game. And if you ask what is most popular in North, it's Chausar and Wagbakri. And if you ask what is most popular in West, it's more of a Navakankari game and all, Tabla. So now each game has its own legacy, traditions. ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ತಾಬ್ಲಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಆಟ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಈ ತಾಬ್ಲಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಆಟ ಕೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ರೀಜನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ರೇಸ್ ಗೇಮ್. ಸೊ ಗೇಮ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಗೇಮ್ ಈಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫೈಡ್ ಆಸ್ ರೇಸ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಆರ್ ಹಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಗೇಮ್ ಆರ್ ಲಕ್ ಗೇಮ್. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈಚ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಎ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಲುಕ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟೆಡ್, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ನೀವು ಆಟ ಆಡೋ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ನೀವು ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎಂಜಾಯಿಂಗ್ ದ ಫನ್, ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ದ ಫನ್. ಸೊ ತಾಪ್ಲಾ ಬಂದು ಕೊಂಕಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಳಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು, ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗಿಫ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ. ಇದು ಸೇಮ್ ಬಂದರೆ ಮಿಥಿಲಾ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಾಶಿ ಹತ್ರ ಮಿಥಿಲಾ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಹಳೆ ಮಿಥಿಲಾ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಬೇರೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚೌಸಾರನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಗಿಫ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಕೊಂಕಣಿ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳುಗುಳಿ ಮನೆನ ಗುರುಪಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಆ ಗುರುಪಾಳೆನ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸಲ ಅಳಿಯ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅತ್ತೆ ಅಳಿಯ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಗೇಮನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಥರ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಚೆನ್ನೆಮಣೆ ಬಂದು ತುಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿರೋ ತುಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತವಾಗಿರೋದು. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ 1-2 ಆಟ ಕೊಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 21 ಥರ ಆಟ ಇದೆ. ಅಳುಗುಣಿ ಮಣೆ ಪಲ್ಲಂಗುಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ಲೇ 21 ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈಚ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಎ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್, ಆಯಿತಾ. ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ತೊಗೊತೀನಿ, ಸೀತೆ ಆಟ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ 1 ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಗೇಮ್, ಆಯಿತಾ. ಅದು ಫಿಬೋನೆನ್ಸಿ ಸೀರೀಸ್ನ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಫಿಬೋನೆನ್ಸಿ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಿಂಗಳ ಫಿಬೋನೆನ್ಸಿ ಸೀರೀಸ್. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಷನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಸೇಸ್ ಪಿಂಗಳ ಫಿಬೋನೆನ್ಸಿ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 1 ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಗೇಮ್. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ 3 players, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಅರಸ, ಮಂತ್ರಿ, ಸೈನಿಕ. ಸೊ ಅರಸ, ಮಂತ್ರಿ, ಸೈನಿಕ ಇಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಹೌ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಪ್ಪ ಅಥವಾ ಗೇಣಿ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಹೌ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನೌ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ವಿತ್ ಸಮ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, ಪರಮಪದ ಸೋಪಾನ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಹಾವು ಏಣಿ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಹಾವು ಏಣಿ ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲ್ಯಾಡರ್ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕರಿತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಡೆರೈವ್ಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪರಮಪದ ಸೋಪಾನ. ಪರಮಪದ ಸೋಪಾನ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಅಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಗುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಡೀಡ್ಸ್. The ladder represents the virtue and snake represents the vices. So how our karma, good, punya, papa, pala do that. That is the original snake and ladder which is developed in India, and the later one adapted version whatever we have is this kind of a snake and ladder. If you take Ludo is nothing but advanced form of current generation development of Pagade. So Ludo is actually derived from Pagade. So it has the basic concept, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಟೀಚಸ್ ದ ಅನ್ಪ್ರೆಡಿಕ್ಟಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೋಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್. ವೆನೆವರ್ ಯು ಥ್ರೋ ಎ ಡೈ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಕೌಂಟ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ರೂಷಿಯಲ್ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್. ಹೌ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್, what kind of part to take, not to take, how to forecast the future. So these games help us to do that one. Next slide. So chess is one of the fantastic game. Everybody loves it, so it has its own strategic movement and all. So each role represents several peoples in our life, like Raja, Rani, Mantri, Sainika. So, and we should know how to move each of the roles and pawns in the game of our life, and how to go ahead with the wisdom and patience. Next slide. So, Chokabara is one of the best board game which is still played very much in South India. Okay, so it comes in variant formats: 4, 5 house, 7 house, 9 house and 11 house. People ask why we are playing only with 4 coefficients. There is a reason. See, if you have this 5 house, you know that these are safe points, gatta. So, to move from one gatta to another gatta, you need 4 or multiples of 4, 4, 8. So, that's the reason we use only 4 coefficients. The same principle applies for this 7 house. So, to move from one gatta to another gatta or one safe house to another safe house, we need multiples of 6, means 6, 12 and all. So, each game is designed so carefully to enhance the mathematical ability, cognitive skill, thinking ability, logical reasoning, and it definitely busts our stress. So, next is Pallanguni. I was talking about Pallanguni. If you go to Tamil Nadu, they play Raja Pandi, Sita Pandi, Kalyana Pandi, Kattu Pandi, Mule Patti and all. If you come to Karnataka side, we play Kashi Ata, Mule Kattu Ata, Sirimane Sampattu, ಇದು ಕರು ಹಾಕೋ ಆಟ, ಕರು ಬಾಚೋ ಆಟ, ಈ ಥರ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಗೋ ಟು ತುಳುನಾಡು ರೀಜನ್, ದೇ ಪ್ಲೇ ಪೆಗ್ಗ, ಪುಲೆ ಪೆಗ್ಗ, ಎಕ್ಕಾಟಿ, ಮುಕ್ಕಾಟಿ, ಎರತೆ ನೆಕ್ಕ, ಒತ್ತೆ ನೆಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಗೇಮ್ which can be played with one single board game and which teaches different types of mathematical things. It's mainly a game of sow and reap. Uttu ಬೆಳೆನ ಉತ್ತು ಬಿತ್ತಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೋ ಅಂತ. So it happens like that, and kids will learn about the management of scarce resources. Resources are not plenty. They have to use it carefully, the same way how we need to use our life, time, lessons, learning in a very betterful judged way. Next slide. So Navakankari, this is very good game which is liked by most of the people who come to me or whoever learns this. This game, you feel it's very complex. No, all of you have played this game. The simplest form of this game is tic-tac-toe, 3 cross, circle and cross. You know that is the simplest form. This is very advanced form. You may call it as tic-tac-toe on hyperactive mode or on a steroid, high steroids. Next one is, this is Shologutti. It's called as 16 soldiers game, 16 ಸಿಪಾಯಿಗಳ ಆಟ. And this game you can find in Hampe. This game you ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಪ್ರಾಂಗುಳಿ ಜಗಣ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವ, ಸೊ ಈ ಗೇಮ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆತ್ತಿರೋದು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ದಿಸ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್, ಹೌ ಟು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್, ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್, ಹೌ ಟು ಬಿ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್. So it's a very fantastic game. This game helps to learn the chess in a better way. Next slide. So we have a different types of game. Whatever I have shown is very limited. Still there are more games to be rediscovered and to present it in a form which is more appealing and to the young generation and all. So we are making effort. And when I say Bala Kridanaka, we already have a lot of toys which is very traditional. Chennapatna irbodu athwa Andhra Pradeshaddu, ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ್ದು ಮರ್ತೋಗಿದೆ ಅದರ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಅದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಆಟಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮದು ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲದ್ದೇ ಆಟಗಳಿದೆ. ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ರೆನೋವೇಷನ್, ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ಸೂಟೇಬಲ್ ಟು ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ಸ್ ದ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೆರಿಟೇಜ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸೊ ಈ ಗೇಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಗೇಮಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಬನ್ನಿ ಈ ಗೇಮ್ನ ಆಟಾಡಿ, ಆ ಗೇಮಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫಿಗೆ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೀವು ಇಡೀ ದಿವಸ ಎಷ್ಟು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತೀರ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಎಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡೇ ವಿತ್ ಎ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಗೇಮ್, ಒಂದು ಫ್ರೆಶ್ನೆಸ್, ಆ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಸ್ಲೀಪ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ವೇಕ್ ಅಪ್ ವಿತ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡೇ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಟಿವ್. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Perhaps now we know the secret of her smile. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಗುಟ್ಟನ್ನ ನಮಗೂ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. I now request Sri Hemant Kumar ji, pet hobbyist and manufacturer and wholesaler of exotic pet food and accessories, Mysuru. Training of birds, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು is a well-known businessman in the exotic pet industry, running a company called Ranchos Enterprises, where they manufacture exotic birds, food and supplements. They also provide guidance on bird keeping to youngsters. ಹೀಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಬರ್ಡ್ ಕೀಪಿಂಗ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವರ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಮೇ ಐ ನಾವ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸಿ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಹಿಸ್ ವ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ಟ್.
Good afternoon all, this is Hemant. So my topic for the day is actually on training of birds, and I've given it as an eye-opening discussion by Hemant. So you, over the discussion, you'll get to know what is the actual meaning of it. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, let's see the history of bird keeping or training of birds and where we use the birds in the initial days. So we all know the history of Ramayana, where we had Jatayu, the bird which has been trained and been the final protector savior for Mother Sita. It tried its heart's final effort, but it couldn't succeed the Ravan. But still, we can see how he sacrificed its life to protect the Mother Sita. After the Ramayana age, the prehistoric age, what we can see about birds and where we have used birds much is first from the sailors, maybe about 1,000 years before, when the people were wandering in search of land and resources for any types of food or any natural resources. They were not well educated, or they were not aware of where we get it. So they used to cross the oceans, borders and all to search where they can get the actual resources they need. And those times when they get lost in the middle of the ocean, they don't know how to move towards any direction. So they used to carry a lot of birds in individual cages. They used to leave the birds in the middle of the ocean. If the bird keeps on flying around the ship, they feel like there is no land around, and if just in case if a bird moves to a direction, it never comes back. So they all try to go to that direction, considering there's a land or the bird has found a place to settle up somewhere. So this is one major time where the revolutionary of using of birds in the hobby or the actual purpose of the birds have been used. The next one is we call it as mailer pigeons. Sorry, the previous slide. The mailer pigeons, where we all know our royal heritage palaces, our rajas and all used to keep pigeons as an source of passing of the message between their kingdoms or from one place to the other region. And at the same time, the birds, there are many fancy birds, colorful birds, which they used to keep it for their beauty, and few used to keep it for the melody, song or the singing ability of those birds. So which played a prominent role for them in the entertainment or in the leisure time for the royal families. Can you have the next slide? So if you want to go to the understand on how to train a bird or how to make the bird speak or how to get the bird acclimatized to your condition and your behaviors, there are a lot of steps, and it's a very large or a vast understanding. You cannot definitely get it in a small discussion period, but I'll try to brief you in a small step-by-step understanding of it. So just in case, let's consider we all have birds at our home. We all have small birds, any budgies or lovebirds that we have caged in as a pet in our home, and we all know they get scared or they don't get acclimated to you, or they don't when you try to touch the bird, they get scared. It's not because the bird doesn't like you or they don't interact with the human. It's only because the bird takes a lot of time. And see, even if you move your hand in a slower posture, it feels really fast for them. The understanding or the intake of the bird's memory is little different. So we'll have to get acclimatized to that. If you see, initially what you can do is just gently take your hand or a finger inside, just the finger inside the bird cage. The bird will get to know the human is safe to them, and you are even a good person towards it. Then the next way is like people will try to feed the bird. It's like the bird gets to know that you are not a threat to it, rather you are a person who's helping the bird to survive better. Maybe this is the next stage of getting the bird tamed towards you, make the bird gain the trust towards you. And this process is not a very quick process. You can't just try to put your finger or the hand towards the bird on the day one, and the next day you don't expect the bird to eat food from your hand. So this will definitely take about a week or 10 days, or even on a slower period. Later on, once the bird start to take food from your hand, you can try the bird to take on your finger, or just try to speak to the bird to step up on the fingers, and they will, over a period of time, they'll definitely come. And this is how a small bird, even a bird of 5 gram, weighing 5 gram, can definitely get adjusted to you and become tame towards yourself. So this is one false practice in the industry of bird keeping, or the everybody does it in the home. They normally, what happens is, when you go to any shop or where you get a bird at your home, people say to clip the wings. It's like just to cut the wings so that the bird doesn't fly away, and so that the bird stays at your home. And this is one practice that has been done from our ancestral ages. Even when you see the royal period, even the Rajas and Ranis used to clip the wings of the bird so that it doesn't fly away, and they used to keep it as a pet with them. This is one practice which has to be changed, and where there is a need of awareness towards this, because this is definitely a portion of animal cruelty and not the right way of training a bird. I'll tell you what best can be done. See, the previous steps what you have seen will give you a basic example on how to start training a bird, and this is definitely a false practice, and I'll tell you what best we can do next. See, the best way is to spend some quality time with your bird. Once you get the bird out of the cage, you can start playing with the bird just by shifting the bird from one hand to the another hand. The birds will get used to it, and it will definitely not fly away once it gains the trust. And later on, wherever you spend your time, maybe watching TV or reading your newspaper on the day to day, at least about for 15 minutes or 30 minutes, when you have a bird, you can definitely have some quality time with the bird. Later on, just ensure, once you play around with the bird, just ensure to leave the bird back inside the cage. And if you want to prepare a bird to talk, the very first thing that you have to do is, every morning when you get up and you see a bird, and if the bird, first ensure the bird has the ability to talk. There are many types of birds in the industry. I'll talk about the other birds in the next slide. The major thing is, few birds can talk and few cannot talk. So just ensure, will these birds talk or not. Wherever you're buying a bird, or if you have any bird at your home, just ensure before trying this practice. You start talking to the bird, saying a good morning when you wake up, just like how we treat our family members once we get up. Let's say good morning to a bird, and keep talking hello or hi, and start repeating with the bird, so that the bird will also understand. This will definitely, as I said, this will definitely not happen on the same day, but definitely a bird will start to talk about 15 days or 20 days or 30 days. See, for example, when we were kids, our parents took almost 3-4 years to make us start talk a single word or 2 words. Even for us to call Amma and Appa, we took about 1.5-2 years in the initial days. The same way, the bird will also have a time. Its vocal ability will improve over a period of time. Definitely for us to talk fluently and good, we took about 8-10 years. Understand a bird which is about 10 grams or 50 grams or 300 grams of weight, how much time it will definitely take. And imagine the brain size of a bird, how much memory it can inherit, and it will definitely take a lot of time. But definitely a bird will talk if its vocal ability is prominent. Okay, so if you want to buy a bird, see, I don't really want to take you all to where we saw the bird and where and all we have used the bird in the past. But let's see how we have to take care of the birds in the future or in the present days. We'll have to discuss on that much. So if you want to choose a bird, if you don't have a bird at your home, and if you definitely have to choose a bird, few basic characteristics that you will have to consider before buying a bird is size of the bird. There are birds which are very small, let's say, as I said, about 10 grams in weight. And there are few birds which weighs about 2 kgs, and there are ostriches which can weigh about 40 to 50 kgs, which are legally available in the market to keep as a pet. So decide what is the size of the bird that you need, and what is the space that you have at your place to ensure you have the right bird with you. And then we talk about the necessary diets. This is one prominent thing where people have to consider and to spend a lot of prominent time in understanding the diet of the bird. There are many birds that can eat only nuts. Let's say about the types of seeds. There are more than 50 types of seeds available to feed a bird, and parallelly there are few types of birds which can only eat fruit. And for those birds, if you try to feed them a lot of grains or seeds, they'll have heart attack and they will choke and they will lead to death. The next thing is the sound of the bird. Why I gave a prominence towards the sound of the bird is there are few birds which screams a lot. If you given a very small space and where you don't have a compassionate towards the bird, and if you don't spend a quality time with them, there are few birds which are very tiny and they are melodious and they sing a lot, and it gives you good pleasure in the morning routine, and it gives you a very fresh mind in the morning when you wake up. So just ensure your bird's sound is also comfortable to you. Once you get a bird, definitely don't spoil the bird or don't leave it outside because you're not able to take care of it, or just don't leave the bird away that way. And the space, very prominent. This is what has happened to me in the initial days of my hobby. I used to get a lot of birds, and my mom started to scream at me saying like, we don't have space at the home, or we really don't have the time to care for all the birds, because the amount of time that we need to take care of any bird is really important, and the space that we have, and considering a cost of purchase, if somebody has any budget and keeping a bird, they can definitely do. Definitely the final thing we'll have to see is on the monthly expenses. Few people are there around me where they ask like, you have so many birds, why don't you donate a bird to me, or why don't you donate a pet dog to us? It's not a difficult part for us to give a bird or donate a bird or donate a pet, a dog or anything. Just ensure just to maintain a dog in your home, you will have to spend about 3,000 to 5,000 rupees every month. Are everybody capable of doing it, or people ready to spend so much on a pet? And in the same way, there are pets which needs, let's talk about the birds in the screen. These birds eat lot of nuts. The nuts I'm talking about are walnut, hazelnuts, almonds, pine nuts. They need about 3 to 4 kgs of nuts each bird. These birds weigh about 2 kgs in weight, and they eat about 200 grams or 100 grams of nuts mandatory every day, just to maintain their body health and its stamina and its actual characteristics. So if everybody is able to, like, if you're convenient enough and comfortable enough to spend so much on the dry fruits and get for these birds, definitely you can choose the bird accordingly. And there are very simple birds, common birds which you can maintain with a very low cost. It's not like every bird is like that, but still there are few birds. Just make sure you are aware about it. One major real awareness the people of today need is, I have seen people many of my friends' mother used to say we all had guinea or the parrot which you had at your home. The first thing is they are not legal to keep. You may see a bird, a parrot around the home, you can see it around your house, you can see it coming and eating rice when you keep it outside your home. They are still okay. Never cage a bird which you see in the outside world in the country. First thing is, buy no trouble. This is indigenous. I'm talking about an indigenous pet. Indigenous means the birds or the pets or the beings that belongs to this country. For India, parrot, the green parrot or the different types of parrot that we see in the wild are all indigenous birds. And definitely if you keep a bird, you are scheduled under Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. You can be jailed for 7 years with non-bailable, and there will be some fines also put on you. Just ensure, this is a false practice. Many of us didn't knew. Like, even for me when I was young, I never knew that we are not supposed to keep a parrot. Even today there are lakhs of people who has a parrot at their home, but they don't have the knowledge of it, or they are not aware of it. Anybody who really want to bring trouble to them, they can definitely file a case against them in AWBA office or in any forest department. They will definitely be sentenced to an imprisonment of 7 years. Just ensure that has been taken care of. And there is illegal trafficking of birds. It's like what we are talking about here is the people outside India, they used to get birds in to us because of the fancy market or the industry that has been grown up today in the pet market. So these birds are not actually legally bought. So just ensure when you get any birds, just ensure these birds are safe to get. And there is something called CITES. This is called Conservation of International Trade of Endangered Species, which includes birds, animals, even plants and flowers. So there are 3 appendix called 1, 2 and 3. This is a very vast chapter to discuss on. I'm just giving you a small gist of it. India is one among the body member of CITES, whereas multiple countries have signed an agreement saying like they will be joining hands in protecting their wildlife. India is also one among them. If by any person, anyone is trying to sell or export a bird from India, which belongs to India, which is an indigenous bird, let's talk about a parrot or a peacock or something, definitely this is an illegal act of trafficking. And at the same time, people getting these wild birds or the birds from Australia or Indonesia or from America to the Indian market without any proper legal documentations, they are still an illegal trafficking birds. They will be scheduled under Wildlife Protection Act. And there is something new today, people might have heard of, that is called zoonotic diseases. We all are aware of what COVID did to the country here. These birds which are brought through an illegal trafficking towards the country may have chances of spreading the zoonotic diseases like COVID. So this is one major reason why illegal trafficking or Wildlife Protection Act is placing an act, and people are trying to protect these species in their own countries, because they try. There are some people just in the fun of making money, they get those birds and try to sell here. There are chances few diseases or virus can also be carried through it. Things which are bought legally inside the country have a lot of medical examinations that has to be taken care. Once it is clear, they come to the market. And there are many birds which are legally kept in the country. We'll talk about it in the next portion. So, what are the major real factors you'll have to consider when you want to keep a bird or something? Is just ensure if you have an exotic bird or not. What is exotic bird? I'm not talking about any fancy bird. Any bird which doesn't belong to our country, Indian birds, are all called as exotic birds, which is not an origin of the place where you are residing. If you are staying in India, just ensure you don't keep any birds which belongs to India, and you can keep the foreign birds which are legally bought and which are bred in the country is still okay. The next one is choosing if you want a matured bird or an hand feeding bird. See, a simple example, the picture to the right is a hand feeding bird, which is a small tiny bird. It's about 25 days of old, which cannot fly, which doesn't have a feather, and it looks really ugly if you feel in the initial stages. The same ugly bird will look so pretty once it weans up or once it grows big. There's a period of time, they need a time of transformation. This takes about 6 months for a bird to come to this stage. Even wherever any person will have a bird, if you go to a pet shop or wherever you see a bird, it will definitely would have taken some time to get to this form. So just ensure if you can take care of a bird at this stage or at this stage. Both birds can be trained, tamed to talk. Both will have the ability to talk, even if it is a small bird or a bigger bird. It all depends on the person who is taking care of it, how much time you can spend to it. A bird which can speak well, talk well, can also become very aggressive, wild, or start to bite you if you're not spending the right time or if you're not giving the quality time to the bird and not taking care of it in the right way. Then the necessary documents. These days there are something called Parivesh, and that has been there's a general body called Parivesh, which has been brought up by the Government of India and AWDA, Animal Welfare Board of India, which talks about having the documentation for few exotic birds. As I said, CITES Appendix 1, 2 and 3, there are a couple of birds. There are exactly 38,000 types of birds which has been listed under CITES list. Those birds, if you are carrying them or having them, it's always advisable to have necessary documentation to keep the bird. Even if you have one bird or 100 birds, it is necessary to have basic limited documentation so that you will not face any mess or any consequences by any wildlife departments in future. There are diseases and infections which people has to be aware of. There are many diseases which stays in the body of the host of the bird for about 6 months or an year or even for 2, which is very difficult to understand in the initial stages. People who doesn't know about bird will not be able to recognize what are the types of diseases and are they carrying any diseases or not. When you are getting the birds through any illegal trafficking or unknown sources, there are 80% chances that you will be finally fooled up by giving a bird which carries some disease or which has a problem with it or any genetical disorders or anything. Just ensure how the state of the bird is right if you want to own a bird in the future any day. And the main reason that you have to consider after all is the source of purchase. Like if you are buying a bird, if you want to have a bird, if you want to keep a bird which can talk at your home and well tamed at your home, and it can have a free flight around your home, just ensure your bird, you buy the bird at the right source and just ensure you have the right bird. So this is all about the topic for the day, and just if you have any doubts in discussing about the birds or understanding about the diet or any doubts in disease or infections or the right way of taming a bird, anyone can reach me over here. Thanks a lot. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Vidwan Shri Dr. K. Ranganathan, sir, to present his view on art of worshipping God. ನಾವು ದೇವರ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ. That's also an art form. ವಿದ್ವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆ ರಂಗನಾಥನ್ ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಮ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಪೂರ್ವಮೀಮಾಂಸಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟಾದ್ವೈತ ವೇದಾಂತ. He's amongst a team of scholars researching the principles of management and law in traditional Indic Shastrams. May I now request Shri Dr. K. Ranganathan ji to kindly present his view on worship of God, art of worshipping the God. Dr. K. Ranganathan ji to kindly present his view on worship of God, art of worshipping God.
ಜ್ಞಾನಾನಂದಮಯಂ ದೇವಂ ನಿರ್ಮಲಸ್ಫಟಿಕಾಕೃತಿಂ ಆಧಾರಂ ಸರ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಾಂ ಹಯಗ್ರೀವಂ ಉಪಾಸ್ಮಹೇ. I welcome you all to this session, which is a part of the seminar being conducted on the Chatushashti Kalaha, the 64 Bharatiya art forms. My topic for today is the art of worshipping God. You might have listened to many of the other sessions also. Most of these art forms relate to the life that we experience in this world. Our ancestors had a very scientific approach to the gaining of knowledge. We call it as epistemology today. How we gain knowledge, how knowledge should be structured, and what we would need to learn in order to lead a happy life in this world and to attain salvation or other worlds or bliss in other places also. There are two types of classifications. One categorization is called the Vidyasthanams, which are 18 in number. The other classification is the one that we are going through now, the 64 Bharatiya art forms. The Vidyasthanams concentrate on knowledge and how we can understand the Vedas in order to attain realization and eventually salvation. They are made up of the 4 Vedas, the 6 Angas, the 8 Upangas, which together constitute 18 Vidyasthanams. Purana Nyaya Mimamsa Dharma Shastranga Mishritaha Vedasthanani Vidyanam Dharmasya cha Chaturdasha. The Puranas summarize these 18 Vidyasthanams in this shloka. These concentrate on dharma, the performance of dharma, and eventually attainment of salvation. The other categorization that our ancestors have done is structuring these 64 art forms. If you go through the list of these art forms, you will clearly see that most of them don't have anything to do with salvation or God or any service or any ritual. They relate to activities that we do in our day-to-day lives. We build houses, we make things with bricks or mud, we get gems from the earth and make beautiful jewels from them. We train birds, we train animals. All these are the 64 art forms that are listed. As the brochure to this seminar introduced us to, these art forms are mentioned in many places in our Shastrams. One inspiration that I assume the organizers of this Samskriti Foundation must have taken is the mention of these 64 kalas in the Bhagavata Purana, where Lord Shri Krishna goes to his guru Maharshi Sandipani and learns of these 64 art forms in 64 days. Sri Shuka in Bhagavata Purana says, Ahoratrais Chatushtya Sanyatau Tavati Kalaha. Krishna and Balarama, in a span of 64 days, learnt or mastered these 64 kalas that we are going through now. Most of them, as I said, are related to our daily life. But the topic that is given to me is a little different, a little unique. It is about how we worship God, why worshipping God is an art form, and how it is useful to our daily life. An art is something that is an expression of our emotions. It is not a science. We can understand the difference between the two. Science would mostly be objective. Whether I do an experiment or someone else repeats it, the result, if the procedure followed is the same, the result is going to be the same. But in art, it is subjective. The expression of a single emotion by different people is definitely going to be different. It won't be in the same manner. Similarly, song, dance, painting, sculpture, each of these, although they can express the same emotion with the sculptor or the painter has, the expression is going to be in a different manner. That is why it is referred to as an art form. Similarly, it is something that shows emotion. Our anger, jealousy, happiness, sorrow, each of these is mirrored in the art or the art form that we practice. Every art form that we have gone through, raising a bird, as Mr. Hemant just mentioned about, or building a house. We build houses, or our architecture is also mood specific. The places that we build, in which we play with our children or wives or other family members, will have a different architecture from the architecture that a sabha should have. When a king is presiding over a sabha, the architecture for that will be different. The mood that a sabha sets will be different from the mood that an antapura or a garden sets. There are plants for each of these. There are designs for each of these that have been developed through the ages. Similarly, now we will look at one art form, the art of worshipping God. The first question that arises is, how is this related to my everyday life? All the other 63 art forms that we go through are related to our daily lives. But this, at the outset, we might think that worshipping God is only for salvation or is only for higher purposes and not for living in this world at all. This is a very popular myth that has to be busted. Worshipping God was a part of our daily lives. It was part of the life of every man and woman who lived in any stage of his life, be he a brahmachari or a grihastha, a sannyasi or a vanaprastha. Each of them had to worship God in their own way. The rituals that they had to follow were specific to each of these ashramas, and each of them would help them excel in the other activities that they do. We will look at the philosophical side of this for a moment and then look into how this will be useful for us. In the Bhagavad Gita, the 18th chapter, there is a beautiful verse in which Krishna says, in order to attain fruition in any activity that you take up, you need the help of 5 people. 5 faculties or 5 different agents have to cooperate for any activity to occur or to attain fruition. Adhishtanam, tatha karta, karanam cha prithak vidam, vividhascha prithak cheshtaha, daivam chaivatra panchamam. The 18th chapter, the 13th verse goes as follows. He says, there are 5 things that have to cooperate for you to achieve anything. The first one is your body, adhishtanam. The second one is the soul, the one who performs the activity. Karanam cha prithak vidam. The faculties, the eyes, the nose, the hands, the feet, all these the faculties that we have are referred to as the karanam, the tools of operation. The fourth one is our life breath, the prana vayu. Vividascha pratak cheshtaha, daivam chaivatra panchamam. The fifth one is daivam, or the deity, the gods. So for any activity that we do, even if it is sleeping or having a sound sleep, these five have to be united. Suppose our body is afflicted with some disease, we cannot perform a simple activity such as sleeping also. Similarly, for anything that we take up, if our mind does not cooperate, or if my legs do not listen to the commands that I say, or if the anugraha or the benevolence of a God is not present in that situation, then it is not possible to attain fruition. The other four are drishta, the body, the atma, that is I, the performer, the faculties that I have, the prana vayu. We would all accept that these are required to perform any activity. The fifth one is the adrishta aspect that the Shastram introduces. For any activity to be developed at all, he says, Siddhaye sarva karmanam. In the previous verse, Krishna says, these are the five causes, Siddhaye sarva karmanam, for any activity to happen at all, for it to occur or attain fruition. So, in order to achieve something, it is not sufficient if we are able to gather the drishta causes, the drishta hetu alone. Drishta hetu is something that we can perceive with our faculties, with our eyes or nose or skin. Adrishtam or papa and punya or the anugraha or nigraha of a deity is also very important to achieve anything. That is why amongst the 64 kalas or the Bharatiya art forms, the art of worshipping God has also been introduced as one. Only if you perform this can you succeed in all the other 63 art forms. So this art form is to be treated as an ancillary to all the other 63. There is a beauty to this art form. This art form can be practiced as an standalone art form or as an ancillary also. Suppose I want to attain fruition in some other art that I perform. I want to build a house. You might have seen in many places you perform Vastu Puja, or when you start, you take any text that is there in our Shastrams, Bhagavata Purana, Vishnu Purana, any text. There will be a few stanzas or verses in the beginning in which we prostrate to a deity or to our own Acharya or the lineage of our Acharyas and plead to them that this book that I am starting to write should attain fruition. It should conclude in a right manner. I should not have any obstacles in the activity that I am taking up. We do this in everything, be it agriculture or building a house or building a temple even, or even Lokika activities. I join a job or an occupation on a specific day. There is a specific day on which we should sow or harvest. All these are there because the benevolence of the God who presides over each of these activities is very important for the fruition of these activities. In our Bharatiya Sanatana Dharma, each God has a role in our lives. Krishna says, the source that I am going to cite in this lecture is mostly going to be the Bhagavad Gita, because that is the most practical text that we have, which gives a synergy between philosophy and our everyday life. Krishna says, suppose there are two people living in adjacent countries or adjacent states even. I have something that is required by you and you have something which is beneficial to me. What would we do? There is a barter system. I would give something that you can benefit from and take what I need from you. Similarly, when Bhagavan created this world, he created a class of people known as Devas. He created a species known as human beings. He created a species known as animals and so on. Now Krishna says, there is a mutual beneficial relationship between the Devatas and the humans. The humans must worship the Devatas by giving, offering foods or vastram or everything to them. In return, the Devata who is pleased by our offering will grant us all the bounty that we need. Suppose there is rain. Krishna says, rain comes from the clouds. Now there is a deity who is in charge of the clouds. We say Indra or Varuna Bhagavan is in charge of giving us rain. We might wonder why is Varuna? I don't even see him. There is a natural water cycle that is given in the scientific textbooks. So the water is evaporated by the sun. It goes and forms into clouds by mixing into dust. And whenever at some point of time it saturates, the rain is falling down. All this is there. The Shastrams do not refute this water cycle at all. But they say that there is an additional aspect. For anything that we say occurs naturally, there is a deity who is involved in the management of that natural phenomenon. Anything and everything, take it, be it rain or be it the ocean, we say that the ocean forever exists. There are rivers. We call each and every river by a name. We say Ganga Devi, we say Yamuna Devi. Each Parvata is considered to be a soul because there are souls residing within each and every one of these as per our traditional philosophies. So, there is, just as I am in charge of my own family, there is one God who is in charge of a river. There is one God who is in charge of this whole Bhumandala. There is one God who is the king of Swargaloka. He is referred to as Indra. There is one God named Brahma who is in charge of these 14 lokas that we call together as the Andam. So, each Devata was created by Bhagavan and given a particular responsibility. When will he perform that responsibility perfectly? Only when we reciprocate the responsibility that he has performed. Suppose Indra gives us rain. That will help us harvest grains. We have a lot of money now. What do I do with that? I cannot say that the 10,000 rupees that I earned this month are my own earnings. I performed hard work. I strategized how to sell my product. Now I have 10,000 rupees in my hand. Do these 10,000s of rupees belong only to me? The Shastram says they mostly belong to you, but you should also use a portion of your earnings to propitiate the deities once more. Because it was Indra who gave me this money, who gave me bounty. Now a portion of what I have earned should be used to reciprocate to him or to worship him again. He will be pleased by that. He will again give some beneficial things to me. Ishtan bhogan hi vodevaha dasyante yajna bhavitaha. So as we perform worship to gods, those gods pleased by those worships will give some good things to us which will help us in progressing in our own lives. We need arogyam. We need our body to be hale and healthy. We need a happy family. We need a house to live in. And we need to grow in our economic pursuits. We need to have satisfaction and pleasure in our lives. Each of these aspects is governed by a deity. We refer to Indra, Varuna, Kubera, Chandra and so on. So when we perform puja to each and every one of them, that is a basic art form which will help us succeed in all the other art forms. Why we refer to this as an art is because it is very subjective. It depends on my mood. It depends on the nature of the deity that I am worshipping also. Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, yeah, I got the message, thank you. He says, tam tam niyamam asthaya prakritya niyata swaya. People are of varied interests. What I require or like would be different from what you need. Therefore, people worship different deities. Each deity has an intrinsic nature. Some are sattvika, some are rajasa, some are tamasa. Some deities like a very aggressive form of worship. Some deities like a sattvic form of worship. Similarly, people too might be sattvic or rajasic or tamasic. So, when there is a match in wavelength, suppose I am a very rajasic person and there is a deity who is also rajasic, then I would be naturally drawn towards that deity. Then I will go through the mode of worship by which that deity will be pleased. I cannot please every child in the same manner. One child might like something that is salty, another child might like something that is sweet. So, I need to know the likes and dislikes of that particular deity and perform that continuously so that he is pleased by what I do. So, it is an art form because it is very subjective and we refer to worship that is backed by bhakti. That is where emotion comes in. It is not a procedure where you have an aim, apparatus required, procedure, this is the observation and this is the result. You cannot summarize worship in this manner because the emotion that you feel for a deity is going to be expressed as your mode of worship. So it is an expression of emotion. It is subjective to the person who is worshipping and the person who is being worshipped. That is why it is categorized under the art forms and not as a science or a vijnana. So this art form, when performed as an ancillary to the other art forms, will help you attain fruition in your other aspects. But there is another angle to look at this also. There is another perspective which will completely turn the table. I earlier said that the worshipping God is going to help you in the other 63 art forms. Now, look at it the other way. All the other 63 art forms that they have listed is going to feed into the manner in which you worship God. Everything at the end of the day is to worship God. Bhagavan Sriman Narayana is the one who created this world, has given us birth. He has given us this body which is so remarkable that it has every aspect or faculty that is required to perform worship to Bhagavan. If I did not have hands, I cannot do Archana to Bhagavan. If I did not have a mouth, if I did not have vocal cords, I could not have chanted his names out at all. If I did not know Vastu Vidya or Shilpa Shastram, I cannot build magnificent temples where people can gather. If I did not know animal husbandry or how to raise birds, I cannot perform the Vishwarupa. In every temple, when Vishwarupa happens to Bhagavan, the Agama says that a horse, an elephant, and a camel, all these animals must be present. There is a role for animals and birds in the worship of God. There is a role for humans in the worship of God. There is a role for houses, for every gemology, making jewelry, or singing, dance. Every one of these art forms, it's introduced in the temple, is synergized into the worship of the deity or Bhagavan, so that the other 63 kalas can feed into this kala. So you can look at it in any way you want. Suppose you want to excel in your kala that you have chosen, then worshipping Bhagavan is an ancillary. It will help you achieve your goal. If the goal that you want to achieve is worshipping Bhagavan, then all the other 63 will help you do that very well, because Bhagavan has given us all these skills so that we can excel, or we can use those skills in order to worship him. The Purana says, Vichitra Deha Sampattihi Ishwaraya Niveditum. This body has been created and given to us so that we can worship Bhagavan in every possible manner, not as a rule, not because we are going to be penalized if we don't do it, but as an expression of our love towards him. Once you have a role model, the boss in your company, or some person who is heading an NGO, you like so much about him, you want to be like him, you like each and every act that he does. Once you love someone a lot, once you get to know about them a lot, you immediately want to do some service to them. When you join a company, you initially work for the salary that they are giving you. As you progress, you will get in line with the motto of that company, with the objective or vision of that company, and then you will start working for the person who heads that organization. Similarly, initially the Anushtana of Dharma or the worship of Bhagavan will be for excellence in material benefits. Later on, once you realize all the help or the great help that Bhagavan has done to us, we will come to know that performing worship to Bhagavan or doing service to Bhagavan is the sole purpose of life, and all the other 63 kalas that have been listed will help you do that to the best extent possible. So with this I will conclude. I just wanted to mention one more thing. Whenever something is an art, we have to learn some thumb rules or a shortcut to perform that art very well. The shortcut to please Bhagavan is by pleasing the devotees of Bhagavan. In the earlier brochure that was handed out or was circulated, this worshipping God was placed in between animal husbandry and the training of pets. Today we don't have the session on animal husbandry right now, but in the earlier portion, it was animal husbandry, worship of God, and training of pets. There is a very good synergy between the three. There is a verse that says, Pashuhu Manushyaha Pakshiva Yecha Vaishnava Samshrayaha Tenaiva Te Prayasyanti Tadvishnov Paramam Padam. Be it an animal or a human being or a bird, all three can attain salvation by doing service to a devotee. So all that we learn using these kalas, you can worship Bhagavan, or there is a better way to do it. You can help humanity, you can help humankind and the devotees of Bhagavan, so that he will naturally be pleased. He is someone who is fulfilled in every way, he is satisfied in every possible way. There is nothing that you can offer to him to make him happy anymore. The only thing that will make him happy is helping others who are in need. So when we use these 64 kalas, so Alvar Swami has categorized this kala under the societal arts, not as a personal art, not as any other art. It is a societal art, because worshipping Bhagavan ends with worshipping society, working for the betterment of humanity. And this is one short rule that you can take of all these 64 kalas. It was a great effort by the rishis and munis that we had as our ancestors who categorized this. They structured the gaining of knowledge. Today, there is a practice where people teach you how to learn, but they pride themselves in saying that we won't teach you what to learn. Our rishis have taught us how to learn and what to learn also. Because if you equip someone to learn, but you don't teach them what to learn at all, they might go astray also. So they teach us how to learn, and also teach us what we should learn in order to be a good human being and a good bhakta or a devotee also. With these words, I thank Alvar Swami and Samskriti Foundation for organizing this wonderful event. I thank you all for turning up and listening patiently to my words also. Thank you very much. Mangalam Kosarendraya Mahaniya Gunabdhaye Chakravarti Tanujaya Sarvabhaumaya Mangalam.
Nirargala Padagala Bhorgarita. I exactly know what Alvar sir must be thinking now. I'm sure he's planning for 64 days of seminar next time, because everyone is 2 days was definitely not sufficient, so he must be planning for a massive event on this. May I now request, after thanking Vidwan Dr. K. Ranganathan sir for his divine speech, may I now request Sri M.S. Kumara Subramanya Jagirdarji to share his views about animal husbandry. He's a Go enthusiast, Gopalaka, expert in preserving the native cow breeds of India and propagating awareness about cow conservation and uses of several components of cow derivatives. A warm welcome to Sri M.S. Kumara Subramanya Jagirdarji on behalf of Samskriti Foundation.
ಸರ್ವರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳು. गावों में पुरतः संतु, गावों में संतु पृष्ठतः, गावों में हृदय संतु, गवां मध्ये वसाम्यहम्, गावो विश्वस्य मातरः. Cow is the mother of universe. Our Rishi Munis, our forefathers, everybody were telling us there are 33 crore gods, goddesses. Recently I was going through a Facebook. One person had written, he is a scientist in geology and physics, Walter William Henry. He is an American. Somebody had written this in Facebook. He conducts his research on physics and geology. While conducting his research, he comes to know that something more is there. So, how this entire universe is controlled, or entire universe is taken care of somebody else. Who is that? For some years, his research, he gets the entire universe is moving on some vibrations. So, from where these vibrations are coming? So, he conducts his research, and finally he comes to know these vibrations are coming from cow. He continues his research on, he is an American, conducts his research on HF and Jersey cows. He doesn't get that result. Then he continues his research on Indian cows. How our engineers, doctors, scientists have gone to the other parts of the world. They have contributed to the health, wealth, welfare of those nations. Likewise, more than 90 countries from these past 100 years. Our cow progeny has gone to more than 90 countries. It has contributed to the welfare of those nations. Our cow progeny has gone to more than 90 countries. So, in this, he conducts his research on a cow that breed the Americans they have developed. It is some 3 crossbreeds of Indian breeds. They have named that breed as Brahman. Brahman. If we would have named it as Brahman, we would have been labeled as fundamentalists, and we would have named some other names also. So finally, what result he got? He says in his book, he has written the vibrations. That cow is root cause and she is managing the entire world and she is the mother of universe. We had about 72 breeds, excellent breeds. From past about 70 years, more than 36 breeds are extinct. Today we are getting only about 36 breeds and we are seeing the excellent best cow progeny that we have today. So, this cow progeny what we have, the research is going on in our country and other places also. One of my friend was working on environmental ಪರ್ಯಾವರಣ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಕಲುಷಿತ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಟು rectify it, what has to be done? So when he was doing his research, he came to know that something higher is there. Every time when he enters the lab and continues his research, he used to get some emulsion. So finally he goes to one of his guru in a mutt. Then that guru says, ಅದ ಬಿಡ ಹಸು ಕಣ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ವ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. he told that and stopped. Then this person started his work on that. So we took cow dung. That cow dung powder was made and given at Indian Institute of Science, DRDO, CPRI, like that many institutions where they can test and give the report. To get the report of elements, they used to charge 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs like that. The reports what they had given, still it is continuing. In the report, the cow dung, our people used to say, Gomaye vasate Lakshmi. Lakshmi means what? Money. Not only God, she is money also. Now the results what we have got during this research, many more elements has to be found out in that. Whatever names of the elements, gases, minerals, salts, the names of those elements, gases, salts, minerals, which the names are depicted in dictionary. What are all the names available in dictionary? Those elements are existing in dung. For example, uranium, thorium, barium, iridium, platinum, tungsten, palladium, gold, silver, what not else? When we prescribe these, dung as the manure to our agriculture field, everything the nature has given and everything is in balanced state. nothing less, nothing more. When the cow changed from our local breed to HF and Jersey, the quality of the dung changed. When we used to administer our Indian cow's dung to the agriculture field, all these elements, gases, salts, minerals used to be administered in a proper manner. When the cow changed, the dung quality gone. In Indian cow's dung, there are micro organisms which counts from 5 crores to 10 crores. The HF and Jersey cow's dung consists these microorganisms between 50 lakhs to 1 crore. Where is 10 crores? Where is 1 crore? It is because of that, when the quality of the dung came down, started chemical fertilizers. And today, in the name of green revolution and white revolution, so the revolution, our cow progeny changed. Because of that, today we are facing the problem. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna, in Bhagavad Gita, it is there. Prathama Adhyaya, Arjuna Vishada Yoga, from the stanza 42 to 45. The crossbreed took place. Sankaro narakayeva kulagnanam kulasyacha patanti pitaro yesham lupta pindodaka kriyaha. When the cow got crossed, it lost its quality. Because it lost its quality, today we are facing the problem. The cow which is crossed, it has lost its power. It has lost its sanctity. Because of this, today our girls are maturing at the age of 8, because the HF and Jersey calf, at the age of 10th month it matures. Today our girls are maturing at the age of 8. And those cows, its age is about 7-8 years, wherein our Indian cows used to live about 20 years. And it used to cow more than 15. Today the HF and Jersey cows, 3 cows. After first or second calf, it is to be treated. It is to be treated with all antibiotic steroids, hormones. Today, unknowingly and unwantedly, we are consuming hormones, antibiotics, steroids, which are spoiling our health. So to keep up our health, let us all rear our Indian breeds and let us come out of the problems what we are facing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request M.A. Alvarji to kindly sum up this session? Thank you, sir. May I now request M.A. Alvarji to kindly sum up this session?
Namah Paramarishibhyo, Namah Paramarishibhyah. We have been witness to a very invigorating session on a plethora of topics. The first topic was on the raising of elephants and horses. So, when we actually cognized the concept of the seminar on 64 arts of India, we wanted the speakers to focus on how each of it is an art. For example, how raising elephants is an art, how training horses is an art, how raising of cows is an art. Of course, it's a very complicated topic and it will be difficult for people without background in Sanskrit to focus on this topic. However, we have had very invigorating sessions. The first session, I will not take much time, I will just conclude in 2 or 3 minutes. Because in Sanskrit there is a saying, Bubhukshitam na pratibhati kinchit. Even the Buddha says, you cannot teach philosophy to hungry minds. So I will not stand between you and a very sumptuous lunch that has been arranged as Krishna Prasad. So the first topic was about how to train elephants and horses. Of course, we all know that from the point of view of warfare, horses and elephants played a very important role. But as far as training elephants, how is it an art? How training horses is an art? Because we know that the king Nala, he had mastered the art of Ashwahridaya and Gohridaya. So, just by change in the thought pattern of the human being who has trained the horse or the cow, the behavior of the horse changes. The behavior of the elephant changes. The behavior of the cow changes. And this I have seen with regard to my own father who was an expert in Gohridaya. And he used to tell me, see how by the change process in the thought, the behavior of the cow changes. So, this is the spirit in which we cognize the seminar, and of course in some cases there has not been focus. And as we all know, the third paper, the final paper was on actually how to train cows. Because there is a huge amount of information available regarding cows, how they are trained, how many types of cows are there and what are their characteristics, which cows are good for what purpose. For example, in Karnataka we have this breed called Hallikar cows. They are not milkers, though they give some milk. They are actually very adept in transporting things. So when Tipu Sultan won the war against the English 200 years ago, it is said that he used Hallikar cows extensively because they could transport all the materials required for conducting the war to the war front. So training Hallikar cows to transport materials, that is a real art actually. Similarly, training of birds, we were witness to a very beautiful and very exhaustive presentation. But how the training of a bird is an art, that is a very, very complicated topic, because we all know that in Sanskrit there is a very beautiful statement when Shankaracharya wanted to know which is the house of a great scholar called Mandana Mishra. There was a beautiful shloka that was narrated. Swatah pramanam paratah pramanam kirangana yatra giram giranti dvarastha nidantara sanniruddhaha janihitan mandana panditaukaha. So, which is the house of Mandana Mishra? You just go, you just walk through. When you walk through, in a small cage kept in front of the house, one parrot will say Swatah Pramanam. That is, it's a very, very complicated topic in the Shastra. I don't want to go into that detail. And another parrot will actually contradict the view of this parrot. That is, it will engage in a debate. So, Swatah Pramanam, Bharatah Pramanam. One parrot will say Swatah Pramanam, another parrot will be telling Bharatah Pramanam. That is, it will be contradicting that view and engaging in a debate with each other. That means you can understand how they were trained, formally or informally. So there is a very beautiful kavya. It says, Phalapradam karma phalapradojaha kirangana yatra giram giranti dvarastha nidantara sanniruddhaha janihitan mandana panditoka. So that is how birds were trained. That is how it was an art. So you can see each of these training of birds, training of elephants, horses, cows, how these are all art forms that our ancient forefathers specialized in. And finally, to conclude, I would like to say a few words about the presentation about Sri Velakudi Ranganathan Swami. He is the illustrious son of an illustrious father and illustrious grandson of an illustrious grandfather. His grandfather was one of the greatest scholars of his time, Velakudi Varadacharya Swami, and an Upanyasaka par excellence, or Upanyasaka Chakravarti as he was called. And his father continues to inspire millions of people across the world, Sri Velakudi Krishnan Swami. And it is our privilege that he has spared time to come all the way from Chennai exclusively for this purpose. And his talk has been the crowning glory of this entire conference, and I am not exaggerating, I am sure about that. So he is a very articulate speaker, as we could all see, and he spoke extremely pertinent to the topic because he focused on how Devatoshanam can be an independent art, how it can be subservient to all the other 64 arts, and finally he concluded by saying how all the 64 arts can be subservient to Devatoshanam. So I think it's a very, very unique and very, very exalted presentation. I am extremely thankful to Sri Velakudi Ranganathan Swami for his illuminating talk. Of course, we can go on listening and listening and listening to people like him for 2 days, 3 days and years together. But we are all under the constraints of time, and hence I regret that we had to restrict him also. And I am thankful to all the other speakers for their wonderful presentations. And now I think the time has come for us to honor them. I request them to come on stage one by one and accept our honor.
May I request Srimati Tanushree ji to kindly come up on stage to receive the token of respect from us.
I am sorry for this omission. So I did not talk about Tanushree madam. So she is a very well informed sports enthusiast. And today, after the advent of smartphones and mobile phones, computers, laptops, we have all forgotten the joy of playing. So we were all so fortunate because we did not have these gadgets that we could actually play with this Chaukabara, Palankuli, and then so many other types of, even having 5 or 6 stones and playing with them. And so life was really enjoyable, and we were all children, we could enjoy because we did not have these gadgets. And once again, I think she is trying to revive the art of these traditional board games. Of course, traditional other games are there. And there are many other games like Huli Kandaya. And as she mentioned, in the temples, they have just carved these. And even I have played, and I have seen many people play such games sitting in the verandas of temples and mantaps and other places. So I am really thankful to her for attempting to revive this dying art form. And I think the next generation children should at least give up mobiles for some time and start concentrating on these board games. Thank you, ma'am, very much. And I am really thankful to you for coming all the way from Mysore and making this presentation. I request Srimati Vidya to kindly honor her.
The only gift of COVID was most of us could revive the art of ಚೌಕಾಬಾರ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅಟ್ಟದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಚೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಅದೊಂದೇ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಉಪಕಾರ ಆಗಿದೆ ಆ ಟೈಮ್ದು. ಮೈ ನೌ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಜಿ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಟು ರಿಸೀವ್ ದಿ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆನರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. And our request Vidwan Shri Dr. K. Ranganathanji to kindly come up on stage to receive our token of respect. Thanking him again, I would like to call upon Shri M.S. Kumara Subramanya Jagirdarji to kindly come up on stage to receive the guest of honor. Thanking all the speakers once again. On behalf of all of you and the speakers, we would like to thank the chairperson, Dr. M.A. Alvarji himself, who summed up the event and the session so well. To the kind notice of all the audience, with this, we would like to take a break for lunch, and we would be assembling at 2:05, between 2:05 and 2:10, and the sessions would start exactly at 2:10. The first session is an equally interesting session which deals about calligraphy, musical instruments, disguised drama and sleight of the hand, and Chitra Sangeeta, live performance, art and music. So we'd like to see you on the other side of lunch break. Have a great lunch time. Have a great lunch time. ಆಯಿತಾ? ಆ ಕಡೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಆಗಿಲ್ವಾ, ಬಂದಿಲ್ವಾ, ಹೋಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ಎಲ್ರದ್ದು ಊಟ ಆಯಿತಾ? ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಈಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಾ, 64ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅದು? 65ನೇದಾ? ಕುಕ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಅದು ಸರಿ, ಅದು ಪಾಪ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಈಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತಲೂ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಮುಂದಿನ ಸೆಷನಲ್ಲಿ 65ನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಊಟದ ವಿರಾಮದ ನಂತರ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ. ಇದಾದ ನಂತರ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಟು ಬಿಗಿನ್ ವಿತ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ, ಎಮಿನೆಂಟ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್, ಟು ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ. ಮುದ್ದಾದ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳ ತಾಕತ್ತಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳನ್ನ ಮುದ್ದಾಗಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಲಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯುವಂಥ ವಿಧಾನ ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟೈಸನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿರೋವಂಥವ್ರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಬೋತ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ. My name is Sridhar Murthy, and for a long time I was teaching and confusing a lot of young girls in a degree college. In the name of teaching psychology, I am basically a clinical psychology expert. And I have, during the course of my career, I had enough and more time to pursue my weaknesses. One of my weaknesses is calligraphy. I'm very passionate about it. And the other weakness is photography. I have a little more than 157 international awards in photography. If I am not blowing my trumpet too much, I am a fellow of the Royal Photographic Society of Britain. The Ganjam ads, the Arnav ads that you see in newspapers, they are all my pictures. I also shoot photographs of bypass surgeries and brain tumors. And I am into farming, and I cook, and I don't mind eating whatever I cook. Calligraphy is one of my weaknesses. Mr. Karthikeyan will display some of my work. I have a huge collection of calligraphy pens, worth a little more than 3 to 3.5 lakhs. I've been collecting pens for the past 43 years, and every day I practice calligraphy. Calligraphy is my tool for meditation. Only when you are calm and quiet you can write well. If you are disturbed, you will not be able to recognize your own handwriting. I am carrying with me my my record is around 412 lines at the back of a visiting card in calligraphy with bare eyes. I would like the lady who is anchoring to come and to try and read my, and anybody in the audience is welcome. And it is calligraphy, it is not this thing. That's it. This is at the back of a visiting card. Try, madam.
I endorse what he is saying. ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿದೆ. Now that it is enlarged, you all may read it yourself. The primary function of the ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇದೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಅಂದರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಲೆಜಿಬಲ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಹಳೆಯದಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮಫಲ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಲೈಟ್ ಎಂದ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್, ಯಾ, ದಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಫಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಲೆಜಿಬಲ್. ಸಿ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸಾ? ಅದೇ ಅದು ಐ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ ಐ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದು ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಬಂತು ಒಂದು ವಾರದ ಹಿಂದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಬಾಕಿಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್? ಅದು ಅದು ಯಾ 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 ದಿ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷ್ನಲ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಎನಿವೆ, ಇದು ದಿ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಎಂಡೋರ್ಸ್ ದಟ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿರೋದಷ್ಟೂ ಈ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಿಸಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್.
I use calligraphy as a tool, as a therapeutic tool to help my clients to achieve single pointedness of the mind. ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಏಕಾಗ್ರವನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿನ ಬಳಸಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್, ಆಸ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಈಸ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಸಪಿಯರಿಂಗ್. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಏಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫೈಂಡ್. ಇನ್ ಮೆನಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ students cannot write a full length 3-hour examination. They are tired because they cannot. Attention span is decreasing. Attention span is increasing because of excessive dependence on gadgets. There are several ways to achieve single pointedness of the mind, and this is a very, very relaxation technique, because when you sit and write, I write my check in calligraphy. My check will go around the entire bank, SBI in Jayanagar 3rd block. Every time I write differently. I am a special person because my handwriting is good. They look at me with awe, and this calligraphy is my very, very important source of achieving serenity. There are several ways to achieve serenity, to quell the mental projection. ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಿತ್ತವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ತುಂಬ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಮೊಬೈಲ್, ದಿ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ in a in any place is not the loss of a relationship, but the loss of a mobile. The loss of a mobile, and because of mobile there are all sorts of lies. There is a letter to me by my guru C.K. Anandrao, a retired high school headmaster. He learned calligraphy when he was 61. When he started when he was 61, he started to learn, and wrote to me a letter when he was 87. Mr. Karthikeyan, please display that. This is my guru's handwriting at 87. His handwriting, his hands were so steady, and clarity of thought, brevity of expression, and it was he who taught me. And my first inspiration was my father. My father used to sign beautifully, and I used to try to forge right from my 8th class, and the way he used to write M was outstanding, flowing letters. Then my professor S.K. Ramachandra Rao, who taught me psychology, and I was under his wings for 19 long years. And later my guru Chakravarti Rajgopal, who taught me photography, who helped me to achieve steadiness of the hand by helping me and my other two friends lift dumbbells every day for 2 hours. So I could give 1 second exposure on my hand. My hands are very, very steady thanks to my gurus who put me through rigorous practice. Today I use this as a tool because I am hugely successful, and I have tried to teach this to a lot of students. But I don't know, when I write, it appears very easy to them, but when I start practicing, no, difficult. So behind all these things, there is a hard work of nearly 37 years. Even now, I sit and practice. ನನ್ನ ತೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಣಸೆ ಮರದ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ದಿನ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕೆಲವರು, ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗಲ್ವಾ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಕೂತಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಬೇಜಾರಾದರೆ ಎದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. At 69, I am not bothered by boredom. Today the biggest enemy of human civilization is boredom. ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಲ್ಸಲ್ಲೂ ಜನ ಶಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದಿದೆ, ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಹಲೋ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ರೀಡಿಫೈನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು, ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾರಾಟ ಆಗುವ ವಸ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ವಿಲೈಸರ್ಸ್, ಶಾಮಕಗಳು, ಚಿತ್ತಕ್ಷೋಭೆ. ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲಿ ಅನ್ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ, ಸಮ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಅನ್ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. So psychotherapy is all about making those who are historically unhappy normally unhappy. What is happiness? ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿನೆಸ್ನ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿಲಿ ಹೇಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಟು ಅಚೀವ್ ಓವರ್ವೆಲ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಮ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಂಡ್. ಮ್ಯಾಡ್ ಡಾಗ್, ಇದು ಹುಚ್ಚು ನಾಯಿ, ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ, ಹಿಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ. ಬಟ್ ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಟು ಹಲೋ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಮೀ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್. ತುಂಬ ಲೈಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ವರ್ತ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ವೈಸ್. ತುಂಬ ಕಣ್ಣು ಕೋರೈಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ನನಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಕಣ್ಣು ಸರಿ ಹೋಯಿತು, ಆದರೆ ಬದುಕಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನೋಟುಗಳು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು, ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ವಿಲೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾರಾಟ ಆಗುವ ಔಷಧಿಗಳು. ಸೆಕೆಂಡು ಆ್ಯಂಟಾಸಿಡ್ಸು. ಆ್ಯಂಟಾಸಿಡ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು, ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆಯವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾರೋ ಕಾರ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಮೂರನೇದು ಪೇಯ್ನ್ ಕಿಲ್ಲರ್ಸ್. ಇದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಅಮೇರಿಕಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ. ನಾನು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ವೈಫ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್, ಆಂಗ್ಸೈಟಿ ಈಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್, ಪ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಬೋತ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್, ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಬೋತ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ಬಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಲ್. ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡದೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕೂತ್ರೆ ಆರ್ ಯು ಡಿಪ್ರೆಸ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಏನೋ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಆವೇಗ, ಧಾವಂತ, ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಧಾವಂತ. ಈವನ್ ಕಿಡ್ಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇನಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕಿಡ್ಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗು, ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗು, ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ನ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅನ್ ಅಪ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಕವರ್ಡ್, ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ಅನ್ಕವರ್ಡ್. ಅದು ಅಶ್ಲೀಲವಾದ ಸಂಗತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಆಚೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಧಾವಂತ, ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ 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 ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ. ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳು ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ, ಅವಳು ಆರ್ಟಿಸ್ಟು. ಅವಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಧೈರ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಥರನೇ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ದೆ. ಹೋಗು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ, 35 ನಂಬರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ತೆಗೆದು ನಂಗೆ ಅವಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ. 35 ಒಂದೇ, 95 ಒಂದೇ. ಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ನಿಭಾಯಿಸೋದು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋ. ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ಲೈಫ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೈಫ್. ಒಂದು ಮಗು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು, 98 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. 1-2-3 ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಮಗು. ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಶುರುವಾಗೋದೇ ಹಾಗೆ. 95 ಮೇಲೆ ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದಿದ್ದ ಅಪ್ಪ. ನೀನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದೆ. ನೋ, ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಮೈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್. ನಾನೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಆಲ್ಫಾಬೆಟ್ ಇದೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟುಪಿಡ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ. 26. Am I right? No. English has only one alphabet. Letters are 26. Alphabet is not a letter. ವರ್ಣಮಾಲೆ ಬೇರೆ, ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಬೇರೆ. DVG ಓದಿದ್ದು 7ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸು, ಕೋಲಾರದ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ PT ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು ಅವರು. ಬಡತನ ಪಾಪ. ಆಕ್ಸ್ಫರ್ಡ್ ಡಿಕ್ಷನರಿ 8th ಎಡಿಷನಲ್ಲಿ 11 ತಪ್ಪುಗಳನ್ನ DVG ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಭಾಷೆ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಎಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಗ್ಯಾಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್. ಗ್ಯಾಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಇದು ಕ್ವಿಲ್ ಬಾತುಕೋಳಿಯ ಪುಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನವೇಗರಿ ಪುಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾತುಕೋಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವಿಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವನು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡೋನು ಹೇಳಿದ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಫಾಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಯಾಕೆ ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಟಚ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನಾನು ಕಾಗದ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಜನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸಿಂಗ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್, ಅವ್ರು ಶೋಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾನು ಬರೆದಿರೋ ಕಾಗದ. ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಕಳ್ಸೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ, ಆ ಲೇಡಿ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಬೋದಾ, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆಸ್ಕೋಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವೀಕ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ ಅಟ್ ಎನಿ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರೀಕ್ಲೈಮ್, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರೀಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಅನ್ಟ್ಯಾಪ್ಡಾಗೇ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಬದುಕಲ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಅನ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್. So handwriting is a calligraphy, and writing beautifully is a very, very psychological tool to achieve calmness of mind. When somebody is standing next to you, if you are writing, if you are aware that the person is looking at your handwriting will go awry. Why? Anxiety. So I believe calligraphy is a great art. It has helped me to come to terms with my own mental projections. And there are many youngsters, I think they can take a call and start learning calligraphy. I have 5 more minutes to go. I'll stop. I can take some questions. Thank you. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಾತುಕೋಳಿ ಪುಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು. Any questions? Friends, personality assessment cannot be done through handwriting. I'm sorry. I write 9 different types of handwriting. What's my personality? Graphology, no, I don't believe. Psychology doesn't believe in graphology. Even I don't believe in graphology. Adu hoax. Graphology, no, I don't believe. Psychology doesn't believe in graphology. Even I don't believe in graphology. Adu hoax. ಏನು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಫಿ ನನಗೆ ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ ವಿಷಯ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಕೊಚ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಏನಂದ್ರಿ? ತಂದಿರ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು, ಸಾರಿ, ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಕ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾನು. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಆಫ್ ಫೋಟೋಜೆನಿಕ್ ಫೇಸ್. ಶೋ ಮಿ ಎನಿಬಾಡಿ, ತೆಗಿತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ, ದ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಆಫ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಈಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಅನ್ ಎಮೋಷನಲ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ. The word beauty doesn't have an opposite in the English language. What you call as ugly is beautiful to someone else. It's an emotional idea. I made a short film for Pati Silks and Sarees in front of RV Engineering College, where the sewage waterfall is there. Many thought that it is Kurtalam, but photograph nal vasne baradvalla. Goats in the picture do not stink. There is a pastor poem which says, Why reeks the sheep on yonder hill which always lives on chlorophyll? I don't subscribe to the idea of a photogenic face. I'm yet to meet an ugly person. Everybody is pretty. I can't hear you.
How did you collect so many pens?
Huh?
How did you collect so many pens?
How many? Pens, you see, a lot of my students have infested America and England and other European countries. They usually ask me, sir, I'm returning to India, what can I bring for you? A good calligraphy pen, Asmirite, Speedball steel brush, Online is a pen name, Reader's Digest pen, Rotring pen also. I get my students give me a lot of, I'm a gifted person, I get a lot of gifts. It's my passion. I have a huge collection of cinema. Little more than 22,000 films I have. You name it, I have it. All the festival films. ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗೇ ನಾನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸೇ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪೈರೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಅಂತೀನಿ, ನಾನೇನು ಮಾರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು. ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೂವೀಸ್. Screening movie contributes to personality development. Definitely. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Namaste.
ಸರ್, ನಂದೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದೆ. ಲವ್ ಲೆಟರ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿಲಿ ಬರೀತಿದ್ರಾ?
I married my student. ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಕಾರಣ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವಳು ಲಾಂಗ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ರನ್ನರ್, ನನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಓಡೋಗ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೆ ಎಡಗಾಲು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವೀಕ್ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಓಡೋದ್ರೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಡ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂತ. 39 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು, ಏನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಹರ್ ಬರ್ತ್ಡೇ.
ವಿಶಿಂಗ್ ಹರ್ ದಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ಡೇ ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್. ತುಂಬ ಎಲಿಜಿಬಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚುಲರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಪಿನ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ ಇದು ಅಂದರೆ ಲೆಟರ್ ಬರೆಯೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್, ಐ ಗೆಸ್. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಐ ವುಡ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಟು ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಟ್ ಮೋನಿಕಾ ಚೌಧರಿ ಜಿ. ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
I am very happy to welcome on stage Ms. Monica Chaudhary ji, who is representing the National Culture Fund, an organization coming under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. In fact, we had invited the Secretary of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and also the Joint Secretaries to grace this function. But as we all know, Delhi is the national capital of India, and they are called to each and every state every month. So it becomes a very big demand, and also it will be very difficult for them to attend each of the functions that the ministry sponsors. And the ministry has more than 150 organizations under its ambit. So we are very fortunate to have amongst us Ms. Monica Chaudhary ji, a very passionate and very ardent admirer of art. So it is in the fitness of things that she is the chief officer of the National Culture Fund, and she is always encouraging and also says, what are you going to do afresh? What are you going to, in what way you are going to contribute? And it is due to her only that the 64 Arts project has come about. We have prepared a coffee table edition. We are also in the process of conducting the seminar, as you all know. We also are in the process of bringing out a mini encyclopedic edition, because a coffee table edition will not suffice for those who want to know more about it. So once we know a little, it's like drinking payasam. So once you have a little bit, you want to have more and more and more. So she has been instrumental in helping us in that regard, and since she has to leave early, she has to catch a flight at 6 o'clock, so she has to leave at 4. So we take this opportunity to felicitate her. Please come.
Namaskar, all of you. I think it's the learning, like whatever my senior is saying, is the demand and the urge to learn more and more. I think I am learning day by day more. My studies are, and this is a platform, and all you sitting out there, I am nobody in front of you. So whatever I have heard in the previous day and in the first session I missed, I am fortunate. I think I should thank the Samskriti Foundation and the people sitting out here. My all respect to all of you to come and attend this. So I pay my homage, my honor, my respect, my best wishes to all of you. And on behalf of National Culture Fund, I am a very little representative of National Culture Fund, but Ministry of Culture and National Culture Fund, we are very happy to bring our resources to fund a project like this. So I request all of you that people from the society should come forward to, fund these kind of noble causes. Rather than people like Samskriti Foundation should search for funding, people from us under CSR or under donation, we should come forward and ask Samskriti Foundation like foundations to nourish the roots which India needs today. So this is all I can say. I can sum up this, that I am thankful to you and to the Samskriti Foundation on behalf of National Culture Fund, on behalf of my Joint Secretary, my Member Secretary and Ministry of Culture. Thanks a lot, everybody. On behalf of Ministry of Culture, National Culture Fund, I thank you all, and I wish and pray that you keep on funding projects like this and we all learn more about the colors so that our heritage is, it's a legacy. We should take it forward in a proper way. Thanks a lot.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಈಗ ಮುಂದೆ ವಿದ್ವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್ ಜಿ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಅವರು ಕೊಳಲು ವಾದಕರು, ಪ್ರಖ್ಯಾತ ಕೊಳಲು ವಾದಕರು. ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿರಬಹುದು 64 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗೀತ ಅಂತ ಕಂಡ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎರಡನೇ ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸೋದೇ ವಾದ್ಯ, ನಂತರ ಬರೋವಂಥದ್ದು ನೃತ್ಯ. ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಬೈ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್, ಅವರು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಹ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 2 ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಅವರು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. BN ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಷ್ಯವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಾಲಮುರಳಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಇವರ ಆಲ್ಬಮನ್ನು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥದ್ದು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ಬಾಲಮುರಳಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಈ ನಾಡು, ಈ ದೇಶ ಕಂಡಂಥ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಕಲಾವಿದರು. ಅವರಿಂದ ಇವರು ಅಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಸನ್ಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ, ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾತ್ರರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿದ್ವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್ ಜಿ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಅವರು ಇದೀಗ ಕೊಳಲು ವಾದ್ಯ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ he'll be presenting few insights about flute or in general musical instruments. So over to Vidwan Shri S.G. Muralidhar sir. In general musical instruments. So over to Vidwan Shri S.G. Muralidhar sir.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರನೇ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. I thank Samskriti Foundation for giving me this an opportunity to come and present whatever little I know, whatever little I know I would like to share with you people. So basically, National Seminar on Bharatiya 64 Vidyas, 64 Vidyagalu of Sanatana Bharata. Why we should call it as Sanatana Bharata? Because Jambu Dvipe, Dandakaranye Deshe, Godavariyaha, all these things we chant every day, probably. But what is that Jambu Dvipa is not what Bharat we are seeing today. It was quite huge, quite huge. Ivattu we have lost so many things. Culture we have lost, many arts we have lost, many breeds we have lost, which were associated with that Jambudvipa and Bharata. So there are also Sanatana Bharatiya Samskritigalu, Sanatana Bharatiya Vadyagalu, the musical instruments. Why they were so famous, why they were so much attached with human beings, why humans persuaded music. Music first banta, atwa humans first bandra. These are all so many questions which we have not been able to answer. So, musical instruments is what I am going to take up today in these 64 Vidyas. And I'll be taking you through a small journey about music and as well as musical instruments of Sanatana Bharata. So my name is Murli. I have a firm called The Academy of Training and Development. Then we also have a Pushpam Ayurveda which is run by my daughter, Dr. Mahati. She is an Ayurvedic doctor and she is a gold medalist in MD. She is running Pushpam Ayurveda and I am supporting and assisting her in that also. So, first thing what I feel is nature has taught us music. It is not probably the human being who learnt. It was the nature which taught. Okay, there is some element called, there is something. You try to follow that. That becomes probably music. So, out of nature, we have seen chirping of birds. Who can forget koel? Coo! That very sound of koel is so enchanting. And you know, early morning if you start listening to that koel, cuckoo, the entire mood will be elevated. I think I need some more lights here on the stage. Can you please? I need some more lights here on the stage. Can you please? Then we have humming of bees. Humming of bees. Then clap of thunder. Then you have gush of waterfall. So many sounds. We can call it a sound of music, from which human beings have learnt about music. Probably that is the origin of music, I believe. So, then things started coming out, the evolution of music started. It is not overnight the music developed or it came just like that to human beings. Music is an art. Why it should be called an art? Which is very important. Why it should be called? Even in our engineering days, we used to write, I believe my classmates have come, engineering is an art. Why engineering is an art? There is a reason. Engineering is an art. Why engineering is an art? So, before coming to the evolution of music, I would like to go back to our Vedas. We have 4 Vedas. Out of that, Samaveda is one which represents music. The origin of music, they say, is Samaveda. It has given knowledge, jnana of music came from Samaveda. Probably the first sound of this universe or the musical note may not be Sa, Shadja. It is Omkara. Om. 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 1 minute. Can you hear this sound? Just close your eyes for few seconds and listen to this sound. You will enjoy the bliss. How did you feel? Thank you. How did you feel? So, this Omkara, what we said, came from 3: Akara, Ukara, and Makara. Aum. A, U, Ma. Starts from Nabhi, then comes to the chest, and then Ma, the throat. So all these 3 things clubbed together became Om. And recently NASA people have found out that the sound of core sun is Omkara. NASA people have proved it. They have recorded that sound. Music. What is music? Music, is it a word? It is an acronym. M stands for melody. M stands for melody. U stands for universality. Whatever you sing, whatever you play should be universally accepted. That's the most important thing. And melody is very, very essential. Then you have S for spirituality. It should be spiritual in the nature. We have heard a lot of music, with a lot of bands and all, which doesn't elevate mood, but it enrages you. That's not music. There must be an element of spirituality which is attached to music. That is very important. Then we have I for individuality. Every person who sings, I might be singing the same raga, same kirtana, same song, but if I sing, it will be different, but if some other person sings, it will be totally different. Why it happens? That is called individuality. Then finally, why music is an art? Music is an art because it has an element of creativity. I need to create something while singing, while playing, anything that we do, there must be an element called creativity. Then only it becomes very, very complete music. Otherwise, you miss any one of these things. If melody is lost, it becomes music. If U is lost, it becomes MSIC. You do not know. So, when it is total, it becomes music. And in Sanskrit we call it as Sangeeta. Gita is song. Sam is all these things. You can call it as SOM or SUM. Some of all these things will become Samgeeta. That is called Sangeeta. Sangeeta in Sanskrit Sa means it is a good. Good music is Sangeeta. So this is about music as a word. Then we have in music, evolution started. Then lot of shlokas from, mantras from Vedas came. Shrutir Mata, Layah Pita. These two basic elements should be there in music. One is Shruti, what you have listening. Even while talking you can use this. Even while singing you can use this. Laya means the period, Tala. So Tala is also important in music. It is not only the Shruti. This goes on and on and on. But where is the period? So we need a period. Tala is nothing but a period. So Shrutir Mata Layah Pita. These are the two basic things. Once Bhimsen Joshi was asked, you give so much of importance to Shruti, but why you are not focusing too much on Tala? He said, Tal gaya to bal gaya, sur gaya to sir gaya. You got this? Tal gaya to bal gaya. I lose only hairs. But sur gaya to sir gaya. So the entire music is lost. So this is what Pandit Bhimsen Joshi ji told. Thank you. This is Tanpura, Tambura in Carnatic music. So this is a digital era. So this is an electronic gadget which gives you Tanpura sound, different variations. Shishurveti Pashurveti Veti Gana Rasam Phanihi. Music is universal. Whether you sing it for whether you sing a lullaby or a concert, Ragatana Pallavi, or a very complicated music, whether where you are singing, how you are singing, Shishurveti, Pashurveti, even Pashus, the animals, snakes and kids, everybody require music. Gana Rasam Phanihi. Gana Rasa, they call it as Gana Rasa. Like Amrita Rasa, you have Gana Rasa. And music is a very, very divine thing. So I told you music is a universal language. It has only 7 notes. Basic 7 notes and 12 tectonic notes. Sa is the Adhara Shadja, what we call in music. Shadja is Sa. It is originated from cry of a peacock. I'll go a bit fast because there is no much time for me to explain, because I need to focus on my medium, which is flute. The bellow of a bull is Rishabha. Then we have bleat of goat, Gandhara. Then we have chirp of a Krauncha Pakshi. You might have heard Ramayana started because of Krauncha Pakshi. Then tweet of a cuckoo is Panchama. Panchamadalli haditu kogile anta ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So that is what is Panchama. Then we have Dhaivata, which is knee of a horse, and then knee, trumpet of an elephant. These are the origins of Sari Gama Pada Ni. Then again we go to Sa. In this, Sa and Pa are Prakriti Swaras. We call it as constants. Once you fix Sa, you cannot change it over a period of concert. Or we call it as Grahabeda, where you can change the Shadja. Then we Rigamadani are variables. Vikriti Swaras we call it in music. Then between sa and sa, all these riga madani, pa is allocated. Exactly if sa is 100 frequency, 100 hertz. Top sa, sa re ga ma pa da ni sa, that sa will be 200 hertz. So it is between 100 and 200 hertz, all other notes are located. Then we call it as a pitch also. The way you select sa, is your pitch, your adhara shadja, what we call. So music is an energy with harmony. Sound is a form of energy. Music is a form of sound. But harmony is what makes music different. There are 72 Janaka ragas in music. 72 Janaka ragas means you have sa, ri, ga, ma, pa, da, ni. All the 7 notes arranged in an order. There are 72 such ragas. Then over 4,72,000 Janya ragas are available in Carnatic music. We do not know the exact number. This is out of the statistics I have taken. Don't ask me, how did you get this number? And music therapy is one topic which is picking up a lot nowadays. Why music therapies will help? Will music therapies help? Yes, music therapies will help. Because sound, the music is a harmonious sound which is impinging on our ears. And energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. So there must be a conversion factor of music on human body and brain. And that is what happens during therapies. Gana Murte is going to help people with bone problems. Shubhapantuvarali, a raga which will help BP patients. Like that, they have classified a lot of ragas for a lot of disorders which can be treated. Which is the, now coming back to our musical instrument, which is the best musical instrument in the world? Can anybody answer me? Can anybody? Can anybody answer me? Sorry. Human voice. Yes, very true. He is right. Human voice is the best instrument and God-given instrument which doesn't have any equivalent to that. I can talk, I can sing, I can shout, I can cry. So many things is possible, which is not possible in any other instrument in the world. Basic instruments category we have. I'll go a bit fast. Wind instruments is first. Then we have string instruments. Then we have percussion instruments. Ancient Indian instruments. Basically, there were 3 ancient instruments. You have seen this, Lord Krishna with flute. A very, very romantic attachment with flute. Then we have Goddess Sharade having veena in her hand. And Lord Ganapati with mridangam. We have almost around 1,500 instruments in the world today. Evolution of musical instruments has happened. Board strings, woodwind, brass, percussion, keyboard, and other guitar family. Veena is a Bharatiya classical instrument. This is Veena. Veena is a Bharatiya classical instrument. Then we have a lot of string instruments under the same category. Rudra Veena, Sahasra Veena, Shata Veena. Then we have guitar, sarod, violin, sarangi. Then we have percussion. Under percussion we have mridangam. Finally I am coming to my medium, which is flute. The Venu. So this is one thing I'll now demonstrate about flute. So this is one thing I'll now demonstrate about flute. Flute is an instrument, a resonance column closed at one end, and this will have 8 holes and 1 mouthpiece. I'll tell you about the anatomy of flute also later. I'll just play. So now, thank you. I have touched all the notes, sa re ga ma pa da ni sa, and I have traversed one complete octave now. There are 3 octaves, lower octave, middle octave and upper octave. That also I will be showing. So Krishna's flute, what it indicates, what is the relationship between Krishna and flute? He says, flute is empty, flute is hollow. You come to me like a flute, I'll play music in you. That is what he discloses. Philosophy of flute. Flute and life. Life is like a flute. Have many holes and emptiness. And if you work on it carefully, you can play magical melodies. Yes, it is a fact. This is a quote by Rabindranath Tagore. Then, technicality of a flute. How many supports are there for a flute? Many people wouldn't know this. Can I play a flute like this? Not possible. So I need proper supports to play the flute. So the first support is the mouthpiece. Here, first support. Then we have second support. Then we have third support. Then we have fourth support and fifth support. So we have 5 supports for a flute to play. So you can traverse all the octaves, lower octave, middle octave, higher octave. But flute should remain intact at this point. So these other 4 supports will help the flute to stay here. What we call this one as eagle's parrot. I am holding flute like this, not like this. So it is eagle's parrot. Hold like this so that the grip is always better. So anatomy of flute, I explained you mouthpiece. Then we have a barrel called like this. This is barrel. Then you have holes on which you play, and then the effective length. So every time that I put my finger on the hole, that becomes my effective length. So Venu is also called Bansuri. It is a myth that Bansuri is always long. It is not so. This is also Bansuri. This is also Bansuri. This is a lower octave flute. I'll just play one demo. This is the bass flute, what you can hear. And exactly higher octave is this. Then we have varieties of last element of my speech, varieties of flutes. We have concert flutes like this, what we play. Then we have long flutes or bass flutes like this. This is a long one, bass flute it is called. Then we have contrabass flutes. I don't have a picture also today, sorry. It is played like this. It is a long, and it will be kept on the floor and played. Short or high pitched flutes, I showed you just this thing. And then we also have pencil flutes. Small flutes. Generally it is used in film music, not in classical concerts. With this, I conclude my session on musical instruments. Thanks a lot. Time is too short, otherwise we could go on and on regarding this. Thanks a lot. I once again thank Samskriti Foundation for giving me this opportunity to present. Thank you. I once again thank Samskriti Foundation for giving me this opportunity to present. Thank you.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋವಂಥ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಕೊಡುಗೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಳಲು ಒಂದು, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿದತ್ತವಾಗಿರೋವಂಥ ವಾದ್ಯ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ನಿಮಿಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಸಾಹಸ. ಸೊ ಹೆಸ್ ಟ್ರೈಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಮಚ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಂಟ್. ಸೊ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಮಿಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಮಚ್ ಮೋರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ವಾದನವನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ನಾವು, ಆದರೆ ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಂಟ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಯಾ, ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ he is coming back in the next segment also of the session of this segment. ಈಗ we have Shri Ganesh Rao Kesarkar's team to present a drama, discussion drama for 64 ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಂದು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಇದಿದೆ, ಆದೇಶ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ 64 ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಗೈಸನ್ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಿಗಿಂತ ನೇರವಾದ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸೂಕ್ತ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಒಂದು ತಂಡ ಈ ಕಾಲ್ಪನಿಕ ಪೌರಾಣಿಕ ಕಿರುನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವೇ ಸೆಕೆಂಡುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಜ್ಜುಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪೌರಾಣಿಕ ಕಿರುನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವೇ ಸೆಕೆಂಡುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಜ್ಜುಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಮೈಕ್ ಆನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನಂಬರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಥ್ರೂ ಔಟ್ ದಿ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಆನ್ ಇರಬೇಕಿದು.
Cordless. Within also.
ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಇವರ
ಹಲೋ. ಗುರುಗಳೇ, ನಾಂದಿ.
ಕಾಲ್ಪನಿಕ ಪೌರಾಣಿಕ ಕಿರುನಾಟಕ ಕಲಾಚತುರ ಮಹಾರಾಜ. ನಾಟಕ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಹಾಗೂ ರಚನೆ ಶ್ರೀ LK ಆಚಾರ್ಯ, ಕಲಾ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ, ಮೈಸೂರು. ರಂಗ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಕೇಸರ್ಕರ್, ಖ್ಯಾತ ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ನಟರು ಹಾಗೂ BJP ಮುಖಂಡರು. ಪಾತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಕೇಸರ್ಕರ್, ಮಹಾರಾಣಿ ಕುಮಾರಿ ರೂಪಾಲಿ,
ಮಹಾರಾಜರಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಕೇಸರ್ಕರ್, ಮಹಾರಾಣಿ ಕುಮಾರಿ ರೂಪಾಲಿ. ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ರಾವ್, ಸೈನಿಕರಾಗಿ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಮಹದೇವ್, ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ವರ್ ಮೈಸೂರು, ಚಾಣಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳನಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಜಯರಾಮ್, ಮೃದಂಗ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊದಲ ದೃಶ್ಯ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಆಸ್ಥಾನ. ವಿಘ್ನೇಶ್ವರನ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇದೀಗ ನಾಟಕ. ಪ್ರಣಮಾಮ್ಯಹಂ ಶಿರಸಾ ದೈವಂ ಗೌರೀಪುತ್ರಂ ವಿನಾಯಕಂ ಭಕ್ತವ್ಯಾಸಂ ಸ್ಮರೇ ನಿತ್ಯಮಾವಿಷ್ಕಾಮಾರ್ಥಸಿದ್ಧಯೇ ಕೋಟಿಸೂರ್ಯಸಮಪ್ರಭಂ ನಿರ್ವಿಘ್ನಂ ಕುರು ಮೇ ದೇವ. ಸರ್ವಕಾರ್ಯೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ ಸರ್ವಕಾರ್ಯೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ ಸರ್ವಕಾರ್ಯೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ.
ರಾಜಾಧಿರಾಜ ರಾಜಕುಲ ತಿಲಕ ಹಿಂದುವಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಶ್ರೀ 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 ಛತ್ರಪತಿ ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಆಗಮಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬರೋ ಬರೋ.
ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ಇಂದಿನ ಸಭೆಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶವೇನು?
ಪ್ರಭು, ಇಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಾಗೂ ಹೋಗುಗಳ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚಿಸಲು ಈ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
ಮಹಾರಾಜರೇ, ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳ ಆಗು ಹೋಗುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಒಳಿತಿಗಾಗಿ ಚಿಂತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಂಬುದೇ ಈ ಸಭೆಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯವರೇ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತು ಸಮಂಜಸವಾಗಿದೆ. ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ,
ಪ್ರಭು,
ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾತಿ ಜನಾಂಗಗಳ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳು ಸೌಖ್ಯವೇ? ನಿಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರುವಂತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಜಾಕ್ಷೇಮವೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಇದರ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಏನೆಂಬುದು ನಿಮಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
ನಿಜ ಪ್ರಭು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕ್ಷೇಮದಿಂದೇನೂ ಇರುವರು. ಆದರೆ
ಏನಾದರೆ? ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ಆದರೆ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನಾರ್ಥಕ ಚಿಹ್ನೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟವಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಆದರೆ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನಾರ್ಥಕ ವ್ಯಥೆ ಇರಲೇಬಾರದು ಏನೆಂಬುದನ್ನು ಕೂಲಂಕುಷವಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿ.
ಹೌದು ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ಏನಿದು ಈ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆದರೆ ಎಂಬುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನಾ ಅರ್ಥಗಳು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಏನಾಯಿತು ಏನಾಯಿತು ಎಂದು ತಿಳಿಸಬಹುದಲ್ಲವೇ?
ನಿಮಗಲ್ಲದೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ತಾನೇ ತಿಳಿಸಲಿ ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯವರೇ. ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳನು ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಿಗೆ ವಂಚಿಸಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಯದಂತೆ ಅವರ ಹಣ ಒಡವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕದ್ದೊಯ್ಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಏನೋ ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ವಿಷಯ ತಿಳಿದಿದ್ದರೂ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈಗ ರಾಜಾಜ್ಞೆ ಹೊರಡಿಸಿ ಅವನನ್ನು ಬಂಧಿಸಿ ಅವನ ಶಿರಚ್ಛೇದವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಭು, ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭವಲ್ಲ. ಅವನು ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳನಂತೆ. ಅವನನ್ನು ಬಂಧಿಸಲು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷನಿಂದನೇ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಎಂದು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ.
ಹೌದೇನು? ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ,
ಪ್ರಭು,
ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿಷಯ ಏನೆಂಬುದು ನಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥವಾಯಿತು. ನೀವಿಬ್ಬರೂ ಬರೀ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಚಿಂತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಭಾರತಾಂಬೆಗೆ ದಾಸ್ಯದ ಶೃಂಖಲೆಯನ್ನು ತೊಡಿಸಿ ಸಿಂಧುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಹಿಂಸಾ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳಿಂದ ಕಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಟ್ಟಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮಂದಿರಗಳನ್ನು ವಿಧ್ವಂಸಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಸಿಂಧು ಪ್ರಾಂತ್ಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಿಡತೆ ಹಿಂಡುಗಳಂತೆ ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ಹಸಿರು ಪತಾಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹಾರಿಸಬೇಕೆಂದು ಹಗಲುಗನಸು ಕಾಣುತ್ತಿರುವ ಮೊಘಲರೇ, ನಿಮಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತು? ಈ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮದ ಸಾರ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಪ್ರತಿ ಕಣ ಕಣದಲ್ಲೂ ಅಡಗಿದೆ. ಓಂಕಾರ ನಾಮ ಮಂತ್ರ ಝೇಂಕಾರ. ಹಿಮಾಲಯದ ಉತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವುದೇ ಕೈಲಾಸ. ಸನಾತನ ಧರ್ಮದ ಆರಾಧ್ಯ ದೈವ ಪರಶಿವನ ಮುಖ್ಯ ನಿವಾಸ. ತನ್ನ ಕರುಳನ್ನೇ ಬಗೆದು ರುದ್ರ ವೀಣೆಯಾಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಂಗೀತಕ್ಕೆ ಉಗಮ ಸ್ಥಾನ ನೀಡಿದ ಆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮನ ನಾಡು. ಅವನಿಂದಲೇ ಈ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನ ಅಲುಗಾಡ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲವೆಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಅಲುಗಾಡಿಸಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? 10 ತಲೆಯ 20 ಕೈಗಳ ರಾವಣನಿಂದಲೇ ಈ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನವನ್ನು ಅಲುಗಾಡ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲವೆಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಅಲುಗಾಡಿಸಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ಹಿಮಾಲಯದ ಶ್ರೀ ಧರ್ಮ ಅಚಲ, ಅಜೇಯ, ಅನಂತ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಏಕೆ, ಶತಶತಮಾನದ ಆಘಾತಗಳಿಗೆ, ಪರಕೀಯರ ಆಕ್ರಮಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಜಗ್ಗದಿರುವ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರವಿದು. ತನ್ನ ಮೃತ್ಯುಂಜಯ ಮನೋಬಲದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಚಂಡ ಹೆಬ್ಬಂಡೆಗಿಂತಲೂ ಭದ್ರವಾಗಿ ನೆಲೆ ನಿಂತಿರುವ ವೇದ ಭೂಮಿ ಇದು. ಆತ್ಮ ಸ್ವರೂಪದ ಜನ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಾಡು ಅನಾದಿಯಾಗಿದೆ, ಅನಂತವಾಗಿದೆ, ಅಮರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರುವ ವೀರ ಕಲಿಗಳು ನಾವು. ನನಗೆ ಜನ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತೃಭೂಮಿಯೇ, ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಣೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ದಾಸ್ಯ ಮುಕ್ತಿಗಾಗಿ ಈ ನನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಿನ ನೆಲ, ಜಲ, ನುಡಿ, ಗಡಿ, ಗುಡಿ, ಗೋಪುರ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ನೆತ್ತರ ಕಣಕಣಗಳನ್ನು ಬಸಿಲು ಸದಾ ಸಿದ್ಧನಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ನನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿ ರಾಜರಾಜೇಶ್ವರಿಯೇ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ. ಜೈ ಭುವನೇಶ್ವರಿ ತಾಯಿ, ಹರ ಹರ ಮಹಾದೇವ್, ಹರ ಹರ ಮಹಾದೇವ್, ಹರ ಹರ ಮಹಾದೇವ್, ಜೈ ಭವಾನಿ. ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯವರೇ, ಈಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗಿರಬಹುದು ನನ್ನ ದೇಹೋದ್ದೇಶಗಳಿರುವೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಳ್ಳನಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವನನ್ನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಿಡು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಇರಲಿ, ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತದೋ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯವರೇ, ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ನನಗೆ ತುರ್ತು ನಿರ್ಗಮನ ಕೆಲಸವಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ
ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರೇ. ವಿಜಯಶಾಲಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ.
ವಿಜಯಶಾಲಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ.
ಮಹಾರಾಜರೇ, ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ತುರ್ತು ನಿರ್ಗಮನದ ಕಾರಣವೇನು? ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಗೂಢವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ?
ನಿಜ, ನನಗೂ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ಟಿವಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಆ ಕಳ್ಳನನ್ನು ಕ್ಷಣ ಮಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಹಿಡಿಯುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಥ ನಿಪುಣರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತು ನಿಜ ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಭುಗಳು ಮಹಾಸಮರ್ಥರು. ಎಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಧೈರ್ಯದಿಂದ ವಿವೇಚನೆಯಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ.
ಬಲೆ ಬಲೆ ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೈನಿಕನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು.
ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಆ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳನನ್ನು ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಡಿಯುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಾವು ಕಾಯೋಣ. ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಕಳ್ಳ ಕಳ್ಳ ಕಳ್ಳ
ಎಂತ ಅವಿನಾತಿ ಕಳ್ಳ ಇವನು. ನಾನು ಎಂತೆಂತ ಕಳ್ಳನ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವನು ಎಂತ ಕಳ್ಳ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಓಡ್ತೀಯ? ಓಡೋ. ನೀನು ಗಡಿ ದಾಟಿದ್ರು ಹೊಡೆದು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ.
ಯಪ್ಪ, ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಸಿಗಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಚುಚ್ಚಿಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ನೋ ಏನೋ, ಆ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಬಂದ. ಕಳ್ತನನೇ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು, ಅನುಮಾನ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟದೆ, ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಮುಂಡೆ ಮಗ. ರೀ, ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಇರಬೇಕು ರೀ. ಧೈರ್ಯದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಒದೆ ತಿನ್ನೋಕ್ಕೂ ತಯಾರಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ತಾಕತ್ತು ಬೇಕು. ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷತನ ಬೇಕು. ಈಗೇನಾರ ಬಂದು ನಾನು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ತಗಲಾಕೊಂಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಗುಡ್ಡಾದೆ, ಹೊಳೆಯಾದೆ, ಈಜಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕೊಂಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅನುಮಾನ ಬಂದು ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ, ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಕಣ್ರಿ. ಯಪ್ಪ, 64 ವಿದ್ಯೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ತನನೂ ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಭಾಳ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ? 64 ವಿದ್ಯೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಳತನನೂ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯೆ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನೇ ಕಳ್ಳತನ ಮಾಡಿದಾನ್ರಿ. ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕದೀತಿದ್ದ, ನಾನು ಬಂಗಾರ ಕದೀತೀನಿ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ. ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕದ್ರು ಕಳ್ಳೆ, ಬಂಗಾರ ಕದ್ರು ಕಳ್ಳೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿ, ಕೂಲ್ ಕಸಬು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮುತ್ತಾತ ಕೋಳಿ ಕುರಿ ಕದೀತಿದ್ನಂತೆ. ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ, ನಮ್ಮ ತಾತ ಮನೆಗಳತನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂತೆ. ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾದ ಕಳ್ಳ. ಅವರು 3 ಜನದ ಹೆಸರು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಳ್ಳನಾಗಿ ಈ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗದೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಯಾರ ಕೈಗೂ ತಗಲಾಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ತಗಲಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನ್ರಿ, ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಸೇರ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಮನೇಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಮನೆ, ಸೇರ್ ಮನೇಲಿದ್ದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆ ಮನೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತೀರೋ? ಮನೇಲಿ ನಾವೇ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಂದು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಡ್ರು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ನಾವೇ ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು. ಸೇರ್ ಮನೇಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಅವರೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಲ್ಲೊಡೆದು ಕರೆದು ಊಟ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮನೇನ ನಾವೇ ಕಾಯಬೇಕು, ಅವರು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಾಯಕ್ಕೆ 4 ಜನ ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹುಷಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕಿಬ್ರು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕಿಬ್ರು ಬಾಡಿ ಗಾರ್ಡ್ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಿಂಗದೇ ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ. ಅಂತೂ ಯಾರ ಕೈಗೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂಗಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಳು. ಪಥಾರಿಂದ ಒದ್ದಾಡ್ತಾ ಇವನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಏನೂ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಣ್ರಿ. ಬಲೆ ಪಜಿತಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಒಂದೇ ಸರಿ ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಕಿತ್ತ ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ವಾರಕ್ಕಾಯ್ತದೋ, ತಿಂಗಳಿಗಾಯ್ತದೋ, ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಾಯ್ತದೋ, ಪುನಃ ಕಳ್ತನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಲೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಳ್ಳನ ಮಕ್ಕಳವ್ರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಾಚಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಾಚಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಡೆನೂ ಬಾಚ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ಕಡೆನೂ ಬಾಚ್ತಾರೆ, ಭಂಡಾರನ ಭರ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಬಡಿ ಇದ್ದ ನೋಡ್ಲಾ, ಕಳ್ಬಡಿ ಇದ್ದ ಹೋಯ್ತವನೆ ನೋಡ್ಲಾ ಕಳ್ಳನ ಮಗನ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾವು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಳ್ಳರು, ಅವ್ರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಳ್ಳರು, ದೇಶನೇ ಲೂಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ ಕಳ್ಳರು. ಗೊತ್ತದೆ ಈ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಲೂಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವನೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳೋ ತಾಕತ್ತು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂಗದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳೋ ತಾಕತ್ತು ಯಾರಿಗೂ. ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೈ ಕಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ, ಯಾರು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೂ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಓಹೋ, ಯಾರೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ಇತ್ತಾಗೆ ಬತ್ತವ್ರೆ. ಬರಲಿ ಬರಲಿ. ಅಬ್ಬಾ, ಭಾರಿ ಗಿರಾಕಿ ಕಣಪ್ಪು.
ಹಸ್ತಿನಾಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ದಾರಿ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಓ, ಅಲ್ಲೊಬ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳೋಣ. ದಾರಿ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಅಯ್ಯ,
ಯಾರನ್ನ?
ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ಕಣಪ್ಪ.
ಅಪ್ಪ? ನಾನೇನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಕಣ್ಣಂಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತೀನ?
ಏನಂತ ಕರೆಯೋದಪ್ಪ ಇವನ್ನ? ಅಣ್ಣ
ಅಣ್ಣ? ನಾನೇನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣ ಕಣ್ಣಂಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ?
ಏನಂತ ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆ ಕರೆಯಬೇಕು ಅಂತ? ತಮ್ಮಣ್ಣ.
ತಮ್ಮಣ್ಣ? ಏನು ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪಾಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋ ನನಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ನಾನು ನೀನು ಒಂತಾಯಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ? ಓ, ಸರೋಯ್ತು ನಿನ್ನ ಕತೆ. ಅಣ್ಣ, ತಮ್ಮ, ಅಪ್ಪ, ಅಯ್ಯ, ಏನು ಬೇರೆ ಕರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವ ನಿನಗೆ?
ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ, ಏನು ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರ ಹಂಗೆ ಕೇಳು, ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಂತ.
ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಂತನಾ?
ಏನದು? ಓ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಂತನಾ? ಏನು ರೀ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕಿಂಡಲಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ರೀ? ಭಗವಂತ, ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನ ಅವತಾರ, ದಶಾವತಾರಿ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣಾವತಾರನೂ ಒಂದು ಅವತಾರ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವೇನ್ರಿ? ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನನ್ನು ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವನು ಒಲಿತಾನಂತೆ. ಹಿರಣ್ಯಕಶಿಪು ಭಕ್ತ ಪ್ರಹ್ಲಾದನಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾನೋ ಆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹರಿ ಅಂತ ಪೀಡನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ, ಶ್ರೀಹರಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಅಂತ ಕೂಕ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಕಂಬದಿಂದ ನರಸಿಂಹಾವತಾರ ತಾಳಿ ಹೊಡೆದು ಬಂದು ಹಿರಣ್ಯಕಶಿಪುನ ಕೊಂದು ಭಕ್ತ ಪ್ರಹ್ಲಾದನ ಕಾಪಾಡದಂತೆ ಭಗವಂತ. ದ್ವಾಪರದಲ್ಲಿ ದ್ರೌಪದಿ ಸೀರೆನ ದುಶ್ಯಾಸನ ಸೆಳೀತಿರುವಾಗ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಆಪದ್ ಬಾಂಧವ ಅಣ್ಣ ಬಂದು ಕಾಪಾಡೋ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಕ್ಷಯಾಂಬರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ತಾಯಿ ಮಾನ ಕಾಪಾಡದಂತೆ ಭಗವಂತ. ಹಂಗೆ ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ,
ಏನು ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ?
ನಾನು ಹಸ್ತಿನಾಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ದಾರಿ ಯಾವುದು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೇನಪ್ಪ?
ದಾರಿ?
ಈ ದಾರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೇನಪ್ಪ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ?
ಈ ದಾರಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ದಾರಿ ಏನೋ ಸಿಕ್ಕುತ್ತೆ, ಕೈ ನೋವು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಿ, ಹಸ್ತಿನಾಪುರನೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ.
ಹೌದಾ? ಒಳ್ಳೆ ದಾರಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೆ ಕಣಪ್ಪ. ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಪ್ಪ ನೀನು.
ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಪ್ಪ. ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥವ್ರು ಬೇಕು. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಇದೇ ರೀ ಕಳ್ತನದ ಗುಟ್ಟು. ಆಹಾ, ಏನ್ರಿ ಯಪ್ಪ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ, 1 ವರ್ಷ ಕಳ್ತನನೇ ಮಾಡುವಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಕಣ್ರಿ. ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿಂದರೂ ಕರಗವಲ್ದು. ಪುಣ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಸರಿಯಾಗೇ ಇಟ್ಟವನೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಖರ್ಚಿಪಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಬಂದವನೇ. ಕಳ್ಳರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಬಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಅಂತ. ಯಪ್ಪ, ಅಂತೂ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಪ್ಪ. ಓಹೋ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಏನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ?
ಯಾರೋ ದಾರಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು.
64 ವಿದ್ಯೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಇವನಿಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಪ್ಪ?
ಇದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನೋ ಕೈ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ ಏನದು?
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಅಯ್ಯಪ್ಪ, ಆ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರು ಹಸ್ತಿನಾಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ದಾರಿ ಯಾವ ಕಡೆ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ.
ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಳತನ ಮಾಡಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯವೇನೆಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿರುವೆ?
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಬೇಕಂತ ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಪಾಡಾಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೇನೋ?
ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಲಕಸುಬು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಕುಲಕಸುಬಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಈ ಕೆಲಸವೋ? ಎಲ್ಲವೋ ಧೂರ್ತ. ಇನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಕಳ್ಳತನವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ತೊಲಗು ನನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ.
ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರೂ ಇದೇ ಕಸಬು ನಮ್ದು.
ನೋಡು, ನನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಳ್ಳತನಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶವಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ನೀನು ಕಳ್ಳತನ ಮಾಡುವ ಹಾಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದ ಗತಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ?
ಹೌದು, ಒಬ್ಬ ರಾಜನಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಯೋಚಿಸಬೇಕು ನಾನು. ಇರಲಿ, ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ಯಾರಲ್ಲಿ?
ಪ್ರಭು, ಕಂಡೆ ಪ್ರಭು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷಣ ಮೆಚ್ಚಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಂತೂ ಇವನನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕಂಡಿಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಕು.
ಇರಲಿ. ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ, ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯವರೇ, ನೀವು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದ ಇದೇ ಕಳ್ಳ ಆ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳ. ನೀವೇನೆಂದಿರಿ? ಒಬ್ಬ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳ ನಡೆಯಲು ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳನೇ ಬರಬೇಕೆಂದು. ಆ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳ ನಾನಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ರಾಜ ನಾನು. ಇವತ್ತೇನೋ ಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ,
ಪ್ರಭು,
ಇವನು ಬಹಳ ಬೇಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಕುಲಕಸುಬು, ನನಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದರೆ ನಾನು ಮರಣೊಪ್ಪುತ್ತೇನೆ ಎಂದು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇವನನ್ನು ಇಂದಿನಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಅಂಗರಕ್ಷಕನಾಗಿ ನೇಮಿಸಿ.
ಪ್ರಭು, ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದಯಣೆ ಕಳ್ತನ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ
ಅಂತೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ಇಂದಿನಿಂದಲೇ ರಾಜಾಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊರಡಿಸಿ ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೋಸ, ದಗ, ಕಳ್ಳತನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರದು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು.
ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥ ರಾಜರಿರುವಾಗ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸುಭಿಕ್ಷವಾಗಿಯೇ ಇರಲಿ. ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ?
ಮಹಾಪ್ರಭು ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರಿಗೆ
ಜಯವಾಗಲಿ.
ಮಹಾಪ್ರಭು ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರಿಗೆ
ಜಯವಾಗಲಿ.
ಮಹಾಪ್ರಭು ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರಿಗೆ.
ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಕಾಲ್ಪನಿಕ ಪೌರಾಣಿಕ ಕಿರುನಾಟಕ ಕಲಾಚತುರ ಮಹಾರಾಜ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಚಯಿಸ್ತಾ, ಮಹಾರಾಜರಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಕೇಸರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು, ಮಹಾರಾಣಿ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಮಾರಿ ರೂಪಾಲಿ ಅವರು, ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ರಾವ್ ಅವರು, ಸೈನಿಕರಾಗಿ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಮಹಾದೇವ್ ಅವರು, ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ವರ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಅವರು, ಚಾಣಾಕ್ಷ ಕಳ್ಳನಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಜಯರಾಮ್ ಅವರು, ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿಯಂ ವಾದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ನಾಟಕದ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಹಾಗೂ ರಚನೆ ಶ್ರೀ LK ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಅಲಿಯಾಸ್ ಕೆ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವರು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಕಲಾ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು. ಅವರು ಸಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸೂರು ದಿವ್ಯಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಕಲಾ ಸಂಘದಿಂದ ಛತ್ರಪತಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮೋದ್ಧಾರಕ, ಹಿಂದೂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಛತ್ರಪತಿ ಶಿವಾಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಒಂದು ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದು ಸುಮಾರು 3 ಗಂಟೆ 15 ನಿಮಿಷಗಳ ಡ್ಯೂರೇಷನ್ ಇದು. ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 20 ನಿಮಿಷಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡಿ ಅಂದಾಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಈ ಒಂದು ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಚಿತ್ರ ಸಂಗೀತ. ಸೊ ವುಡ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಜಿ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಇವರು ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅನೇಕರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು. ಈ ಇಡೀ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕಾಣ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂಥ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ಗಳಿರಬಹುದು, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಅದರ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋವಂಥದ್ದು ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರ ಪೆನ್ ನೇಮ್ LK ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಅಂತಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಚಿತ್ರ ಸಂಗೀತದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿತ್ರ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿಯನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಗೀತ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಿದ್ವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೀಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಚಿತ್ರ ಸಂಗೀತ ವಿದ್ವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಅವರ ಸಂಗೀತಕ್ಕೆ LK ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಅವರ ಚಿತ್ರಕಲೆ.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಲೋಕೇಶ್, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಫ್ಲೂಟ್, ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಫ್ಲೂಟ್, ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಸಂಗೀತ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಂಗೀತ ವೋಕಲ್ಲು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಗೀತ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿತ್ರ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಡೆಮಾನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ನುಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಆ ಮೂಡ್ಗೆ he starts writing whatever he gets in his mind. So it will be, and then we will also do Sawal Jawab in the last few seconds. That also will show you. I'll start with a folk tune. Hare Hare Radhika Krishna Tava Virahe Keshava Tava Virahe Keshava. Now we will start Sawal Jawab.
ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಚಿತ್ರ ಸಂಗೀತ. ಈ ಹೊತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಈ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಸನ್ನಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೊನೆಯ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣನಿಗೆ ನಮನವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸೋದು ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಲಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಆ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನಿಗೆ ನಮನವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕಲಾವಿದರಿಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್ ಜಿ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ, ಶ್ರೀ ಅರುಳಾಳನ್ ಗುರೂಜಿ ಅವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಅರುಳಾಳನ್ ಗುರೂಜಿ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ದಿ ಆನರ್.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂಜೆ. ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಗ್ರಫಿ ಶ್ರೀಧರ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮಹತ್ತಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟು, ನೇಚರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಓದಿದಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಲು ಭಾಗ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ, ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಭಾಗ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬರವಣಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟಾಗ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಫಲಾಟಿಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಥೆರಾಪೆಟಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಔಷಧಿ, ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ತಲೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಮೈ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬದುಕ್ತೀವಿ, ಮೈ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸೋತು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದರೆ ತಲೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಮಯ ಮೈ ಹೇಳೋದನ್ನು ತಲೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. 50 ವಯಸ್ಸಾದಮೇಲೆ 2-3 ಮೆಟ್ಲು ಜಿಗಿಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಓಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾಗಿ ತಲೆ ಹೇಳೋದನ್ನೇ ಮೈ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಮನುಷ್ಯರಿಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ವಿಸಿಟ್ಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ಸಿ 3 or 4 times in a day ಅಂತೆ. ಆಲ್ ಅದರ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅಬ್ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇಂಥ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾಗ ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತಂದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಧರ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ವಿಶೇಷ. ಅಂದರೆ ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು. ಭಾಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಿದೆ. ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್. ತಂದೆ ಇದ್ದ, ಮಗ ಕುಡುಕ, ನಾನು ಸತ್ತರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬರೋದಿಂದ ತನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದ್ದ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೋ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತನ ಹತ್ರ, ಇವ್ನು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ನೀನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ದ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಸತ್ತ, ಮಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ದ, 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟ. 20 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಅವನು, 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸದವನಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೀನು ಸರೋದ್ರೆ 2 ಲಕ್ಷ, ಅಂದರೆ ನೀನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಾನು 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದರೂ ಕೊಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತಾನೆ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಹಾರಿಸಾಂಟಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್. ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೇ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಹೋದ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೌದಪ್ಪ ಅವರಪ್ಪ ಹೇಳಿದಾನಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ, ಅವ್ನು 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ ತಗೋ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಆದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ನ್ಯಾಯದಸ್ಥ ಇದ್ದ, ಭಾಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ. ಅವನೇನು ಮಾಡ್ದ, ಅವನ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವನ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ಇವ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ, ನಾನು ತಿದ್ಕೊಂಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮೀ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಆಗ ಆಯಿತು ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಥರ ನಾಟಕ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಅವನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಹೌದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ನೀ ಅವನ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನೀನು ಒಪ್ಕೋತೇನೆಯಾ? ಒಪ್ಕೋತಾನೆ. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಇವನು ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀಯ ಹೋಗ್ತೀಯ? ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡು, 18 ಲಕ್ಷ ಒಂದು ಪೆಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕು, 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಒಂದು ಪೆಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ದ. 18 ಲಕ್ಷ ಅವನು ಕೊಡು, ನೀನು 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಇಟ್ಕೊ ಅಂತ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನು, ನೀನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಕೊಡು. ಅದೇ ಪದ, ನೀನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು 18 ಲಕ್ಷ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಕೊಡೋದು 2 ಲಕ್ಷ, ಅದರಿಂದ ನೀನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಅವನು ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರಿಸಾಂಟಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗು 14 ಕಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿದೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಅವರ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊಡುಗೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ನಮನಗಳು. ಮತ್ತು ಮುರಳೀಧರವರು ಹೇಳೋದೇ ಬೇಡ, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋದ್ರು, ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀನೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಭಯ ಬಂದುಬಿಡ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಅಂದರೆ ತಮಿಳು ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ತಿರುವಳ್ಳುವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಕುഴಲಿನಿದು ಯಾழிನಿದು ಎನ್ಬರ್ ತಮ್ಮಕ್ಕಳ್ ಮಳಲೆಕ್ಕಳ್ ಕೇಳಾದವರ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕೊಳಲು ಇಂಪು, ವೀಣೆ ಇಂಪು ಎಂದು ಹೇಳುವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ತೊದಲ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳದಿದ್ದವರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಸೂಪರ್ಲೇಟಿವ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. 2 ವಿಧವಾದಂತಹ ಉಪಕರಣಗಳಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ಊದೋದು, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನುಡಿಸೋದು. ಊದೋದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದದ್ದು ಕೊಳಲು, ನುಡಿಸೋದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಭಾಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದದ್ದು ವೀಣೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ, ನುಡಿಸೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಕೊಳಲಿನಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತನ್ನು ಆನಂದಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಓಂಕಾರದ ವಿಚಾರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ದಿವಸ ಆಯಿತು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಥೆರಪಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಅಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಶ್ರೀಧರ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಯು ಸಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತಂತೆ, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸಂತೋಷಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂದರು ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಕಂಪೇರ್ಡ್ ಫ್ಲೂಟ್ ಟು ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಖಂಡಿತ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಮಾತದು. ಮತ್ತು ನಾಟಕ ಅಂದರೆ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್, ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್, ಡ್ರಾಮಾ, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ನೃತ್ಯ, ಸಂಗೀತ, ನಾಟಕ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ನೃತ್ಯ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಸಂಗೀತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಟಕ ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ವಿ. ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳ್ತನ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ವೆನ್ ಸನ್ ನೋಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್, ಮೂನ್ ನೋಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಸೀಕ್ರೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಮನುಷ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವುದೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅವನ್ನೇ ಅಂಗರಕ್ಷಕನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಕಳ್ಳನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀಗದ ಕೈ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಕದಿಯೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಹಳೆಯ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು. ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೂ ಎ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಎ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಎ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪಾತ್ರ ನಮಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಇದು ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಖಂಡಿತ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು ತಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ನಂಬ್ತವೆ, ಕಿವಿಗಳು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರನ್ನ ನಂಬ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಿವಿ ಎರಡು ಒಂದನ್ನೇ ನಂಬಿತು, ಅದು ಮಹಾಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವತಾರವನ್ನು ನಂಬಿತು. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅದಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾವು ಏನೋ ಗಾಸಿಪ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕಿವಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಹಬ್ಬ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಈ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಟಿ ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಆದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಲೈವ್ ಡೆಮೋ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ನು ನಂಬಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಿವಿಯನ್ನು ನಂಬಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇವತ್ತು. ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವ, ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇಂಥ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ದಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, 7 ಜನ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಈ 64 ಕಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕಲಿಯಾದರೂ ಕಲಿಯುವಂತಹ ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
We request Shri Arulalan ji to kindly honor the artists. May I request Dr. Sridhar Murthy ji to kindly come upon stage to receive our gesture.
ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನೊಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಏನಂದರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂತಹ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಸಂತೋಷವಾದ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾರು ಒಂದು 10, 15, 20, 30 ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ. ಅದ್ರ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಂತೋಷವಾದ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ದಿನ ನೆನೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಎಂಡಾರ್ಫಿನ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಭಾಳ ನ್ಯೂ ಪಾತ್ವೇನ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ. ಅದೇ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿಜಿ. We request Shri Ganesh Rao Kesarkarji to kindly receive the honor on behalf of his team. Thank you, Ganesh Rao Kesarkarji. May I request Vidwan Shri S.G. Muralidhar sir and Shri K. Lokesh to kindly come upon stage to ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ಸರ್. ನಾಟಕ ತಂಡದವರೆಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ನಾಟಕದ ರಚನೆ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವರು. ಸೊ 2 ಫೋಟೋಗೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಟೀಮ್ ಅಗೈನ್. ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ವಿದ್ವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್ ಟಿ ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಸರ್ ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಬಲ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಸರ್, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 2 ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಡಬಲ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮುರಳೀಧರ್ ಸರ್, 2 ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. For that euphonic flute playing by Vidwan Shri S.G. Muralidhar sir. On behalf of Samskriti Foundation, heartfelt gratitude to the Vidwan. Both host and the guest, Lokesh Avaru. It's part of Samskriti Foundation. Thanks to Shri L.K. Acharya sir alias Lokesh ಅವರು ಫಾರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾರಿಸನಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಫಾರ್ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ರೀಸನ್ಸ್ ನನಗೆ BKS ವರ್ಮಾ ಅವರು ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಇವತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಜುಗಲ್ ಬಂದಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಸಂಬಡಿ ಈಸ್ ಎಂಡೋರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಮೈ ಥಾಟ್ ಐ ಸಪೋಸ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಈ ಥರದ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿಗಳನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಮಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗುವಂಥ ಅದ್ಭುತ ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಬಿ ಕೆ ಎಸ್ ವರ್ಮಾ ಅವರು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅವರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜೀವಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ, ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿ 1 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್. ಅವರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜೀವಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ,
मध्ये एकः कार्यक्रमः वर्तते. कालिदासेन उच्यते प्रतिबध्नाति हि श्रेयः पूज्यपूजा व्यतिक्रमः इति. पूज्याः सर्वदैव अस्माकं पूज्या एव भवन्ति. तेषु पूज्येषु अग्रगण्याः अत्रत्याः संस्कृतभाषार्थं न्यस्तजीवनाः संस्कृतकार्यकर्तारः संस्कृतविद्वांसः श्रीमन्तः TN प्रभाकर महाभागाः. ते अत्र अस्माकम् आह्वानम् अङ्गीकृत्य समागताः. ते कृपया अत्र आगत्य अस्माकं गौरवं स्वीकुर्वन्तु इति प्रार्थये. मध्ये रूपाली महाभागा आगच्छतु इति प्रार्थये.
अत्यन्तं सन्तोषस्य विषयः यत् शरदृतौ आश्वयुजमासे शारदादेव्याः कलाः अत्र आविष्कृताः इति. चतुष्षष्टिकलाः इति वात्स्यायनस्य कामसूत्रे आवलिः अस्ति. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವಿವಾಹದ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಯಾದಾನದ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮಹಾಸಂಕಲ್ಪವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 64 ಕಲೆಗಳ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸೂಚನೆ, ಆ 64 ಕಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕುರಿತಂತೆ ಮಹಾಸಂಕಲ್ಪದ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರಭಿ ಸಂಗಮದಿಂದಾಗಿ ತುರುವೇಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಕಟ ಆಯಿತು. ಈ ಊರಿನ ಶಂಕರಪುರಂದ ರಂಗರಾವ್ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಕೇಶವ ಕೃಪ ಹಾಗೂ ಚಾಮರಾಜಪೇಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಕೇಶವ ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ದೊರೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇಡೀ ಮಹಾಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನನ್ನ ಅನುಭವ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಕೋಲಾರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಈಗ 35 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಈ 64 ಕಲೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನಿಯನ್ನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ಆಹ್ವಾನ ಪತ್ರ ಬಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನನಗೆ ಹಳೆಯದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ನೆನಪಾಯಿತು. ಸುಮಾರು 42 ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಅತಿಥಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ನಿಶ್ಚಿತ ದಿನ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ವೋ ಅವರು ಅತಿಥಿ. ಮೊದಲೇ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅಭ್ಯಾಗತ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆನೇ ನಾನು ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ನಾನು ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಬಂದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಇನ್ನಿತರ ನಿನ್ನೆಯ ವಿವರಗಳನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ನಿರಂತರ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಿಯಾನ್ವಯದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಅನುಕರಣೀಯವಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we take a very short break for tea. Don't go by the invitation which says half an hour of break. We'll get back in 10 minutes. You all have been a wonderful audience, supporting by keeping up the time and helping us to stick to the time that's planned. So see you all exactly from 10 minutes from now. ಇದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೂನ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಫಾಲೋಡ್ ಬೈ light snacks and tea again. So we expect you to come as early as possible having your tea to join us for the valedictory event on the stage. Thank you. For the valedictory event on the stage. Thank you. kindly come up on stage and join us for the valedictory event, and also Sri Gopal Krishnan sir. Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Gurave Namaha. Owing our sincere pranams to all the gurus who are behind all these kala prakaras. ಗುರುಲೇಖ ಎటువంటి ಗುಣಿಕಿ ತಿಳಿಯಕಬೋದು ಅಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಿರಿಯರು. ಗುರು ಕೃಪಲೇಖ ಶ್ರೀ ಹರಿಕೃಪಾ ಗಲ್ಗುಣ. Without the blessings of Guru, even Harikrupa won't come to our blessings, is what our ancestors and our elder Vagyakaras have said. But owing our sincere pranams to both Hari and Guru, we have reached this valedictory function, this event, by the blessings of Almighty and all our ancestors. Ladies and gentlemen, Samskriti Foundation made a sincere attempt to present a glimpse of all the 64 kala prakaras. Bharatiya Sanatana Parampareya ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಎಂದೇ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಲ್ಪಡುವಂಥ 64 ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೆಳಕು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. At this seminar, we had the chance to immerse ourselves in the diverse world of the 64 arts, gaining insights into traditional forms of dance, music, ancient sciences, and much more. It not just was an educational experience, but also it was celebration of our heritage and an opportunity to connect with the deep-rooted traditions that continue to shape Indian culture and our culture individually. ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದೀಗ ಆ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರೋಪದ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. On behalf of Samskriti Foundation, I would extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Shri L. Hanumantaya sir, for this valedictory event. ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮುತ್ಸದ್ದಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿ, ಜನಪರ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಪರ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿ ಆ ಕೈಂಕರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯ ಅವರ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಈ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮಹತ್ತರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಂಥ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಧುರೀಣರು ಮತ್ತು ಜನಪರ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಉಳ್ಳಂಥವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಒಂದು ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಈ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. We have with us Director General of National Productivity Council, Government of India, New Delhi, Shri S. Gopalakrishnan sir, IAS officer. He has served in various cadres and various departments, who is himself an art lover and very fitting to this position and post. National Productivity Council ಈ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಅಥವಾ ದೇಶದ ಈ ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಲೋ ಅಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವರು ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ವೆರಿ ಆ್ಯಪ್ಟ್ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೆರಿ apt presence of Gopalakrishnan sir. Thank you so much for being with us and gracing the occasion, sir. Once again, warm welcome on behalf of Samskriti Foundation and all the connoisseurs present here. We also have Senior Vice President of ISKCON, Shri Vasudev Keshav Das ji, as distinguished guest amongst us. And I don't think anybody here requires a special introduction about either ISKCON or its what should we say, the service to the mankind, and this is possible, or this level of quality and quality of service is possible because of presence of people and mind and heart like Vasudev Keshav Das ji. And it's a great honor for Samskriti Pratishtana to have somebody like a divine presence of Vasudev Keshav Das ji. Thank you so much for coming and gracing the occasion and being with us and witnessing this valedictory, sir. Thank you so much. And ನಮ್ಮವರೇ ಆದಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ES ದ್ವಾರಕಾದಾಸ್ ಅವರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೂ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ ನೋ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಹೀ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಇಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ people like Dwarkadas ji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us again, and I have to welcome on his behalf also to all of you. So thank you so much, sir. Welcome to you too. And we have with us Shri Alvar ji, yet another person who needs no introduction and who has been in the limelight since yesterday and who has been a major pillar and backbone of the entire event and whatever is happening and whatever goodness that we are carrying through this event and from this event for our benefit. Thanks to Shri Alvarji on behalf of all of you for his kind presence and everything that he is doing for the benefit of mankind and this program's success. May I now request Dr. M.A. Alvarji from Samskriti Foundation to kindly present his valedictory address. May I now request Dr. M.A. Alvarji from Samskriti Foundation to kindly present his valedictory address.
विष्णुं भास्वत्किरीटाङ्गदवलयगदाकल्पहारोज्ज्वलाङ्गं श्रोणीभूषासुवक्षो मणिमकुटमहाकुण्डलैर्मण्डिताङ्गं हस्तोद्यच्छङ्खचक्राम्बुजगदममलं पीतकौशेयवासं विद्योतद्भासमुद्यद्दिनकरसदृशं पद्मसंस्थं नमामि. First of all, I would like to offer my salutations to the dignitaries on the stage as well as those who are adorning this august audience here at the Multivision Theatre of ISKCON, Bangalore. I am standing before you here to fulfill a formality. Generally, every seminar has a valedictory session and there has to be a valedictory address. Today, we were supposed to have the valedictory address by Shri Tejasvi Surya ji, who is the MP and also a scholar. But unfortunately, he had to rush to Delhi due to certain commitments. We all know how busy MPs are. And therefore, I am standing here before you to fulfill this formality of delivering a valedictory address. So I need not say much about the 64 arts of India. We have been listening to it by several stalwarts and connoisseurs and practitioners of many of these 64 art forms. I would like to conclude this seminar by saying a few words, or what we call tying up some loose ends that need to be tied up. Today we had a discussion what is an art and what is a science. And one exposition given by one scholar was science is always objective whereas art is always subjective. Partially it is true but not always. There is science in art and there is art in science. We all know that. And science itself is an art and art itself is a science. And When we talk about subjectivity and objectivity, there is subjectivity in objectivity and there is objectivity in subjectivity. So it's almost like a paradox. And when we come to the art forms themselves, we have several varied forms. We have intellectual arts, we have societal arts, we have performing arts. So many types of arts that have been put together and actually given as a one whole of consisting of several different types of parts. When we talk about intellectual arts, one of the very important arts is answering a question or actually answering a challenge in a very, very similar manner. This is also supposed to be an art. I would like to give, being a person who has studied Sanskrit and who has treasured the greatness of Sanskrit, I would like to give one example which was not given by any of the scholars yesterday or today. So once Kalidasa, the most celebrated poet of classical Sanskrit literature, was with Bhojaraja, and Bhojaraja was so impressed with Kalidasa that, and rightly so, because Kalidasa was the best, he was the crown jewel among the poets. So he asked Kalidasa to adorn a position where he will actually encourage poets. Only poets can encourage poets, only scholars can encourage scholars, because they will know the intrinsic value. No one else knows. That is why it says, Vidvaneva Vijanati Vidvajjana Parishrama. And Bhojaraja always wanted to encourage Sanskrit poetry. And so he said, but he did not have the time, being the king, or though he was the king, he was also a great poet. But though he was a poet, he was also the king. So he could not study all the poetry that came to him. So he had asked Kalidasa to actually monitor the poetry that were done or composed by poets and then bring it to him so that he could reward them. But we all know that there are quacks in this world in any field. And one such quack was an ordinary poet called Shatananda. He did not know that Kalidasa was the person who would actually monitor the poetry that was given, that was supposed to be given to Bhojaraja. So he composed a poetry and sent it to Bhojaraja. It was like this: Apashabda shatam maghe bharavaucha shatatrayam Kalidase naganyante kavireka shatanjaya. So we know Magha Kavya, the great Kavi Magha, who has composed Shishupala. And this Shatanjaya said, Apashabda shatam maghe. There are 100 grammatically incorrect words in Magha's Kavya. And when you refer to Bharavi, another great Mahakavi who has authored the great Kirata Arjuniya, there are 300 mistakes. And when it comes to Kalidasa, there are innumerable mistakes, a countless number of mistakes. So, Kalidase na ganyante. Then who is the right poet? Who is the poet who can compose correct poetry, which is correct in all respects? Because in Kavya Prakasha, there is a lot of definitions about how to employ alankaras, how to employ chandas, how to employ various other factors like rasa, bhava, paka, etc. So when you take all these into considerations, he said, I am the only poet, kavirekaha shatanjayaha. I am the only poet who can compose proper poetry. Magha has 100 mistakes, Kalidasa has 100 mistakes, Bharavi has 300, Kalidasa innumerable mistakes. So I am the only poet. Then it went to Kalidasa. Kalidasa saw it. Then immediately he became aware of the intention of Shatanjaya. He said, this shloka is as follows: Apashabda shatam maghe bharavaucha shatatrayam Kalidase na ganyante kavireka shatanjaya. Fine, this shloka is all fine. there is a small mistake here. Instead of apashabda shatam maghe, it should be apashabda shatam maghe. One small dirgha is missing, and he inserted that dirgha and sent it. What is the meaning? Apashabda shatam maghe. So he borrowed 100 words from Magha. Bharaucha shatatrayam apa. He borrowed 300 words from Bharavi. And how many words he borrowed from Kalidasa, nobody knows. This is Shatanjaya. So to reply in the same way with a minor change, this is also one of the very, very important intellectual arts. In Sanskrit, you have a beautiful work called Sita Ravana Samvadachari. So in that, it's a beautiful kavya. Yesterday we were talking about Raghava Yadaviyam and things like that. So in that, Ravana tells something in the form of a verse. Then Sita will just answer it by saying Viparitam Patha. So when it's read from behind, upside down, the entire meaning changes. And in some places, Hrasvam Dirgham Kuru. Dirgham Hrasvam Kuru. Just by altering one syllable, the entire meaning will change, just as we saw in this shloka. So these are the types of arts in which our forefathers were experts. Then, as we all know, as Professor Dwarkadasa mentioned yesterday, metallurgy is an art. And I happened to study a few shlokas of metallurgy, a work called Rasaratnakara, which mentions about how to convert base metal into gold, which is a great art. It's a great science. It's a great art. And when I studied the first few shlokas, I was actually taken aback, and it was as if I am studying some text belonging to Yoga Shastra. Because the first 10 shlokas are devoted to the, the greatness of the Guru. So unless the Guru teaches you, you will not be able to master Rasa Shastra. Like that, we have several different types of arts, performing arts, etc., etc. We have one more thing I would like to mention in this context is how can Chaurya become an art? When we had a press conference in Mysore a week ago, when Professor Nagaraj Rao was mentioning about the 64 arts, a veteran journalist stood up and asked, "Sir, you are telling Chaurya is also a kala, that kala is meant to be inculcated. So would you recommend people to practice stealing? Would you recommend people to practice burglary? What is it that our forefathers had in mind?" And Professor Nagaraj Rao gave a very, very beautiful answer. He said, there is a word called Pashyato Hara in Sanskrit. That means he will steal even as you are seeing in broad daylight. What is it that one can steal when you are seeing? Suppose I have 500 rupees in my pocket. When I am seeing, can anybody steal it? No. What that can be stolen even while you are seeing is your heart can be stolen. So the Chaurya Kala that is mentioned in the 64 arts is the art of stealing the hearts of people. That is why there is a beautiful statement in Sanskrit. Bahavaha guravas santi shishya vittapaharakaha. Today when we go to several ashrams with due regards to the honest ones, they look at the money and other things of the people. So, Bahavo Guravas Santi Shishya Chitta Shishya Vittapaharaka. Durlabha Guravo Loke Shishya Chittapaharaka. There are only a few people in this world, they are gurus, who can steal your heart. And in Sanskrit, for those who know Sanskrit, they can beautifully understand Shishya Chittapaharaka and Shishya Chit Tapaharaka. Not only they will take off, they will steal your mind, they will also steal the tapa, the dukkha, the misery that is there in your heart and grant you salvation. And this is also one of the arts where you can change one word, Shishya Chittapaharaka, Shishya Vittapaharaka. And the Indians were great masters, as I said. And among all the Indians, as it was remarked by a great person today, the person, only person, past, present and future, who had mastered all the 64 arts was none other than Lord Krishna himself. Because practically it is impossible for anybody to master all these 64 arts because they are so varied, vast and wide. And it is in the fitness of things that we have conducted this 64 arts seminar just below the feet of Lord Krishna. And we hope that in our lifetime we will be able to imbibe at least 3, 4, 5, 6 or 10 or 12 kalas and attain fulfillment. And we all know that Lord Krishna is also known as Kalanatha. I don't want to go into Vedanta because that's a huge area. So it says Shodasha Kalaf Purusha. So the Purusha, this Lord Krishna has Shodasha Kalas. And the Jivatma, etc. are also one of these kalas. So he is the owner of all the Jivatmas. He is the master of all the Jivatmas. That way also he can be called as Kalanatha. And to be very honest, I would like to confess that our attempt has been a very poor or very primitive attempt. Because many people asked, how many, can you showcase all the 64 arts? I said, we are attempting to showcase only 20 or 22 arts. Because how is Krishi, agriculture, an art form? Nobody has looked at it as an art. And one of the few persons who looked at it from the point of view of art was my revered father, Professor Lakshmi Tatacharya, who tried to show how agriculture can also be an art. I will not go into details. For example, in Sanskrit, in the Sanskrit works of agriculture and horticulture, there are examples of mango trees that can give a yield throughout the year. And you would be astounded to know that there is reference to a mango tree, a type of mango tree, which can yield mangoes of different tastes in a single tree in different branches. So you can have raspberry mango in one branch, you can have badami mango in one branch, you can have Malgova mango in one branch, and you can have Neelam in one branch. This is an art really actually. How can you grow mangoes of different tastes in a single tree? That is really an art. But you have to go so deep to study it as an art. Otherwise it will remain just a vocation, not an art. So we have a very, very long way to traverse. And hopefully, by the grace of God, we will touch the pinnacle of at least 1 or 2 or 3 arts. And we thought that it is our duty to at least document all the 64 art forms. And when we started doing it, we encountered different versions, because there is a different version in Mahabharata, there is a different version in Shukraniti Sara, there is a different version in Jayamangala commentary of Kama Sutra. So we tried to integrate and standardize them, and we have been fairly successful. Experts have to guide us further. And we also thought that it is in the fitness of things that we should also showcase at least a few of these arts. And I think we have been partially successful or fully successful. It is for the audience to decide, because we are the organizers and we cannot stand in judgment on our own work. But I am very proud and glad to say that we have been joined by several stalwarts in various fields, and they have all presented their art forms in the best possible manner within the limited time. Because when I was just listening to each of the presentations, I felt that there need to be 2 days continuously fully to depict the depth of each one of these arts. If you take Natya, you can do a workshop for 20 days or 1 month or 1 year also, because it's so vast. If you take agriculture, it is the same. If you take horticulture, it is the same. If you take Britkriya, pottery, a huge amount of information is there. So it's all, every art is like an ocean in itself. But our knowledge and our time resources and other resources are so limited that it's difficult even to get a glimpse of all these things. So I hope we have been able to provide the audience with a glimpse of a very limited number of arts, about 20 or 21. And I hope this endeavor will be taken forward by several other organizations. We have just started the process, and I don't know whether we have the capacity to take it forward and teach it, because in every town, every city or every district headquarters, we have to spread word about the 64 arts of India, because only the name is known to people, that to a limited number of people. So organizations like ISKCON would be well equipped, well prepared to take forward these initiatives. And any organization that is willing to take forward this initiative, we are with them to cooperate with them and also join hands with them and then take it forward. And finally, before I end, I would like to thank the National Culture Fund, Ministry of Culture, for supporting this activity. More than anything, I am extremely thankful to the authorities of ISKCON, Shri Madhu Pandit Prabhuji, Shri Vasudev Keshav Prabhuji, and all the other senior personnel and also junior personnel who have actually put in efforts day and night to facilitate having this auditorium, making food arrangements, giving this auditorium free of cost, then giving the guest house, because today we know how difficult it is to traverse from one place to another in Bangalore. So 90% of the credit of this seminar should go to ISKCON only, and I am extremely grateful to them. And we are extremely grateful to Sri S. Gopalakrishnan ji, who has been supportive of our organization for the last several years. He is a source of inspiration for us to undertake any activity, any project. He says he gives his valuable advice, and wherever he can help us, in all ways he keeps helping us. So we have no words to express. If I say thank you, it is an understatement. So I will just say Namo Namaha and convey my gratitude to him. And as I mentioned yesterday, we are very grateful to have the support of various persons, various eminent persons. And one such person is Sri Hanmantaya ji, who has come here. Actually, I would like to say sorry because I could not personally go and invite him. Even though I spoke to him over phone, he was magnanimous enough to come and grace this function. We are very, very happy to have a member of the Parliament, Rajya Sabha, grace this occasion. And finally, as I mentioned yesterday, we have Professor Dwarka Dasa, the backbone of the organization, to guide us. He has been encouraging in any activity that we take that is associated with our culture, heritage, etc. So I thank him all, and I thank all of you, because there is a saying, Shateshu jayate shuraha, sahasreshu cha panditaha, vakta dasha sahasreshu, shrota bhavati vanva. Among one shura, a very valorous person is born 1 in 100. And if you need a scholar, only one person you can get in many thousands. That also is difficult nowadays. Vakta dasha sahasreshu. If you need a very good orator, you get only 1 in 10,000. But today the main problem is shrotas. There are no audience. We publish several books, but there are no readers. We give lectures, there are no listeners. We conduct programs, there are no audience. But today, thanks to Purna Pramati School and the efforts of several persons, we are having a very good, very well-informed audience. I thank you all for being present here and encouraging us. Only when we see the audience, we are inspired to take up good programs like these. So with these words, I end my valedictory address. Thank you very much to everybody. Namah Paramarishibhyo, Namah Paramarishibhyaha.
Thank you so much for reinforcing the ideology and intention of this seminar throughout, sir. Thank you so much again. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವರ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮಹದುಪಕಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ದನಿಯಾಗಿ ಇರೋವಂಥವರು ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯ ಅವರು 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಆಡಬೇಕು ಈ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ದನಿಯಾಗಿ ಇರುವಂಥವರು ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಎರಡು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಆಡಬೇಕು ಈ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೋರ್ತೀನಿ.
Samskriti Foundation, Mysuru, and NCF, National Cultural Fund, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, under the auspices of these two organizations, the seminar on the Bharatiya 64 arts. So I am thinking that this august audience, I am fortunate to be here, part of this program. This valedictory address, which was given by Dr. Alvarji, was excellent, as you all heard of it. It was excellent in its own kind. And Shri S. Gopalakrishnan ji, who has come from Delhi to this function, and it shows his interest in this kind of activities and this kind of thinking in the society. Shri Professor E.S. Dwarkadasa ji, Shri Keshavadas ji, and all the learned audience of this beautiful evening valedictory function of the national seminar. I was thinking before coming here, what is my necessity here? How I will be useful to the audience of this function. My humble beginning from a village has taught me many arts without any gurus. I learnt from a government school, traveled across from a small village to Bengaluru. I did my BSc graduation in Government Science College. Then I took a turn towards literature. I did my MA in Bangalore University and my doctorate in Mysore University in Kannada literature. I myself is a poet in Kannada, where my poetry is text in almost all universities of Karnataka. As a poet, I am lover of all kinds of arts. There is no discrimination for me. I love them because it is the life of our people. An art, whichever is the form, you cannot differentiate that art from the life of the people of this country. Many arts has not been taught by any gurus. It is generated by the people of their own. While they were working in the fields, working in different kinds of activities, what they are engaged, it is directly connected with their sweat. That is the beautiful art of India. That is where I believe it. And one very interesting thing that I have to share with you, of all the mythological gods you call, characters you call, personality you call, I love Krishna for that beautiful reason that he is master of all arts, as Alvar said. I love him because of that. Even when he was having so many opportunities to be treated in the palace, he selects Vidura's house, who is the poorest of that region. He prefers to go to his house, not a guest of Duryodhana or the king. That is Krishna. He protects Draupadi when she was in a great distress. He protects her as a human being, not as a god. He protects her because he respects the human dignity. Human dignity is the greatest value of all the arts, all the literature, and all the preachings of all Mahatmas. Without human dignity, anything cannot be respected. Any big thing, any great ideology, any great preaching, without human dignity, it cannot be respected, and I don't do that. For that reason, I love Krishna, for so many other reasons also. And today, in the modern world, of course, Indians are respected across the world for their legacy. They are not respected for their present values, for their legacy in their past. It is true. Indians are respected for the human values, not for the other things. But today, I am deeply worried, and I wanted to express this in an organization, in a seminar of a great minds. I wanted to express it. These human beings should not be differentiated on the basis of religion. They should not be the layers on the basis of religion, and no human being, whoever on the earth, whether he works in an office or in a field or in a common pond, he should be respected. She should be respected. I am worried that is not being done today in this society. Everybody, every mythological teaching and every piece of literature cries for the human values. They cry in every word that human value has to be respected. But most unfortunate, our society is not respecting that cry of the human value. I sincerely request any kind of art, literature, and any ideological discussion, all that is fine, fantastic. We should have that discourse. We should have that interaction. We should always have exchange of opinion. I may agree with you, I may not agree with you, but I must be a listener to your voice. And you must be listener to my dissent. That is the very, very, very important thing in the democracy today. When there was no concept of democracy, the different voices were heard. There was a discussion. There was a quarrel, but there was no violence. But today, just for I am having a difference with you, I don't like your idea of living, and you don't my idea of living. We just not quarrel each other. We just not exchange our ideas. We just not listen to each other ideas, but we kill them. No religion on the earth, in the universe, has taught any human being to kill another human being where he has no right to to kill anybody or to put him under great agony. Today, what is happening in the world? The children are being killed without any mercy. I am so worried about that. I cannot see the news channels. As a human being, I cannot look at it. What is happening? What is our religion teaching us? Any religion for that matter. What is that? Teach us so far, thousands of years we have heard, we have learned, we have studied, we have made researches on that. What is all that has taught us? Is it the violence? It is not. This is what I wanted to share with you. But I expect this kind of seminars, this kind of research papers, these kind of intellectuals will definitely tell the world that violence is not the astra of any human being. It should not become an astra for us. We should always think everybody should live peacefully. Live and let live should be our mantra. We should allow others to live and we should also live peacefully. I should not be disturbed by others as well. I should not disturb others. Nobody should kill me or my kids, but I also should not kill other families, other human beings. That should be the mantra of all arts, literature in the world. That should be our mantra, at least from this kind of forums. I expect this, a very, very compassionate human touch to all our Vedic things, all our mantras, all our human feelings should touch the heart, soul of the people, not anything else. That is the great art. That is what I expect. Thank you very much to all, to one and all.
For sure, it was not a politician who spoke all this while, it was an artist within him, and which is why we are very, very glad to have him here with us today. Sir, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. Thank you so much for being here with us. May I now request our distinguished guest, Shri Vasudev Keshav Das ji, to kindly address us. May I now request our distinguished guest, Shri Vasudev Keshav Das ji, to kindly address us.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्तस्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Very happy to be present here amidst this august gathering with distinguished and important guests on the dais. My respects to everyone here. Dr. Alvar spoke very aptly giving wonderful examples, quoting the Sanskrit shlokas, telling us how great these 64 arts of India are. And both Dr. Alvar and Dr. Hanumantayaji, MP of Rajya Sabha, very happy to hear that both of them expressed their love and devotion for Lord Shri Krishna, expressing that they like Lord Krishna because Lord Krishna is the only personality who actually mastered all these 64 arts. And Hanumantayaji expressed some very valid concerns about human dignity, which is very important for all of us to take cognizance of. And we hope that if we immerse ourselves in these 64 arts, especially keeping in mind that the origin of these 64 arts is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, then we'll also be able to cleanse our heart with all the ignorance, with all the dirt, with all the impurity that is sitting deep within us. We all heard how Lord Sri Krishna learnt all these 64 arts. Actually, it is said in the scriptures that in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna himself says, Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate. Everything is coming out of me. So the owner of these 64 arts is actually Lord Krishna. But when Krishna descended to this planet, and when he went for his formal training and education to the ashram of Sandipani Muni, there was no need for Krishna to accept a teacher, because he himself is the teacher, he himself is the origin of everything. But nevertheless, he did that just to set an example for others to follow. So he went and he learned all the 64 arts in the ashram of Sandipani. There were many other teachers also who were teaching him, he being the main guru. And you will be surprised to know, in the Srimad Bhagavatam it is mentioned, like Dr. Alvar was saying, how much time it takes for us to learn. Today maybe, like as he said, 5, 10, 15. I think today it's very difficult to find someone who has mastered even a handful of arts, 1 or 2 or 3 arts. Learning Natya, learning Nritya, learning Kavya is not such an easy thing. But Lord Krishna learned all the 64 arts in just 64 days. He would go in the morning to the ashrama. The teachers would start teaching him, and because he's God, he's so sharp and intelligent, all throughout the day would be his learning, and by the end of the day, he would become an expert in that art. This is Lord Sri Krishna. So, one of the art that was mentioned here, today morning it seems it has taken place, is the art of worshipping God. And this is one art of worshipping God that we were taught as ISKCON devotees by our Guru A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and that was on the basis of the Narada Pancharatra Vidhi. Our worship of God begins early in the morning. In our ISKCON temples, we all wake up by 3:30 in the morning, and 4 o'clock is the first worship that is offered to Lord Krishna. It's called Jagarana Seva with Balya Bhoga offering, and then we start the worship at 4:30 with the first Arati. And all throughout the day, from 4:30 in the morning till 9:30 in the night, we offer different kinds of worship to Lord Krishna, which include Bhoga, Arati, Archana, and different mantras and different chanting and all these things. It goes on from morning till night. But Srila Prabhupada taught us one very important element in this art of worshipping God, which is one of the art. And I think that this element that Srila Prabhupada taught us, which we all have to remember, is not just for worshipping God, but it is for anything that we do. And what is that element that we must all possess while doing anything, especially in worshipping of God? When we talk of Archana, worshipping God, the art of worshipping God, it involves a lot of mantras, lot of cleanliness, timeliness, punctuality. But the one thing, very important element, I would like to mention this with the help of a story. This is a real story. It is a story of Alarnath. It happened in about a few centuries ago in a temple near Jagannath Puri, about 25 kilometers away from Jagannath Puri. There's a place called Brahmagiri, there is an Alarnath temple. Alarnath means the Lord of the Alvars. That's why it's called Alarnath. So there used to live a person, a priest, a pujari, who would worship God every day with his mantras, with his Vedic chanting. And one day, he had to leave that village and go to another village. He would stay in this village, Alarnath. He had to go to another village for some work. So now the Lord has to be worshipped every day. Who will worship the Lord in his absence? So he had a small boy, Madhu, and he calls his boy and tells his son, "My dear son, please, I am going out for 3 days, and for the next 3 days I want you to worship God." And he gave him some few simple mantras. You chant this mantra and you must offer food to God, because one of the important elements of worship is God must be offered naivedya, food every day. Chant these mantras and offer it to God. So his father's name was Sri Ketana, he left. And next day morning, the mother did all the cooking, and then the mother called out his son, Madhu, and he said, "Madhu, now you must offer this food to God. Please begin your worship." So Madhu was given a plate and all the bhoga items, banana leaf. So he goes to the deity room. Alarnath is standing there, the stone deity, and he places the banana leaf and places all the items, the rice, the dal, the sabji, the chapati, and all these things, and he places, and some kheer. And now when he starts his worship to offer the food, he forgets the mantra. Father had taught him one mantra. He forgets it. So he just says to the Lord, "Lord, please accept the food and on my behalf." And he prays to the Lord and he goes away. And he goes to play. And then after playing, after about 15 minutes, he comes back and he's shocked. Why is he shocked? He sees that the food on the plate, on the banana leaf, is lying as it is. He was expecting the food to disappear because he's offered it to God, God must eat. The food is still there. So he said, "God, what is this? You're supposed to eat. Please eat." Like that. And he goes away again. Again he comes for the second time and he sees that the food is still there as it is. And this time tears start flowing from his eyes. He's a small boy. He forgot the mantras, but he has a lot of love and devotion for Krishna in his heart. So this time he prays to Lord Krishna with full of love, humility, devotion. "Lord, I'm a small boy. I've forgotten the mantras. I know there are many mistakes in me. I am not perfect, but please, my Lord, please accept my offering. Prasidha, prasidha. Please be pleased with me and accept." So full of love and devotion, Madhu prayed, and he goes out. And third time when he comes, he is very happy. The food has disappeared from the plate. And for Madhu, this is a normal thing. But we know it was not normal. It was something transcendental. So then mother calls Madhu. "Madhu, what happened to the offering? The offering time is over. Come." So Madhu comes back to the altar, takes the banana plate, and hands over the empty banana leaf to the mother. So mother says, "Madhu, what is this?" Mother was shocked. "Where are all the food?" So Madhu very innocently says, "Ma, Alarnath ate it all." Alarnath ate it all? How can this be? This has never happened. Your father has been offering. This has never happened. "Yes, ma." Next day, the same thing repeats. Mother cooks, the entire food has disappeared. Third day, the incident repeats. And Madhu is very happy. Small boy, full of devotion for the Lord. Then the fourth day, the father returns. And for the 3 days that the food disappeared, Madhu and his mother are fasting because there's no food at home. The food has all disappeared, consumed by the Lord completely. So when the father comes, the mother tells the father all these things. And then the father raises his voice as his child. Madhu, what is this? Tell me the truth. Where is the food disappearing? How can the food disappear? How can a stone deity eat? A stone cannot eat, right? So Madhu says innocently, Father, I kept my offerings and the Lord took everything. I don't know. So father says, okay, I have come today. Now you are going to do the same offering and I am going to watch you. How can this happen? So he goes on the altar. Madhu makes his offering. And the father goes and hides behind a pillar in that altar room to see what's going to happen. So Madhu makes his offering, prays very humbly, lovingly, and leaves the puja room because Lord eats in Ekanta. And then father is waiting to see, and he is surprised to see, this is a real story that has happened, that the deity Alarnath extends his hand, that stone deity extends his hand, and he starts eating. And the father is shocked to see this devotion in his child. And then when he extends further, the father holds the hand of the deity and he's telling the deity, Alarnath, what are you doing, my lord? If you eat away everything, how will we live? He is still thinking materially. That's the difference. That's the difference in consciousness. That's the difference in the heart. So then the Lord, his father was blessed to have darshan of the Lord. So the Lord tells him, Sri Ketana, I do not accept any offerings if they are not done with faith and devotion. I accept offering only if they are done with bhakti. Your son, although he is a small boy, he is not very educated, he is not very intelligent, but he offered me with full heart, with love and devotion, and that is why I accepted it. So this is exactly what Srila Prabhupada also taught all his devotees, that the offerings that we make, the art of worshipping God, there are a lot of details in the art of worshipping God. We have elaborate mantras, elaborate stutis, elaborate vandanas, many prayers, but offering bhakti, love and devotion of Krishna says in the Gita also, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati. He accepts a leaf, a flower, a fruit and a water only if it offered with bhakti, with devotion. To sum it up, to wind up, I would like to quote one shloka which may address the concern of Hanumantaya ji, that how our hearts are unclean. That is the main point that you highlighted. So how do we develop this bhakti? And Alvarji also mentioned his concern that there are hardly any audience. So actually, wherever we are, we have to inculcate, develop this habit of hearing. Like today, all of us, we got together and we heard. So, hearing is knowledge. We all gain knowledge by hearing. So, if we all get together and hear about God, then in the Bhagavatam it says, Yasyam vai shruya manayam Krishne parama purushe. If we hear about God, Krishna, who is the parama purusha, then 4 things will happen. What are the 4 things? Number 1, bhakti utpadyate pumsam. Bhakti for God, devotion for God will awaken in our heart. And shoka, moha, bhaya, apaha. Shoka, lamentation, moha, illusion, like the difference, you are a different caste, I am a different caste, low, high, all this illusion. And shoka and bhaya, fear in this material world. So all these impurities that are occupying, that our heart has occupied, will all be dispelled and bhakti will awaken simply by hearing about God. So it is very nice to see that the Samskriti Foundation has organized this. It is definitely, as he said, to demonstrate 64 arts is it's not an easy thing. It's very inspiring to see that in just 2 days they could put together a performance which showcased 20 arts, and that's not an ordinary thing, and more we need this because This is what preserves our human values, human culture, which are so strongly rooted in our Vedic culture. The only thing that we need to do is that in all these 64 arts, which I'm sure has been done, because as one art was the art of worshipping God, is that we must have an element of God consciousness in our life. God has no, it is not the Christian God, Hindu God, all gods are one and same. There cannot be any differences between this. God is one, and all good values, virtues rest in Him. We call our God Krishna. So if we contact God by hearing about Him through these 64 arts, somehow if we can connect with God, then all the good values, all the good qualities that God possesses, we will also possess. Just like if you touch a live wire, you will also get the current. So similarly, we have to touch God, because in God lies honesty, truthfulness, humility, forgiveness. All the great values lies in God. So if we touch God by hearing about God, we touch God by hearing Him, then we also get imbibed with all these good qualities, and then the nature of the person, the values inside us, everything will get purified, and we will truly become very gentle, very humble citizens, and this is the need of today. So with this I will end. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much for connecting to the concepts of this seminar and the foundation through highly interesting and enthralling anecdotes. Thank you so much, sir, for your speech with a touch of divinity, of course. Thank you so much for your remarks on this. May I now request Shri S. Gopalakrishnan ji to kindly address us. Thank you so much for your remarks on this. May I now request Shri S. Gopalakrishnan
Namaskar.
ji to kindly address us.
The dignitaries on the dais, Honorable MP, sir, and all fans, connoisseurs, and practitioners. I hope patience will also fall in one of the categories of the 64 arts, because you've been patient for 2 days. So I'll just give a few of my words. Basically, as was discussed, it is not just arts. I mean, today if somebody were to categorize and list, they will call it science, technology, engineering, management, arts, everything. Everything is there. So possibly it was a product of wisdom coming out of ages, experience, and also which addresses the conflict part, which comes out only when things are peaceful and evolved. In a conflict situation, it is difficult to conceive of arts. Wherever we see arts flourishing, they are places which have good fields, good harvest, good kings, etc. Now, it is expected in the olden times that a king, to become a very good king, also has to try his hand at all the 64. And I'm sure not many kings would have sort of come out in flying colors in all the 64. But the idea is, if you have to be a king and if you have to govern your country, you should know about all these arts. I think that is the background about the mix of the 64. Now, coming to think of it, as I was mentioning, it has come over millennia. It is much, much older than what we think. But one problem which we have is, as a group, as a country, as a people, it is natural that many times we lose our own wisdom. I mean, we all know we got independence in 1947. Tyagaraja Swamigal, he died in 1847. So how far it is? It is just about a few hundred years back. Now, in his lifetime, with all these modern times, Tyagaraja is supposed to have composed more than 24,000 compositions. Today we listen to concerts, we go to programs, we see so much on internet. We don't have more than 700, 800 of his compositions. Tyagaraja composed 20,000 plus, 24,000 plus. Today we are all enjoying only 700, 800 compositions. Now this is about something which just happened a few hundred years ago. What was discussed yesterday and today are wisdom of millennia, not even centuries. Now that is one particular item of work which I'm watching the Samskriti Foundation doing, and I think that is their most significant contribution. If we don't have events like this, if we don't bring it to the people, I mean, I'm sure I also share the concern about the audience, but audience will follow. Today there are different ways of influencers and taking the knowledge or the wisdom to the people, but we as a group or we as a society should not lose touch with what has been said. Because I was witness to a translation effort where a publication in English was brought out on all the 64 arts. Now that is one such step. There could be many more such steps where we take the wisdom, we bring it out and put it in a domain which can then be packaged suitably for a young audience. So it is that particular aspect of Samskriti Foundation which I think we are doing human service. This is just one of the areas, and I have been lucky to visit them and see their publications, because it is actually diminishing every day. The available knowledge in either palm leaf or in some other format, it is diminishing every day. So it is a timely exercise to capture it, to digitize it, to translate it, and then to take it forward. So these are the efforts. I'm sure technology is coming in handy, but a lot more to be done, and it is our responsibility. We should not lose our heritage. This is our wisdom of our ancestors, and it has stood the test of time, and it is in our interest to take it. And as far as these 64 arts are concerned, I think we should explore. We should be curious. If there is somebody who can say, I'm not interested in any of the 64, probably he needs counseling. So this is universal. This is like an encyclopedia. There is nobody who will say he is not interested in anything. So there is so much here. There is so much to learn. And I wish to commend Samskriti and all the people involved, including all the practitioners over the 2 days who have shown us a glimpse of what it is. And I wish to convey my sincere appreciation and also wish them best in all such ventures to bring out traditional wisdom to today's audience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for that crisp presidential remarks, sir, and thanks again. May I now request Professor Dwarka Das Ji to kindly present out of thanks to the dignitaries on the dais. May I now request Professor Bharatiya to kindly present out of thanks to the dignitaries on the dais.
Very good evening to all of you. It is our Indian tradition to say thank you to whoever is associated with us in whatever form. So today, the first and foremost person to whom we would like to offer our pranams and gratitude is Lord Krishna, who is the master of Chatushashti Kalaha, and also so clear that he has presided over the whole function and seen that everything went off very well. We have with us Atithis. We consider them Atithi Devo Bhava. We consider them to be gods. We offer our pranams to all of you, sir. Dr. Hanumantaya, Member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha, has come all the way to be with us. And not only that, he expressed his inner views. One of them, he said, love Krishna. I think this is a simple little thing for all of us to learn. Then he said, eschew violence. These are two very beautiful things that you have said, sir. And I think we'll propagate it further and see how many of us can practice it. our gratitude to you, sir, for being present this evening with us today. Thank you very much. Sri Gopalakrishnan, Director of National Productivity Council, I'm sure he'll be thinking in his mind, what is the kind of productivity that we have had in these 2 days? I will assure you, sir, that the translation of our ideas to the audience has been fairly good, because I've interacted with a number of audiences and they said, yes, we have learned so many new things, and that shows us that we've been partly successful. I would like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the kind, gracious presence this evening. Pandit Vasudev Keshav Dasa is not new to us. We come to ISKCON so many times and we keep meeting people here and saying hello to everybody. Sometimes we come in the premise of seeing God, but we come and say hello to some of you. Your presence today has added a lot of glitter to this function. The small story that you mentioned indicates that we are always thinking of God in some form or the other. But you also mentioned that some people have greed. We are expecting returns from that. That's not correct. Thank you very much for giving us that little beautiful story, and I think we'll remember it, and our pranams to you, sir. I am not going to say thank you to Dr. Alvar because he has put in all the efforts to give us these 2 days of excellent exposition on the Chatushrati Kalaha. If I say thank you, he thinks, oh, this is enough. If I don't say thank you, he'll say, this is not enough, we'll do more. And we were expecting that. And I'm sure every one of you is expecting. Every one of us is expecting many more such events to be organized by his effort. I must also remember at this time, his father, Professor Lakshmi Tatachar, who brought me into this and gave me exposure to this, but also taught me what is value in life. If some of you come and say thank you to me and say, it was nice talking to you, the thing goes to him, not to anybody else. So I would like to pay my obeisance to my Guru. Everybody says without money we cannot do anything. So is Samskriti Foundation. We need support in terms of monetary support, and several people have come forward to do this. In this particular project on Chatushrati Kala, the National Cultural Front of the Government of India, Ministry of Culture, was grateful enough to give us a grant to run this project, and we have done this, and this event today is one of the things to show that we have done the work from the foundation. And I'm sure the secretary of the Mrs. Monica, who was here in the morning, was very impressed. She talked to me yesterday and she said, you are really doing very good work. You have taken the money and given us much more than the money we gave you. That's the kind of things she mentioned. So we would like to offer our gratitude to the foundation, for the culture, Ministry of Culture, but also say that from the Government of India and other governments, Government of Karnataka, for example, we don't ask, we want you to give. Because if we ask, it will be limited. If you give, you can give without any limits. So we look forward to such kind of support from the government. I would like to mention again here the kind of coordination support extended to us by this great institution, ISKCON. All of you can see that there's a place where we sat very peacefully and listened to everything. And we need this kind of infrastructure, and that was provided to us by the great ISKCON Foundation, and we are very thankful to you for this, sir. Very thankful to you. I should not forget to say thank you to all of those who came on the stage and exposed their education to you, their learning to you, so that at least you could learn part of it from them. I mean, we won't be able to learn everything in one exposure like this, but it will kindle us, it will ignite us, it will give us an introduction to some of these arts, and we'll say, hey, we would also like to do something, that kind of a thing. And therefore, all of them took time off and came and gave the presentations, and we'd say a simple thank you to all of them. But tell them, we look forward to having you again here when you have our next function. Many others have given us help in a variety of ways. I will not be able to mention them by name, but I'm sure all of those who have been associated with us know what we feel about them, and a very great thank you for all of them. Dr. Alvar mentioned about the audience. I want to tell him, please do not worry about the audience, because whoever is present, they are interested and they came, and you don't want somebody to come and fill up here who are not interested. Therefore, whoever is here now, all the audience, they're all interested in learning and seeing what you have done, and therefore they should be thanked. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for all of you. We have had excellent exposure for 2 days. Chatushashti Kalaha. As days go by, this Chatushashti keeps increasing. Today you've got so many other, even looking at a mobile is an art now. So the list will grow on increasing in length, but I think as we go by, we'll all keep learning and finding out how many more kalas will get added to that. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
I would now request Professor Dwarkadas ji and Dr. M.A. Alvar sir to kindly present our token of gratitude to the dignitaries on dais. May I now request Shri L. Hanumantaya sir to kindly accept this token of respect from us. Technicians on console can play some music. May I now request Shri Vasudev Keshavdas ji to kindly accept our token of gratitude. Thanks on the behalf of Samskriti Foundation. I request Shri S. Gopal Krishnan ji to kindly accept our token of gratitude. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. Shri S. Gopal Krishnan ji. We are not yet done. Dr. Alvar sir wants to say thanks to a couple of hands and minds for making this event a success. Over to Alvar sir again. We will take few more minutes of yours.
So as I said, it is our duty to acknowledge and also acknowledge our sense of gratitude to all the persons who have made this function possible, who have cooperated with us in various ways. So firstly, I would like to call the head of Purna Pramati institutions to kindly, because he has brought nearly 70 members from his organization. As soon as we mentioned to him that we are organizing it, he said, all of us, all the faculty members will please come. I request Professor Dwarka Dasaji to kindly felicitate him. All of us, all the faculty members will come. I request Professor Dwarka Dasaji to make a one minute. Purna Pramati. Two days have passed wherein we have not only been witness, but also we have been able to hear a wonderfully conducted function. So she is a singer, she is an anchor par excellence, and also she has managed the entire program. We call her the Master of Ceremonies. So she is the Master of Masters of Ceremonies. So we request Vidushi Ranjani Kirti to kindly come here and accept our honor. And I request our President, Professor Dwarka Dasaji, to kindly felicitate him. Similarly, we have been greatly helped in all aspects by I would like to say, Karthikeyan couple, Mr. Karthikeyan Srinivasan and his wife Vinuta. So though they have very recently joined us, they have taken interest and they have done it as a love of labor. They have not hesitated to perform any task that we have asked them. So jointly, we request you to kindly accept our honor. Kindly, I request Professor Dwarka Dasaji to kindly felicitate them jointly. Similarly, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of K. Lokesh, Art Director, Samskriti Foundation. He has been very, very active, and in fact, most of the organization work has been done by him. So he has already been felicitated once. I just request him to come on stage so that we can say thank you to him. Similarly, two of our staff members who have been instrumental in all the work that we have been doing, I request Srimati Vani to kindly come on stage and accept the small token of gratitude. Give Mr. Lokesh a big hand of applause, because he has been the backbone. We have published more than 100 publications until now, including 8 volumes of Ramayana, 8 volumes of Bhagavatam, etc. And in Ramayana alone, he has authored 150 illustrations. In Bhagavatam, he has done 150. Other than that, thousands of illustrations for all our books on yoga, Ayurveda, etc. He designs the cover, and so he is the backbone in a way. So we may write the books, but without cover page, nobody will look at it. So in fact, he is the person who makes all our books attractive. Thank you very much, sir. So I request Srimati Vani to be felicitated. Similarly, another new addition to our organization is Srimati Swati. She is a master of social work and she is looking after our Melkote office and also a very honest and sincere employee. Another very important person who takes care of the logistical requirements and any other requirements whenever we conduct a seminar is Mr. Narayan Prakash. So earlier we were colleagues in the Transdisciplinary University, and with his very good organization skills, he is always at hand to help us. I request Narayan Prakash to come forward and accept our honor. I also request Mr. Sri Rangaraj to come and accept our honor. And we have, in the form of volunteers, 6 very important persons. One is Ms. Vidyashri, Divyashri, Padmapriya and Purvika. I request them all to kindly come forward and accept our honor. Last 2 days they have done great service in the form of being volunteers and attending to all the works that have been assigned to them. ಶ್ರೀಕಾಂತ್ ಅವರು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. We conclude with the Vedic benediction. Thank you. We conclude with the Vedic benediction. ಇದು ರಾಜು ಅವ್ರು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ರಾಜು ಅವ್ರು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ. ಉಮೇಶ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು. I request all of you to kindly rise up for the Vedic benediction. Harihi Om Shanno Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavatvaryama Shanna Indro Brihaspatihi Shanno Vishnururukramaha Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmavadisham Ritamavadisham Satyamavadisham Tanmamavit Tadvaktaramavit Avinmam Avidvaktaram. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om. Snacks and tea is arranged in the western exit. I request all the persons to kindly have it and then proceed. Thank you very much. Namaste. Hare Krishna.